Greetings one and all. Welcome to the TTS Theater channel, where we use the latest in machine learning TTS software to make entertaining narrations of various stories. This includes public domain, Creative Commons, and even author-approved fiction. From short stories to epics that stretch the imagination, we shall strive to entertain you. All fictions on this channel are legal. There will be links below to the original work, as well as links if you wish to support the channel. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share this video. The more people who see it, the more people are entertained. Thank you all. And now on to the fiction. For the first few seconds, all that registered was the splitting headache. When the pain had faded enough that he could assess his situation, David's mood was not improved much. Horizontal on a cold surface, total silence, and darkness. He attempted to sit, but his head quickly knocked against a similarly cold ceiling. He moved his hands around as much as his tight confines would permit. The space was barely large enough for him to move in, about the size of a coffin. His heart rate accelerated as he remembered old stories about unfortunates being buried alive, slowly suffocating as they wore their fingers to the bone, scratching to escape. He would at least avoid that fate. The smooth surface of his coffin was obviously impervious to any efforts he could make, so he could suffocate in peace. That last thought forced a manic giggle. Hypoxia. The headache certainly went along with that hypothesis, although he couldn't seem to muster too much panic at the idea. Panic was reserved for people with options. He lay in the dark for a while longer. What had gone wrong? He tried to retrace the events that had led him to his current state. Lieutenant David Williams, USAF. This morning he had shirt. The observation flight. They finally worked up the balls to allow a manned excursion through the orbital anomaly to explore the unknown space on the other side. Shifting position and encountering unyielding metal, David laughed again with the glee of the oxygen-starved.
"Hello, Control," he croaked. "It's about 6 by 2. Over."
He collapsed into giggles again. The walls laughed back. His eyes snapped wide uselessly against the blackness. A distorted, echoing laugh came from every surface. The laughter continued, skittering oddly up and down in pitch.
"Control, hello."
David twisted to attempt to locate the source of the sound. This was infuriating.
Control.
The walls buzzed with the sound. David's cheek was pressed against the surface awkwardly, and he could feel the compartment buzzing with the noise. That was his voice. He thought somewhat indignantly, choppy and mixed up, oscillating up and down. But that was definitely a recording of what he had just said.
"Hey,"
he shouted, doing his best to kick at the wall. It was not as impressive as he had planned.
"Stop bleeping around. Let me out of here."
He screamed hoarsely and banged his foot against the end of the cell. But the mocking noises did not reply. Momentarily lightheaded from the shock and exertion, David tried to catch his breath and calm down. If he really did have limited air.
Vibration. Gaseous medium.
That was not his voice. A sharp, robotic burst of static lay behind the words, but they were recognizable even so.
"Hello,"
he cried, straining to see anything in the dark.
"Can you hear me? Get me out of here. I'm going to."
Communicate. Vibration. Gaseous medium.
David's mind was racing now. That was most definitely not mission control, which meant that it was something else. What exactly it was could be left for later. There were more pressing concerns.
Communicate. Vibration.
"Yes."
he screamed back.
"Communicate."
He kicked the wall again.
"Communicate me out of this bleeping box."
The walls were silent for several seconds before they buzzed back to life.
Reject. Isolate.
"Some air, then."
David had trained in altitude chambers designed to simulate oxygen deprivation. He knew the stages and effects. His adrenaline had focused him, but he knew that could only go so far.
Gaseous medium.
"Oxygen."
If he could see, black would be nibbling at the edges of his vision.
"I need oxygen in here."
He kicked at the wall for emphasis again, before slumping back down against the side of the box. A roaring filled his ears as he slipped into unconsciousness. David jerked awake again. His head didn't feel much better, but his breath came more easily and he felt more alert. He supposed that something had gotten through to his syntactically challenged friend. His arms stretched out to his sides, or tried to.
"Hello, box," he said wryly.
Hello, said the box.
He paused. This sounded much more fluid and speech-like than the previous garbled words. He decided to roll with it.
"Can you let me out of here?"
Yes.
David felt a thrill go through him at the prospect and waited for the click of a latch or the hiss of depressurization, but none came. It was a few tens of seconds before he realized and groaned inwardly.
"Will you let me out of here?" he asked, guessing the answer.
No.
Fuming, David lashed out with his foot against the end of the container, punctuating his blows with expletives.
Cease. Isolate. Cease.
The electronic voice was less fluid than before. Panic. David didn't especially care. The culmination of months of training, his nerve-wracking ascent, and precise orbital adjustments, and he was being held in a shitty coffin by a shitty robot with a shitty robot voice.
"Bleep off,"
he screamed, slamming his heel into the box's side. He felt the panel give slightly and was instantly, electrically focused on that one weakened area. Had they underestimated his strength? Bracing himself for maximum leverage, he slammed out his foot into the wall and saw, for the first time, a faint glimmer of light.
Cease. Cease. Implore.
He didn't respond. The tone was definitely off. As much as you could say that about a synthesized voice. He felt a grin wrap around his face. Panic meant that he had a shot of getting out. He continued his frenzied kicks against the metal until finally, a rush of depressurized gas and a deafening clatter told him the container was breached. He quickly wriggled out, wincing against the light. He was in a rather featureless circular room, save for his recent prison, with a few long, low openings in the wall. There was no sign of his robotic captor. A machine-like whine like the revving of a remote-controlled car came from beyond the wall, dropping down and squinting at the brightness. He peered out. A squat, rounded vehicle was zooming around in an agitated fashion, darting back and forth between boxes of various shapes stacked in a manner that implied organization, although David couldn't infer what they were supposed to be at the moment. The boxes were stacked in a small courtyard of sorts, open to a florid purple sky. Crawling, he slid under the opening and stood up. The squat vehicle abruptly stopped racing around. Despite the lack of any obvious sensor or lens, he felt the distinct sense that he was being stared at.
Cease. Cease.
Muted, garbled, but still recognizable. The box in the circular room buzzed with speech. David supposed he had damaged it. Grinning with manic triumph, he strode over and lifted the robot off the ground.
"Bit off more than you could chew?"
he asked, looking for any discernible features on the robot's glassy shell. It was dark and slightly translucent, but totally featureless. The wheels on bottom were spherical, whirring uselessly as the box behind him repeated the same word over and over again.
Cease. Cease. Cease.
Without warning, small whip-like arms shot out of previously unremarkable areas of the upper shell. They had implements on the end, shaped and articulated variously. One or two lashed at David's arms, while a third delivered a shallow cut to his shoulder through his flight suit. Grunting in surprise, he instinctively released the robot and pushed it away. It struck the ground on its side, hard. The top shell shattered like tempered glass, scattering translucent, uniform shards across the smooth floor. The whirring wheels stopped, and the arms went slack. David looked up from the ruined machine and took stock of his situation. The courtyard, like his prison room, was circular and an off-white color. The walls surrounding it were to hide a see-over, but had the same low openings. Presumably those are for the robot to get in and out, he thought, before correcting himself with a chuckle, were for the robot. Walking away from the repetitive and broken prison box, David lowered himself down in front of an opening. He crawled through it as he had before, feeling surprisingly lightheaded as he popped back up, stood up to fast. He chided, hand against the wall for support. He straightened abruptly, eyes widening.
"Oh, I'm an idiot."
The box had been suffocating before the robot added more oxygen, and he had assumed that was just his own way CO2 choking him. This was clearly not Earth. The planet could have any atmospheric composition. It was massively improbable that he was able to survive at all out here. He scanned around the outside of the wall for the first time, assessing his options. There were no additional walls. He could see straight across a flat, dusty plain to a horizon that was oddly rounded, small planetary radius. He decided there were more pressing matters. He didn't see the X-300 for anywhere, which was definitely not ideal, with the box out of commission. That was his best bet for a breathable atmosphere. Arranged around the walls of the courtyard were small, plasticine blisters with neat rows of something darker under them. Careful to limit his exertions, David walked around the perimeter of the courtyard. The rounded plastic domes radiated out in neat lines from the central area. It looked for all the world like some sort of alien cabbage farm. After a third of the wall's circumference was behind him, he heard a metallic whine. More robots. Keeping his steps quiet and staying close to the wall, he advanced until the source of the noise appeared. 3 robots. But most importantly, his ship, the X-300, was blessedly intact, and the access gantry was down. This time they spotted him immediately and charged towards him, arms deployed. David was initially alarmed, but their charge was not difficult to avoid, and he escaped with only a light strike against his left shin by some sort of grabber arm. Wincing, he kicked at the nearest robot and shattered the cover, sending it whirring to a halt. The other to continue to harass him, but he was quickly losing any fear of these automatons. Farming robots. He decided, bringing his heel down upon the dome of a second robot and pulverizing it. They must be guarding this crop from wildlife or pests. The third robot briefly attempted to tangle its arms around his legs, but he smashed it easily and, problems diminished, strode over to his ship. The insistent box faded into the distance, heart pounding and ears ringing from the lack of air. He fumbled with the controls. Lights blinked on. The gantry retracted, and the cabin quickly sealed and pressurized. David sprawled back, panting, and started to laugh. Some days later, the X-300 streaked across the dull purple sky towards the orbital anomaly, and David hoped. Home, finally free of that purple craft hole, those useless robots, and that annoying buzzing voice that never shut up. When he got within 100 clicks, David began broadcasting in an attempt to reach Earth.
Control, please come in. This is Keyhole. Control, do you read? This is Keyhole broadcasting from.
A quick burst of static cut him off.
Christ, Williams, where the bleep have you been? You've been out of contact for nearly a week.
David laughed, feeling light and happy for the first time since he left Earth. He was going home.
Control, I've had a hell of a time. The anomaly knocked me out. Ship auto-landed. Ended up in some sort of alien cabbage farm, and got abducted by little harvester robots. Took me a bit to get the engines back online, but here I am.
Control was quiet for a while after that one.
Alien, cabbages.
They finally came back. David chuckled again, guiding his ship in for approach.
Yeah, Control. I brought some back so you can try them. They're actually pretty tasty. Put me down for a burger. Though, after a week of cabbage, I'm not sure I'll eat another vegetable again.
Control limited itself to bemused silence as the X-300 neatly sailed through the anomaly and vanished. The dull purple planet rotated for a while to glossy black vehicles whirred over the pale sand, approaching a structure surrounded by ripped plastic blisters and footprints vanishing in the wind. They came to a halt outside the courtyard and conferred briefly before zooming through the low openings and into the central room. The ruined box still buzzed in sporadic intervals. One of them extended a manipulator and accessed a hidden data port, plugging a second arm into the opening that appeared. Alive, but barely.
Do we know what it was?
Nothing we have seen before. It landed from beyond. Singleton, non-responsive. The minders were used to take it into an environment where it would survive. It is not of this planet.
Can you access the records to see what happened here?
It is unpleasant. The visitor was agitated despite attempts to communicate. It escaped confinement and destroyed the minders. It ate him.
8.
The sessile cognitive flowerings are nearly all consumed or destroyed. He is alive, but he is not him anymore. It was slow, over many cycles, one piece of his mind at a time. He does not even know we are here, or that the visitor has left. He is still attempting to converse with the emitter on the containment unit.
Could it converse? Understand? It was Singleton.
He gathered data from the visitor ship that seemed to indicate that it could. Not easy to say. It is unlike anything we know. It could be an individual despite that. There was a pause.
Let us leave here. There is nothing to do for him.
We must inform the prime of this threat. It is strong, deadly,
Cruel.
The minders cannot repel it. We need to discuss other options. This new monstrosity.
It changes everything.
The two machines disengaged and rolled away from the courtyard. The box continued its buzzing that nobody could hear or understand.
Cease, cease, implore, cease.
Stop, stop, please, stop.
46 by TMarkos.
You can't be serious.
Resh felt his eyelids flutter in irritation as he paged through the notes he'd been handed.
46 distinct chromosomes, 3 billion base pairs. How do they even propagate this overloaded mess?
Kivik ducked his head briefly.
Most of it is actually inert, or nearly inert. They don't really have a good grasp of their own genetics. What's more, they're hardly unique. On their planet, the science team we've been corresponding with says that the longest genome in their planet's biofolio contains greater than 150 billion base pairs.
Resh goggled.
What manner of organism?
Snatching the display from Kivik, he rapidly scanned the passage in question before tossing it roughly back.
A plant, Kivik. A sessile plant. What insane soupy crock of clap passes for a biosphere down there? Why would any species feel compelled to develop that degree of clutter in its genome?
Kivik spread his arms and looked down again, gesturing his ignorance. Genuinely irritated, Resh shouldered past him brusquely and began reading the display again.
Even their terminology is cluttered. Junk DNA, reverse transcription.
He frowned, summoning a definition.
Retroviral integration. Kivik, do we have any materials on this class of genetic variants they've classed as viral pathogens?
Kivik perked up, and after a brief query transferred a few files over to the display Resh was using. Resh absent-mindedly gestured an acknowledgement. Wandering into his personal nook to scan through the data, Kivik busied himself with sample collation, relieved to have survived another one of Resh's outbursts, relatively unscathed. The gentle clink of sample containers was soothing, and he enjoyed the repetition greatly. Resh's frantic re-entry into the room was, as a result, quite a momentary shock for the junior technician.
Kivik,
Cried Resh, flushed and blinking in intense agitation.
put everything down and back away from it immediately. Now, consign you. Seal it all up and enact total quarantine procedures across the facility.
Kivik stared blankly for a moment, but began to comply with speed, befitting the prestige of his assignment at the lab. Resh, by contrast, looked positively mad as he paced in the corner muttering softly.
Rogue genetic integration, insertional mutagenesis. Did anyone even read the précis from the contact team?
He wheeled on Kivik, who was finishing up with the last of the loose samples.
Kivik, patch out a communique to Central and tell them we must cease all contact with the embassy. Tell them it's an existential threat. I'll explain everything in the scheduled briefing.
He shook his head to clear it, his eyes nearly blurring in panic as he muttered softly again.
They're all insane. No species could persist like this. There's almost none of them left, even at the most basic level.
He looked up to see Kivik staring at him, his own eyes beginning to twitch.
Let's just hope we can remain ourselves, as well.
Lisa sighed, shutting the terminal and stretching out the tension in her shoulders.
Rob,
She called.
the Zal have just broken off contact formally.
Rob cursed.
Well, at least this one got a little farther. What was the last info packet we sent them?
Lisa sent over a few files, and Rob flipped down the listing.
All right,
He said, sucking on the end of his pen.
let's move the edge cases of biosamples to the advanced packet. Especially Parastruponica and most of the stuff about mitochondrial DNA evolution. It's important, but it really seems to scare the clap out of them.
Lisa nodded, and Rob turned to his console.
The folks over at the UN aren't going to like this. That's the fourth one to just drop off like that. I'm almost a little offended. We're not that scary, after all.
He looked at Lisa, who quirked an eyebrow.
Are we?
End of story. Diagnostics by TMarkos, In Between Stars. Where the light doesn't reach, it can get incredibly disorienting. Interestingly, this is something of a species constant. Even those who live primarily underground or off-world tend to have some inborn sensitivity to light patterns. Many shun space travel for that reason. The darkness and long solitude of space travel causing stress far outstripping the benefit of the journey. Drumming his fingers on the side of his chair, Zach watched the stars through the viewport. To him, being out here was like weekends with his dad up in Montana. They'd had a cabin out in the woods, far away from all of the conveniences of modern life. At night, with just the Blackwoods and the stars out the cabin, was a little flickering pool of warm light from a hurricane lamp. Outside of that bright circle, the black stretched on for uncountable miles, and the deadly cold crept into the space between them and everything else. So, despite this being considered something of an undesirable job, for most Zach was rather relaxed by transit. Muffled vibrations began to percolate through the ship as his co-pilot paced down the main corridor again. Lowell had no memories of weekends out by Priest Lake to make him relish the dark and solitude. Zach was actually quite unclear as to why the little guy kept flying out here. He didn't seem to enjoy the job, nor did he particularly care for Zach's company. A few minutes later, the door to the cabin hissed open, and Lowell skittered in. He was a lull, not the same as his name, in theory, but to Zach's ears every word he uttered was a binary oscillation of swallowed L's and trilled vowel sounds, like Welsh but somewhat more comprehensible. Since Zach was the only human out in these parts, he figured it was up to him if he wanted to abbreviate names for convenience. Lowell didn't seem to care either way, since the contextual translators apparently parsed Zach's speech into an acceptable format. Lowell was something like an isopod, if those grew to the size of a Labrador, rather than the smooth, articulated shell of isopods on Earth. His shell bulged towards the front of his body into thick, armored plates, for nimble grasping arms protruded from either side of his head, somewhat ruining the resemblance. Still, despite looking like some Hieronymus Bosch sketch of a lobster, the vaguely Terran form factor gave him a look that Zach found nostalgic. There were certainly stranger things he had run into. After some time, Lowell curled up in his own chair, turned his faceted eyes towards Zach, and began speaking. As always, the ululations were masked by the noise-canceling directional speakers and replaced smoothly with a fair imitation of Zach's own voice.
The reactor is down to 98% output,
He stated.
I'm concerned we're experiencing a failure.
Zach rolled his eyes.
Lowell, how many times has the reactor dropped to that threshold on the last 5 trips?
Lowell punched up the records on the data terminal.
27 times, Zach, but...
Zach held a hand up.
Lowell, how many of those times did you raise this same concern to me?
Lowell brushed the sides of his head with his arms, which Zach had learned was the Lowell equivalent of an exasperated sigh.
27 times, Zach, but...
Zach reasserted his hand.
Lowell, how many of those times did the reactor fail, stranding us to die in the dark of space?
The arm brushing accelerated in pace.
None.
Lowell trilled.
But it does not matter. You continue to cite past statistics, but they are not a valid predictor of the reactor's future performance. We must check the reactor immediately to ensure it does not fail.
Sighing, he leaned back in his chair. Lowell, who had apparently figured out what sighing meant, drew himself up higher in his own seat and trilled indignantly.
Again, you shun basic safety protocols. What else are you doing that prevents you from running the diagnostic?
Zach shook his head, stood up and trudged to the entryway.
Come on, then.
He called back to Lowell.
Let's get this over with.
The two of them went first to the equipment lockers to grab a few system monitoring accessories, then to the reactor core to begin the assessment.
Lowell,
Said Zach, hooking up cables.
I'm curious about your species. Before you gained technology, how did your kind live?
Lowell gave him an emotive reaction Zach didn't have an interpretation for.
We lived underground.
He said.
We had burrows that we used for defense and storage.
Zach nodded.
And when you gained technology, did you move out of the burrows?
Lowell chirped a negation.
We stayed in the burrows for a long time. When we developed chemistry and mathematics, we used them to make the burrows stronger, better. Only much later, when we were growing at a rate unsustainable with subsurface construction, did we consider moving elsewhere. We still live primarily in burrows, although they're now similar in scale to most structures you'd find on other worlds.
Zach's brow furrowed.
Why did it take so long to expand? Surely there were surface resources you could make use of to grow more effectively.
He handed Lo the last two probes from the monitor, watching as they were passed between arms before finally interfacing with the console. Straightening up again, Lo looked towards Zack.
We certainly could have used the resources, but we were not able to effectively secure the surface until later. We are a smaller species on our world, and the surface was quite dangerous for us.
Huh?
Said Zack. He turned to initiate the diagnostic, and the monitor lit up with blinking green lights.
It will need to monitor at least one oscillation cycle to give us a full reading,
he said as he settled into a seated position against the bulkhead. Lo perched on the console cowling, his glassy black eyes flitting over Zack.
I am not familiar with your species,
Lo said after a few moments.
How did they begin?
living in trees, tall, sturdy vegetation.
Zack wasn't really that confident in the contextual translator's ability to handle Earth-specific terminology.
We later moved to constructed shelters, then larger groups of those shelters.
Lo chittered.
A safer planet, then?
Zack shook his head.
No, not at all. In the region of the world where we began, there are many dangerous predators and the weather can be harsh.
More of Lowell's eyes were looking at him now.
Did you not use burrows?
Zack contemplated the question for a bit.
Sometimes, I suppose,
he said.
We had some cultures that lived in naturally occurring caves or that utilized rock formations as shelter. Most didn't have that luxury and were not naturally inclined to burrow.
The monitor's soft beeping filled the room for a while as Lowell processed this.
Are the current generations the descendants of the ones who found burrows and survived?
Zack actually laughed at that one, startling Lowell.
No,
he chuckled.
Something of the opposite. For most of our history, adversity and danger have been drivers of technological progress. The cultures in the inhospitable and dangerous areas tend to develop technology to mitigate the dangers.
Lowell cocked his head, which was one of the gestures that happened to mean the same thing between humans and Lowell and dogs, Zack supposed.
My translation did not have a word from your last sentence,
he said, tapping at his personal display. Another tap, and Zack heard himself saying, mitigate. Zack said, trying to figure out alternate phrasing.
It's very similar to reduce, but it's mostly in the context of reducing something that you would prefer to eliminate.
Lo did the emotive reaction again. Puzzlement, maybe.
How did these groups ensure safety and progress without controlling their home area?
Zack laughed again.
You're making me remember my history classes. The short answer is that they didn't. Much of the progress was made in incredibly unsafe or unhealthy conditions. Truly safe conditions are really only beginning to happen in the last 100 years.
He paused, and Lo looked at him expectantly.
A year is about 300 of my sleep cycles,
he added. Lo's eyes focused intensely, and the little bit of unmasked trilling that Zack could hear sounded high-pitched.
You said your world had been to space.
The monitor beeped to indicate the halfway point of the diagnostic, and Zack craned his neck to view the display.
Yep,
he drawled.
But not like this.
Indignant chittering slipped past the masker.
It should not matter. At the point where you can put objects into planetary orbit by any means, you should be able to do something as simple as ensure stability for your species.
Zack thought a moment.
Well, we probably could. I mean, we've got some weather that is on the tough side, but most of the rest of it is doable.
He saw Lo mentally drafting another tirade, and waved him off.
I think the main reason we haven't is that we've got other priorities that take precedence. Infrastructural building is always near the top of our list, but normally not the primary focus. In fact, we normally only see pushes in development if necessary to support other projects like spaceflight.
Lo seemed at a loss for words, which made the tone of the monitor a welcome interruption. They both busied themselves scanning the diagnostics, and Zack eventually found a slight error in the containment field that was causing the inefficiency. The error corrected, both of them turned to walk back to the main deck.
See, no fatal loss of power.
Zack dinged Lo on the carapace with a finger, while Lo chirped in irritation.
You could not know,
he said sullenly.
It would not be logical to leave the flaw unaddressed.
Zack shrugged.
Perhaps not, but I've never considered myself a logical person.
From the look on Lowell's face, he figured the humor didn't translate well. End of scene. Some time passed. There was no communication in transit, no schedule to keep to aside from minimal maintenance checks. Zack had heard multiple versions of the reason these flights were crewed at all. Some said the rule was applied after pressure from the pilots' union, others that the corporate hierarchs were reluctant to give AIs complete control of a fusion drive vessel. Whatever the reason, it meant that for weeks at a stretch a couple of sophons had to coast through featureless space to reach the next bright mode of light. Zack figured he'd seen more individual stars in system than any other human. Even if there were others out here, he was working, for a change, one of the day's 15-minute maintenance reviews. As usual, everything was fine. He made the requisite notes in the log and leaned back in his chair, stretching. Han Solo he was not. The door hissed, and a cascade of tapping heralded lull flowing towards his seat in the bridge.
It should be time for the scheduled maintenance,
he said.
Is everything nominal?
Zack sighed.
Yes, lol, as with the previous check.
Lo really was getting better at interpreting human tones. The dead-eyed monotony of Zack's reply sent him bristling up the back of his chair, eyes flicking in annoyance.
If there was not a chance the data would change, they would not have us check more than once.
He took his own display in his grasping arms and waved it at Zack's face.
The interval for these checks was decided based on billions of runtime hours, rigorously analyzed.
Zack laughed, which sent Lowell's trills into an irritated register octaves above what the translator could reliably interpret. Fuming, Lowell curled in his chair and pointedly looked at everything in the bridge. That wasn't Zack. No mean feat for Lowell, since his visual field was rather all-encompassing. Zack shook his head.
Look, lol, I'm not arguing against performing the checks. I did the check because I know it's important. I'm just saying there's not a need to get so stressed about the details. If something goes wrong, there are systems to tell us the fault, and we can fix basically anything on the ship that goes wrong if it doesn't kill us instantly.
Lowell twitched.
Besides,
he continued,
you just mentioned these junkers have billions of hours of logged runtime, which is enough that every statistically probable outcome has been logged, analyzed, and had an intelligent monitor designed to guard against it. I suppose it's possible that we'd find a new one here or there, but the odds against it are impressively low.
Slightly mollified, Low relaxed down into his chair. His eyes, however, always had a partial fix on the visible diagnostic panels. Some of them swiveled to look back at Zack.
Your logic is sound, but it does not remove the danger. How can one relax knowing that any moment could be his last, no matter how small the odds?
Zack leaned back in his chair, spreading his arms by way of example.
Like this, man,
he said, shimmying in his seat to convey unrealistically relaxing repose.
You just have to accept that there's a certain threshold past which life doesn't get any more certain. Back on your home planet, did you ever worry about just getting struck by lightning? Sorry, ionized electrical discharge from water vapor in the atmosphere.
Lull stared for a moment.
This happens with regularity on your world.
Nodding, Zack sketched the path of a bolt in the air with his finger.
The lightning part, yeah, actually striking a person is rare enough that it's a common metaphor for improbable occurrences.
Insanity.
Low rasped, his legs quivering in distaste.
Besides, even if such a thing happened on my world, we live underground, so it would not affect us.
Zack leaned forward.
Okay, how about a meteor strike?
Underground,
replied Lowell, fixing Zack with a stare that seemed to imply concern for his mental well-being.
Big meteor strike, then?
Orbital debris monitoring satellites. We'd see anything substantial enough to damage a habitat coming.
Zack pinched the bridge of his nose.
Fine, catastrophic ground tremors.
Low actually flinched.
What sort of death trap do you come from? Our planet was geologically stable for 1 billion years before we developed as a species.
Now it was Zack's turn to furrow his brow in thought.
With stable tectonics, did your planet have a magnetosphere? How did you handle coronal mass ejections and flares?
The same way anyone else does, we shield our electronics.
Low replied.
The effect is mildly attenuated on the planet, but not so much that you could keep sensitive equipment unshielded.
He tilted his head.
Did your planet have a large magnetosphere?
I suppose so,
said Zack.
Our sun is fairly active, and I understand that without the magnetosphere a direct hit from a flare would prove quite lethal. Even with it in place there are occasional flares that impact surface equipment.
Low was sputtering in disbelief, but was prevented from responding when Zack suddenly sat upright and held his hand out for silence. The tenor of the normal shipboard noise had shifted almost imperceptibly, the interleaving of the sounds too complex to easily tell what had changed. To Zack's ears, it just sounded wrong, different, like someone singing a song you knew with different lyrics.
What is it?
asked Lowell, sliding out of his chair and looking around.
I don't see anything wrong on the status display.
Zack shook his head.
Not sure,
he said.
But keep quiet for a bit. The maskers make it harder to hear soft noises.
He rose from his chair and paced to the back of the cabin, then the front. After several long seconds, he turned again and strode through the entryway towards the aft of the ship. Lowell followed along as he slowly moved back, pausing to listen and check displays as he went. They ended up back at the reactor room, where the noise finally separated into a faint but distinct vibration coming from the primary feed line for the reactor. Zack pointed at the line, and Lowell grabbed the monitor from Stowage to run a quick check of the thick, padded pipe.
Looks like a constriction in the intake,
he said agitatedly.
Some sort of charge buildup. It's not impacting flow rate, but it is accelerating the intake velocity. If it worsens, it could dramatically destabilize the plasma.
Zack nodded.
That's probably why we saw the efficiency drop earlier. The increase was enough to knock the reactor out of optimal. We'll have to slowly return the containment settings to default while degaussing the intake line.
Lowell ducked his head twice rapidly, then scuttled off to grab the appropriate kit for the intake. For his part, Zack called up the standard containment configuration on the reactor. Over the next hour or two, they slowly released charge from the intake and eased the reactor back into normal. By the end, Lowell's legs were twitching with fatigue from his awkward perch on the pipe, and Zack's shoulders ached from hunching over the tiny display. But the reactor hummed on, all settings reverted to normal and no errors to be found. As they ate a celebratory meal afterwards, Zack caught Lowell staring at him with more of his eyes than usual.
What is it, man?
Lowell was silent for a few moments before speaking.
How did you know? The diagnostic didn't indicate an intake problem and the reactor was running without errors. Yet, that constriction could have led to a complete destabilization before the next regular check.
Zack shrugged.
Sounded off,
he said.
Couldn't say what in particular.
That earned him more eyes.
So you're saying that this non-specific audio cue was barely noticeable even when concentrating, but yet you noticed it and categorized it as a serious issue in the middle of a conversation with the maskers active.
Lowell chittered, grooming his mandibles with his inner pair of arms.
This seems like a contradiction.
Maybe,
said Zack.
But that's not so strange. Sometimes something just feels off, you know.
He looked at Lowell, who did not know. Frowning, he tried to explain.
You said you guys live in habitats, underground, very safe and protected.
Lowell ducked his head, and Zack pressed on.
Okay, then consider this. How do you think you would feel on my planet, on the surface? If you had to live out there all the time, I mean?
Lowell looked a little sickly as he contemplated the concept.
I think I would be dead almost immediately, from your descriptions. The short time before my demise would be unpleasant.
Zack laughed.
Come on, man. Don't sell yourself short. I just tell you about the exciting parts. There's plenty of relaxing stuff too. But yeah, it's a bit more dangerous out in the middle of nowhere than in one of your burrows. You'd be really stressed out, living out there.
Lowell clacked loudly.
To say the least,
he muttered.
So then, imagine that you don't think about the danger so much. Imagine you've got some sort of diagnostic system on your sensory feeds just like on the reactor. That's tuned to all of the dangerous things out there. The infrasound before an earthquake, the static charge before lightning, the sound and smell a predator behind you. Imagine the part of you that thinks doesn't get all that sensory data raw, but through the diagnostic program as alerts and warnings.
Lowell scoffed.
Oh, come on. You can't expect me to believe that you've got some sort of internal diagnostic software to alert you to danger.
Grinning, Zack sat forward.
Nah, nothing that's scientific or reliable. But there's an aspect to human thought that we call the subconscious. Undermined, since that's probably not going to translate. We don't understand it very well even now, but it lets us register and process things that would be distracting if we focused on them all the time. We also call it intuition or a gut feeling.
And this subconscious was enough to allow you to recognize as dangerous and unprecedented impending systems failure better than the ship's self-diagnostics.
Lowell bobbed his head back and forth, skeptical.
I just don't see how it could do better than the systems designed to catch those very errors as their sole purpose.
Hey, I don't know how it works any more than you do,
said Zack with a shrug.
But it's always on, and brother, we've got a heck of a lot more than few billion hours of collective.
The Sage, Revolution by TMarkos. The night was oppressive, and hot, but kept his cowl up to hide the pale scales of his skin. No matter the darkness, there were risks not worth taking. Picking his way across the parched fields, he made it to a small stand of felon where his contact was waiting, impatience dripping from every angle of his slouch against the woody grove. They did not speak, a simple motion beckoning in to follow across increasingly rough terrain. They walked in silence for a long while, the soft sounds of night broken by an occasional snap or rustle that caused them to freeze in place before tentatively moving forward. After what seemed like an endless delay, En's guide pulled away a thin screen of brush against an unassuming hill. Beneath it, there was a void lit dimly from farther within. Steeling himself, En crouched and entered the small burrow. The light strengthened, and his eyes adjusted to show him a surprisingly tidy, square excavation with some crates stacked against a side wall. A curtain hung over an entryway that led deeper into the cave, and his guide shouldered past him to stand in front of it, surprised, and gave him an inquiring look.
This is your turning point.
His guide rasped in a quiet voice.
You have done nothing that could not be explained away or hidden. When you enter, you will see faces. If you are anything less than committed, you must turn away now and forget this place.
En stiffened, turning his reply over in his head. When he spoke, it was with the barest whisper of a voice.
The Concord took my sisters. The Concord took my sons and daughters. If not commitment, what do I have left?
His guide had the grace to look abashed before stepping aside and gesturing to the thin curtain, brushing it aside. His eyes adjusted once again to the dimmer light of the audience room. Several people were already there, some of them familiar. The shopkeeper from the Port District, the restaurateur from the city center. Both blinked to see En, but gave a small wag of their head in acknowledgement before returning their attention to the front of the chamber. En found himself drawn as well, and rightly so. The otherworldly being there was unlike anything he had yet seen. It was small, but solidly built. Its skin was smooth and scaleless, dotted with fine filaments and spots of subtle pigment. Its eyes, glaringly white with dark centers, were fixed on En as he strode forwards to an empty bench and sat. It held its gaze for a long time before bobbing its head sharply and surveying the rest of the room. The audience shifted its attention, and the creature spoke.
Thank you for coming.
It said with a sonorous voice and a peculiar accent.
I see new travelers, so I will share the origin of this gathering before we begin talking.
It looked briefly at En, then at two others sitting elsewhere in the room.
I fell from above the sky.
It said, the rhythm of practice lending its voice confidence and strength.
I landed here, where Fifi found me dying.
An elderly man and back nodded solemnly and received the same in return. The corners of the creature's mouth twitched upwards. Then it resumed speaking.
As I healed, he told me of this land. He told me of the Concord and its rule here.
En shifted. Several of the other members of the audience seemed restless at the mention of the Concord.
Hearing the tales of their rule saddened me greatly. I come from a place of great beauty, but also great cruelty. We have in our past had those like them, and always we have found the strength to throw them from their places of power.
The creature stood, drawing itself to its paltry full height. Despite its size, it was strangely formidable. The taut musculature gave it a powerful look, and its stance advertised confidence and readiness.
The struggle against those like them requires sacrifice. It always has. I call these meetings to share the stories of our struggles, to pass on lessons that we have gained from our successes and failures.
It swept its gaze across the assembly, looking at the hunched postures and fatigue present there.
You are all victims of the Concord, yet they have been unchallenged for so long that you have no reference for life without them. Let me show you that tonight, a glimpse of a city that works for its citizens. I will share the words of an honored ancestor of my people. His name is Jean-Jacques Rousseau.
And wondered at the melodious and lengthy name, but soon found himself listening with rapt attention as the strange creature spoke. Leo Kurtz was hardly the first person to head up an initial diplomatic mission to a species, but he was convinced that he had the award locked up for the strangest. He waved the door to his personal quarters open, then sat at his console for a second before he began to type.
It is my privilege to inform you that good diplomatic relations with the KKK TERT have been established. They are a friendly and open people, with a pleasant lack of the cynicism that so many spacefaring species seem to have. They may have us put to shame in terms of their innate civic duty and altruism. However, the main topic of my report will not be about their admirable politics, or the initial discussions concerning trade agreements. As much as I know you're eager to hear that, it will have to wait. I will instead focus my initial report on the circumstances surrounding the rise of the current TERT state. You may imagine my surprise when they told me their most important political philosopher was named Sarah McClelland.
End of story. Tools and Toys by TMarkos. When we first encountered the machines, they ignored our scans and probes. We had picked up their odd traffic quite a ways out and found an entire planet covered in patchy construction and vigorous resource extraction efforts. Attempts at communication were met with only silence. The captain ordered us to descend in skiffs, and we debarked to take a closer look at the surface activity. The first place we landed was full of the thunderous roar of great machines ripping into the ground, consuming the rock and/or in great chunks and dropping sorted packets behind them. Smaller, faster drones flitted around to collect the packets and deliver them to yet more behemoths, which trundled off into the distance when full. Bemused and a bit concerned for our safety, we set about finding a population center to attempt communication. We found a small concentration of buildings, but upon landing it was apparent from their oblivious disregard for us that these were yet more machines. Scans confirmed that they were metallic inside and built quite sturdily. Unlike the extraction site, however, we could not immediately discern their purpose. They seemed to be counterfeits of some organic life form, but one unfamiliar to us. Many of them were covered in gauzy swatches of cloth or shimmering rolls of metallic material, and almost all of them had a fibrous substance exuding from parts of their structure. Some were engaged in constructive activity, building structures of indiscernible function or carrying loads between points. Others were ambiguous, twirling in coordinated patterns with other machines wearing identical coverings, emitting rhythmic sounds in concert with their neighbors. One was engaged in a pattern of acrobatic jumps across a thin cable, displaying an impressive degree of coordination and finesse. The lieutenant who was leading our skiff crew was very impressed by the precision and sophistication of the machines after seeing the odd leaps and twirls, and ordered one to be detained for study and shipment back to the engineers at Fleet Central. A capture net was deployed, arsing and sputtering as it wrapped around the machine on the cable. It twisted and recovered itself, but ultimately fell from the wire and landed hard on one of its upper limbs. The limb bent and fractured, a thin clear fluid leaking from the breach, and the creature's head twisted with halting, jerky motions to look at the damage. Then it moved again, smoothly and without hesitation, to look directly at the private who had deployed the capture net. All around us, the machines stopped their twirling, their noises, their acrobatics and activities, and as one focused on our boarding group, in the silence, panicked breathing was painfully audible as we instinctively clumped together with our backs to each other. One of the machines who had been building stepped forward with an efficient stride quite different from the organic-seeming gait of just prior, and a loud voice issued from a mouth no longer bothering to pretend it needed to move to form sounds. We couldn't understand it, of course, but the short preamble followed by a regular interval of short, barked syllables was unmistakable. We were military. We knew a countdown when we heard one. not knowing how long we had or what would happen at the end. We beat a hasty retreat to the skiff and advised recall of all ground teams until the situation could be assessed. Our report escalated, then escalated again. After an interminably long time, orders came from Fleet Central indicating that the autonomous robots represented a crucial source of technology with significant military potential, and that additional ships were being dispatched to assist in sample retrieval. Their apparent sudden hostility aside, Fleet Central felt that a cadre of ground-bound robots with no organic supervision were unlikely to present a significant threat to an orbital task force. 2 days later, our backup arrived. The 5th Border Security Task Force was 40 ships strong and had been augmented further by the addition of several vessels from the Corps of Engineers. Shuttles deployed immediately and began tracking towards sites of interest, locating and disabling samples of the most interesting automaton varieties on the surface. Some of the organic-seeming groups reacted with hostility. When the captured groups persisted through their countdowns, the machines would respond with force, attempting to restrain the ground crew and destroy their technology. They did not injure anyone directly, though, and seeing this, the ground forces were emboldened. We captured samples of the resource extraction drones, the transport vehicles, the marvelously articulated acrobats and dancers, sending them back to the engineering vessels where they were eagerly disassembled, studied and packaged for transport. I personally was tasked to the village we first encountered, and then another like it some distance away with some odd variances. Notably, when we went to round up a group of dancers, their customary countdown was interrupted by a smaller machine which ran up flailing its limbs. It was making high, repetitive noises and wearing some manner of mask over its face. As it approached, we hit it with a capture net. It twitched and jittered more than some of the other machines, but eventually fell still. It wasn't in our list for the day, so we left it for later pickup. On our second trip to that village, after we had triggered the countdown and the restraint attempts by the local machines, our lieutenant was incautious and found himself efficiently but painlessly immobilized by one of the colorfully painted acrobats. After some good-natured ribbing and a few video captures for posterity, we went over to disable the acrobat and free the lieutenant so that we could proceed with the day's work. As we approached, however, all of the machines approaching us gave a small twitch and stopped where they stood. The disruption only lasted a moment, and the first machine to resume motion was the acrobat restraining the lieutenant, straightening and hauling the lieutenant bodily off of the ground. Its hands fastened onto both sides of his head and snapped his neck. As it discarded his twitching corpse, the rest of the machines began to stride towards us with speed and purpose. I don't recall much of the retreat, only a panicked blur of weapons fire and dusty air as we ran back to the ship. When our handful of survivors made it to the skiff and began our ascent back to the ship, we heard a storm of comms chatter from every extraction effort across the planet. The dancers, the builders, the miners, they all had turned on the ground teams as one. Hundreds had died, but most had escaped back to ships and only a few teams were totally lost. We were sitting aboard the ship, waiting for their decision on how to proceed, when the first orbital attack started. Spherical lumps of metal powered by crude chemical engines rose from the surface and accelerated rapidly towards our ships, ripping through the exterior armor and into the bulkheads behind it. Gouts of atmosphere, shrapnel, and bodies fountained into space as point defense teams scrambled to address the attack. 5 ships were destroyed instantly, but the larger vessels weathered the assault and began returning fire on the launch sites. More and more of the attackers streamed upwards from the surface, but the combined might of our battle group and the withering fire of our fully alerted point defense began turning the tide. 10 more ships died in fire, or wheezes of gas, and coolant glittering into empty space, but the battered task force finally succeeded in eliminating the last few launch sites. Alert and focused, we now were able to identify patterns of change across the planet. Resource extractors were distributing metals to protected sites in rugged terrain, from which more attacks would periodically issue. Peaceful collection of specimens forgotten. We rained fire down on the extraction sites, the villages, the hidden factories. We worked our way across the planet, identifying and striking machines as we located them. Eventually, we located a locus of activity which we tentatively identified as the command center for the machines. Shuttles were dispatched, and my team was chosen as one of the strike groups. We found a small installation buried in the dust and gravel of the surface, and as we cut through the door we found that the atmosphere inside was quite different from that on the surface. After a brief delay to locate and apply breathing gear, we stormed through the breach and found a small cluster of tunnels and rooms. They seemed largely deserted, except for a few non-combative machines that skittered away as we approached. We cleared each room in turn, sweeping it for hostiles. The first was a spacious, dimly lit room with a large soft platform against one wall, swathed in cloth. The second, a bright and brightly colored room with a similar, smaller platform. The third and fourth seemed to be storage and preparation areas for various organic foodstuffs, and the fifth was a clutter of displays, lights, and machinery. In the fifth room, reclined in a concave bit of furniture, we found the installation's lone inhabitant. At first we thought he was one of the machines, but the scanners on our battle rifles flagged him as organic matter. He was the same general configuration as the village machines, albeit smaller and with a papery, wrinkly skin texture. The fibrous growths on his skin were sparse and white, and his skin itself was mottled with darkened spots. His eyes, though, were blue and bright, glittering as he fixed them on us past the sights of our rifles. He began uttering sounds like those of the machines, but was drowned out by a booming voice that spoke from the walls.
"So,"
said the voice in shockingly intelligible speech,
"you've come here at last."
The commander of the assault force shouldered his way to the front of the line and addressed the being directly.
You are surrounded and outgunned,
he said crisply.
Surrender and command your compatriots to stand down.
The being made a low, wheezing, chuffing noise that was not translated, then spoke.
"There's nobody else on this planet but me anymore. It was only ever me that you were fighting."
The commander's eyes narrowed in mild shock, but he pressed on.
You are the sole operator of this installation. What is its purpose, and what is your mission?
It made the same chuffing noise, louder this time, laughing. I realized it was laughing at us.
"Installation. Son, this is no installation. This is my planet, and my mission was being retired on it."
It straightened up slightly, and the nervous barrels of a dozen rifles tracked it.
"I'm a merchant and an engineer. I deal in machinery, tools, and toys. I had enough for a barren planet that nobody else wanted. A place where I could build and tinker in peace.
His eyes narrowed, but he didn't seem shocked.
A place where I could spend some quiet days with my granddaughter."
The commander opened his mouth to respond, perhaps to indicate that he was not the being's son, but the being drew himself up to his full height and continued talking.
"That's not going to happen now. I suppose what happens to me next is up to you all."
He fixed the commander with a stare.
"Let me tell you what will happen to you next. You will meet more like me, more humans, but they will not be merchants. They will not deal in tools and toys. And they will come,"
he said gleefully.
"in their thousands."
He held up a small hand device with a blinking red light on it. Grasping it tightly, as the commander gave the order to fire, he fell, and the room was silent. As we returned from the surface, I found myself glancing down at the planet and thinking of the old being, bleeding out thick and red instead of clear like his creations. One humans, as he named himself, against all of us, and how many of us dead in the balance. We approached the orbiting ships, looking like dust motes hanging in a column of sunlight, when the space behind them rippled, and out crept a dark, predatory shape that outmassed a full-strength task force by an order of magnitude. It slid across the inky black towards the assembled ships, and behind it came another just like it, and another, and another. Panicked chatter erupted over the comms, and the task force clustered into battle formation to unleash salvos of missiles that impacted uselessly against the featureless dark surface of the nearest ship. As the first lances of light traced over our ships, evoking flowers of glittering air and metal, I heard the old man laughing. The Legend of Jim by TMarkos. The bar was not amazing, as bars went, but it was passable. T-side. his arms rattling together in a cascade of fatigue and long-anticipated relaxation as he reclined back into the dingy, pitted plasboard chair. Sometimes at the end of a run you got lucky, and there was a fun spot where the owners actually cared about the atmosphere and menu, and sometimes the station had a reeking cart where the janitor sold distillate that he had fermented out of the waste compactor. This place was just average. It sold beverages and had seats. He cast a glittering eye across the table towards his companion, who was prodding at Flexcot in the foam atop his beverage with a suspicious look, a human named Andrew Lee. He was TT's sole crewmate on their long-haul freighter. Drew and TT had been crewing together for about 8 runs now, which was long enough for TT to know that Drew had already decided that he was going to drink it, but that some theatrics were necessary to display the depth of his dissatisfaction with their current venue. Drew eventually settled back and took a long pull from his flagon, smacking his lips and wiping some foam from his bristly upper lip. Contemplation gave way to mild disgust, then resignation as he shrugged and drank again.
TT chittered. You know, I smell some methanol coming off of that, he said brightly.
Drew coughed, shooting a dark look back across the table. Leave me be, you stupid bug. 9 decicycles on this run, we ran out of booze 1 dechi in.
Because you drank it, interjected TT.
Meaning, Drew continued bullishly, that I have been subsisting on reprocessed water for 8 days. And I resent your attempts to diminish my enjoyment of this undoubtedly lethal swill. He batted Lover's eyes at his mug, which hissed softly as it off-gassed a slow, foul trickle of something. TT couldn't quite place it and didn't particularly want to.
I'll leave you to it, he said magnanimously with a roll of his major eyes. The gesture meant nothing to his species, but he had adopted a few of the more achievable items of human body language for Drew's sake, as humans tended to find him somewhat inscrutable otherwise. Drew snorted into his mug, sending flecks of foam scudding over the table and onto the floor.
You're getting a lot better at that, you know? You should be careful you don't pick up too many bad habits. They won't let you back into the hive. Drew scratched his beard, pondering. Would they have an issue with you acting human around them?
TT chittered. Alien, maybe, but human is fine. Nobody would object to acting human.
Why? Said Drew, genuinely curious now.
TT fixed him with a glance, then swiveled a few more eyes to stare as he realized that Drew wasn't poking fun at him for once. You don't know about Jim, he said incredulously.
Drew raised an eyebrow. Dare say we invented Jim, unless there's more to TT given names than you've told me.
TT bristled. How do you not know this? It's literally the most well-known story among the TT.
Drew patted his head and body thoroughly, then turned his hands palm upward. No shell, no feathers, he exclaimed in mock surprise.
TT shook his head. I can't believe you don't know about Jim, he muttered. He was human. How is this not taught in human schools?
Jim who? Asked Drew. I don't know of very many famous Jims.
TT let out another rattling sigh, then drew himself up to a traditional storytelling posture. Drink your pipe, scum, and listen up. I'm going to tell you the story of Jim. Long ago, the TT were young in mind. They walked the water with joy. They walked the shore with joy. And the sun shone down brightly over all.
Wait, said Drew, holding out his hands. What's this walking with joy business? Why are you talking like that?
It's a traditional story, snapped TT, his scales flaring. Shut up and drink, let me finish. He shot one more irritated glare at Drew before recomposing himself, and continuing. Long ago, the TT were young in mind. They walked the water with joy. They walked the shore with joy. And the sun shone down brightly over all. For an age and an age we lived with joy. The water and the sun provided life. Our arms were full of food. And our shells were safe in dens. One day, the sky gave us Jim. He fell on a pillar of fire, and came with smoke and thunder, to the sun and shore and water. Jim was alone of his kind. He called to the sky for his broodmates, but none came to answer his call. In time he named the TT his brood, and we him.
Sorry, Drew interjected, holding up his hand again. I don't mean to interrupt, but I have some questions about this whole thing. TT sighed irritatedly, then nodded. How long ago was this? Drew asked. You're talking like he felonial in the Stone Age.
Prior, actually, said TT. We weren't really doing much with tools back then. The homeworld had everything we wanted in abundance. We were smart enough, just no pressure to improve. Despite that, it wasn't that long ago that this happened. Just a bit over 3 kilocycles.
Holy clap, exclaimed Drew, and now you're spacefarers. The hell happened to bring you all up to speed so fast?
TT didn't answer, but instead fixed Drew with a patient glare until slow realization crept over his face. Nodding, Drew motioned for TT to continue.
Walked the water with the TT. Jim walked the shore with the TT. But Jim did not feel joy, for Jim was old in mind. Jim brought tools and arts from the sky, and with them he learned of the world, and as he learned of the TT, so we learned from him. First he taught us words, which gave our minds a shape. Second he taught us writing, which gave our minds a pattern. Last he used the words and letters to fill our minds with knowledge. And knowing this, our minds shouted, and screamed and burned, and grew old. We wailed and asked Jim why he had done this. Where there was sun and water before, there was now discord and strife, as we looked beyond what we had enjoyed.
So what? This Jim guy crashed on your world, and turned your island paradise into civilization. Buddy, I'm not so sure you should be thanking him. Drew shook his head. Most of the time we discourage random folks from seeking out uncontacted species. But that far back...
TT nodded. Jim wasn't there by choice. He was one of the earlier cartographical vessels your people sent out, and his ship got knocked out by a flare from our sun. It was experiencing intense activity at the time. In fact, it's why he did what he did. He fixed Drew with an expectant look.
Drew nodded and motioned for to continue.
Jim was saddened to see our pain, but spoke to us and urged calm. He told us that we must look beyond ourselves, for the sun will soon turn against the water. We listened, though our hearts were burdened, and Jim taught us how to shape the wood of the land, how to shape the metal of the earth, how to shape the flow of the air. Years passed, and we grew in number, but Jim was one, and he passed into death, leaving his knowledge and power for us. Standing alone against the sun, Jim left us his letters and words, guidance for a path up from water, guidance for a path over the land, guidance for a path towards the stars. When the sun lashed out in its rage, we were saddened for what was lost. But sorrow only plagues the living, and both life and memory are his gifts. TT folded his upper arms, signifying the end of the story. Our sun went nova about half a kilocycle ago, and our original homeworld was destroyed. Because we had so long to prepare and so much of a technological head start. Instead of an extinction event, we lost only about 5% of our population, and were able to preserve much of the plant and animal life.
Drew whistled softly. That's one hell of a thing, buddy. So, the TTT home fleet.
TT nodded. Our entire civilization, until we resettled on our more recent colonies. They sat in contemplation, Drew draining the last of his mug and looking at the foam slowly sliding down to collect in the bottom. Finally, he grinned and slid his mug over to TT. So, in the spirit of thankfulness.
He shook his head firmly. I don't owe you shirt.
Drew blinked. Excuse me, he managed, somewhat taken aback.
Sorry, TT chittered. That's from Jim as well. He left us some instructions on what to do when we met humans eventually.
Laughing, Drew got up to refill his drink. Sounds like he was a pretty smart guy after all. TT nodded and reclined further, the chair creaking worriedly at him. He was at that.
The final lessons of Jim. 1. Just call me Jim. Damn it, I should have never mentioned my last name to you spiky custards. 2. Stop fricking killing each other over food. 3. Actually, just don't kill each other. It's not nice. 4. Use the plans from the computer to keep working. 5. Don't be a duck to the AI. It's trying to help you. 6. Don't just work on the fun clap. All of the plans are there for a reason. 7. Don't start worshipping me like some fricking savior. 8. Don't start worshipping the AI either. 9. When you meet other humans, remember that you don't owe them shirt. 10. Have fun out there. And be good. End of Storage Hold 37B by TMarkos. The great empire of Y commissioned 51 trading stations in the second half of Grand Y year 40 for 39. Of these stations, 5 were Grand Bazaar class megatopods, 13 were Golden Promise class logistics hubs, and the remaining 33 were trading station Make 3 class outposts. In the 27th of these stations deployed during that sequence, there were 23 Imperial Trade Service public servants assigned along with 136 contracted employees. The contracted employees, hired as they were from a variety of backgrounds and sentient resource agencies, were of several different species, experience levels, and outlooks on life. On the first day of official habitability certification, the inspectors sent a clipped all clear to the waiting convoy of shuttles fresh from Weima. The first to debark were the civil servants, led by a rather rotund specimen of a mwish who looked torn between happiness at his new posting and a budding, lurking horror that this may actually be the peak of his civil service career. Following the cadre of administrators was the deluge of contract workers. From lumbering great seeps to flitting, gossamer winged tlicklets. Some paused as they entered the foyer to sniff at the faint hint of off-gassing fresh sealants and gasketing, others to take in the muted impressiveness of the foyer itself. Last off of the shuttle, wearing fresh creased coveralls in the imperial blue and white, was Benjamin Anthony Givens. Ben, as his friends would call him if they passed beyond the realm of the theoretical, was the sole sanitation and reclamation tech on the station. His day-to-day responsibilities included direction of the maintenance robots, diagnosis, and repair of the biological waste processor and other related tasks. Not the most glamorous posting, he had thought when reading it over, but the pay was decent and it came with free room and board. Plus, my postings had notoriously excellent healthcare services. Strolling down the fresh hallways, his soft-soled boots squeaking softly on the bare metal decking, he trailed a hand along the walls and felt the discontinuities between the panels, the soft corrugation of the speaker grills and ventilation ports. He didn't own it, but as he figured it, the responsibility for its function meant that at least a portion of it was his, the non-monetary, intangible portion. As it were, he smiled and cracked his back, stretching and looking up and down the corridor. Yes, sir, he said to himself. This could work out just fine. End of scene. In the second business quarter of Grand Y year 40 for 40, the decadal jubilee brought modestly increased station profits across the board. The increase, coupled with a relatively clean record vis-a-vis customer complaints and misrouted cargo, triggered an automated performance enhancement subroutine in the sector manager's computer system. It dispatched a message to the station administrator which noted how pleased the sector manager was at the fine job they were all doing and congratulating the administrator on the 5,000 Imperial credit bonus, a personal thank you for job well done. The administrator, for his part, received the message in his own computer system. A subroutine therein parsed the message, delivered a brief notice to the administrator's status queue, and gave an automatic disbursement of 5 Imperial credits to each of the staff's pay packets with a congratulatory note. Ben was walking back from a lunch break when he noticed the burble of his communicator and saw the good news. He was already quite well situated financially. His salary was modest, but it was matched against his positively ascetic expenses. He decided to use the extra windfall to buy himself something nice. The selection of goods on a station such as this was mandated to fulfill a committee-established guideline on baseline consumer and light industrial materials availability. This meant that it was, by definition, somewhat mediocre. There was not much that Ben saw within his self-defined budget that would present a significant improvement to his happiness, environment, or health. Then, passing by a display of interior personal decorative supplies, he spotted a small pot of Telection ivy, an unassuming green plant like many others on offer. It nevertheless displayed a pleasing symmetry of leaves and tendrils, and was promised to be a long-lived, dependably evergreen fixture in your moderate to bright office or home environment. Pleased, Ben tapped his comm to the payment plate on the stall and grabbed the ivy. Ben was authorized to keep a stock of discretionary work-related supplies in storage hold 37B, a Belodex hold which was dedicated to maintenance and system storage per the official station blueprints. It was entirely too large for what he generally needed to stock, so he had cleared an additional area to the right-hand side of the hold as a workstation. Upon this workstation, against the wall, he set the ivy. The light was good enough here, he reasoned, and he didn't use the upper part of the desk for anything. The leaves spread cheerily under the light, and Ben poured some water out of his neglected drinking cup into the growth medium. He regarded it for a moment, smiled, then went to start his weekly check of the water reclamation cisterns. End of scene. In 40 for 52, the station changed administrators. The old administrator, driven to an uncharacteristic work ethic by the prospect of a second 10-year anniversary aboard his station, had finally succeeded in a transfer to a post closer to Mwima. His replacement was shuttled in, bearing a familiar look of expectant pride and horror upon seeing the spare bulkheads of his new charge. He walked a station tour and dutifully met all of the departmental heads and their staff, making culturally appropriate greeting gestures and ensuring them that their department was critical to the successful function of the station and the Gloria Great Y. Near the end of his rounds, his route led him to meet with Benjamin Gibbons in his duty station within storage hold 37B. He met Technician Gibbons and issued an appropriate greeting, ensuring him that his duties were crucial to the proper operation of the station. Ben thanked him for his thoughtfulness and remarked at his appreciativeness for the detour given the administrator's assuredly busy schedule. The administrator, despite being in complete agreement with the sentiment, disagreed at length and issued a notionally redeemable invitation to drop by his office and discuss any matters that were troubling him. Ben thanked the administrator again, and with that he was on his way. As he left the storage hold, he caught a parting glimpse of something he didn't notice during the conversation. A Telection ivy, if he wasn't mistaken, trimmed and shaped to perfect symmetry and spreading across the right wall of the hold. He made a note to have him take it down, as it was non-regulation and could potentially damage the bulkhead. However, naturally forgetful as he was, that was the last time he spoke to Benjamin Gibbons or visited storage hold 37B in his 15-year tenure as administrator. End of scene. During the third business quarter of 4479, the 51 stations built together 40 years prior were all up for their first long-term review and systems check. The majority of the review was the survey and detailed analysis of the larger stations, but procedure was followed for the smaller outposts as well. A robotic courier was dispatched to each of the trading post make 3 stations on the list and returned with detailed maintenance logs as well as holographic scans of every room, corridor, and exterior hull plate of the station. All of the images were fed through a comparison algorithm to find what people from Ben's neck of the woods might call Bayesian deviations from the standard wear and tear on the station. Exceptions were found and routed to a central maintenance processor for review. For the majority of the images, she recommended an appropriate degree of commendation, rebuke, and/or extra maintenance, and went to the next one in the queue. One image, however, left her at a loss for an immediate response. She stared for a few seconds, not able to parse the contents at first, then spread her coronal feathers. You may imagine her widening her eyes in astonishment, still at a loss for what to actually do about this bizarre deviation. She hesitated a few moments more before pressing the striped green button on her console that escalated the current ticket to her direct supervisor. End of scene. Saurian was a travel writer with the Piri Sector Hola Journal and was en route to the last stop on his tour of 5 planets, stations, and moons in the sector. The previous 4 points of interest had been, in order, a collection of sculptures made out of frozen helium, an assortment of miniature figurines purporting to represent every member of the Miwi royal family back to the founding of the dynasty, perfectly spherical lump of nickel the size of a shuttlecraft, and the galaxy's largest chair. Not accurate. His information on his 5th stop was minimal, save for that it was of particular biological and mathematical interest. Debarking at the unremarkable outpost, Saurian felt that one could nevertheless remark at the crowds of visitors to the foyer. It appeared as though nearly every terminus was full and the foyer was choked with a mass of people that all seemed to be funneling towards a doorway cut into what was supposed to be a bulkhead between section 3 and 4 of the station. With a sinking feeling, he realized that was where he was meant to go. Remembering that he had called ahead, he decided to try calming the station administrator to see if he could jump the line a bit. Neither a short nor a long. While later, a jovial Mwish strolled up and clapped him on the hind shoulder before telling him to please come this way, if he wouldn't mind. He didn't. A service lift and a short access tunnel later, and the two of them stood in front of storage hold 37 degrees Celsius, where a small placard on the door read,
Benjamin Gibbons.
And then,
Sanitation and Reclamation Tech 2.
Bemused, Saurian gave the administrator an inquisitive look. The administrator laughed. then knocked smartly on the door. Some muffled noises issued from within. Then the door whispered open to reveal a somewhat stooped, leathery human in immaculate's blue and white coveralls. He stepped out of the hold, which appeared to actually be a tidy office of sorts, and greeted Saurian warmly. His voice was sonorous, if pitching up somewhat in his age. After some basic pleasantries, he motioned to Saurian that he should follow him into the next hold. As he slowly shuffled down the corridor, the gathered line of people took notice and stepped respectfully aside to permit him passage. Saurian was composing images in his mind of what awaited him through the door, but as it slid silently open and he stepped through the threshold, his mind dropped what it was holding. Verdant tendrils encircled the entire hold, spiraling across every surface and doubling back among themselves to create intricate, looping designs. Serrated leaves flared out from the vines, fanning and whorling in intricate patterns. As he traced the complex striations and spirals, he was struck by the realization that every vine, leaf, bud, and tendril was precisely symmetrical. He turned slowly, his eyes flitting back and forth across the line of symmetry before being drawn upwards to the very pinnacle of the room, where a colossal gold and scarlet flower sat, petals unfurled over a span larger than he was, layers and layers of rich incarnadine, and what Ben would have termed a nice butter yellow overlapped and twisted among themselves as they exuded a faint perfume that suffused the room completely. Saurian lost track of time, but knew it had only been moments since he stepped into the room, tears staining the corners of his eyes. He stepped back out and permitted the next guest to enter. Ben was there, smiling broadly.
Well,
He said knowingly.
how did you like my ivy?
Saurian shook his head.
It's beautiful.
He managed, still a bit choked up from the experience.
It's like standing inside a fractal, or in the space between mirrors.
Ben nodded.
She likes growing in a fractal,
He said,
although I do have to trim a bit here and there to keep it in order.
remembering his reason for the visit. Saurian took his pad out and started taking notes.
I have to ask, though, what made you start growing the ivy?
Ben sucked his breath in between his teeth, thinking properly about his response just as he did every time he was asked this question.
Well,
He said eventually.
I decided that I was going to get myself something nice to spruce up the place.
A pause, not sure if he was being subtly mocked. The journalist tried a different tack.
I don't mean any offense, but why did you decide to grow this plant here? What was so special about this room?
Ben laughed, wheezing softly and shaking his head.
People always ask me that question. I grew it here because that's where I was, of course.
Saurian, now quite sure he was being had, opened his mouth to object but stopped as Ben chuckled again and kept talking.
People always seem to think that you should put something beautiful in a beautiful place, he said, but that's not where you need it. You asked me what was special about this room.
Saurian nodded.
Nothing at all.
Ben said with a smile.
Not at first.
And welcoming committee by TMarkos. Water dripped steadily from a fixture in the corner of the small cell. Ben stared at it, watching the quivering drop grow again and again before it fell each time with a soft plop to the bare metal floor. He had been in the cell watching that water drip for at least 2 hours now. The low whine of metal on metal issued from the cell's door, and a tall, thin man walked in. He was sallow and gaunt, almost emaciated, and held a thin tablet in one bony hand. He looked at Ben, then at the dripping fixture.
So sorry about that.
He grimaced.
I keep telling people to fix that drip and we just never have the time.
He extended his hand towards Ben.
Pleased to meet you, Benjamin. You can call me Mr. Gray.
Ben stood and shook the offered hand by reflex, then caught himself.
Listen, Gray,
He said, shaking his head.
I'm not sure what's going on here. What the hell is this place?
Mr. Gray frowned and referenced his tablet.
It says here we picked you up in an unregistered ship. Where did you depart from?
Ben shrugged.
Mars, a few weeks ago.
Ah, yes. So you're from In-System.
Mr. Gray smiled sadly at him.
I'm sorry, but today is going to be difficult.
Ben eyed him warily.
What do you mean?
Well,
Said the thin man, looking distant.
I suppose it's best if I start by telling you that this ship we're on is not from In-System.
Ben's eyes widened in surprise.
You're from outside the solar system. Which expedition did you leave on? Epsilon Indy, Sirius.
Mr. Gray smiled again.
No, I'm afraid not. None of those expeditions made it where they were going. They were stopped a short way out from the sun, just like you.
Ben's eyes narrowed.
Who are you, then?
Mr. Gray lowered himself down to sit on the floor, his back leaning against the wall.
I suppose you could call us an unofficial welcoming committee. We try to meet everyone leaving the system as soon as they cross out of the protected zone.
Protected zone?
Ben asked.
Yes, Earth and its system are restricted for travel.
His lips pressed together thinly.
I suppose you could call it a nature reserve. The border is monitored, and no ships may freely enter.
I don't.
Started Ben, his head spinning.
So we're like what? A park? Who decided this?
People just call them the government.
Explained Mr. Gray.
Because as far as most are concerned, they're the only one that matters. They control the whole galaxy, from the center to the edges.
Ben shook his head.
And they're keeping us prisoner.
He laughed.
Oh, heavens no. Let me tell you what would have happened if you kept flying. You would have flown on for a few more hours and been intercepted by a patrol ship. They would have picked you up, given you fair market value for your ship, and transported you to a nearby planet of your choosing.
Ben frowned.
Okay, that's not what I was expecting.
Mr. Gray held up a finger.
Oh, but it gets better. As an unskilled immigrant to government territory, you would be given free housing, job training, food, and clothing. You would, after a short time, be allocated a job based on your skill set and the needs of the local economy. Once employed, you'd have an increased stipend and access to resources.
The thin man looked at Ben, letting him mull over his words. Ben was, or had been, he supposed, a rockbuster, scraping metal traces off of asteroids and selling them to the highest bidder at one of 100 belt stations was a meager living, but it kept the engines lit and put protein in the paste. He'd been hungry a few times in the last year, choosing parts and ship supplies over food. He'd come out this far in hopes of finding an untapped strike, something big in the cold halo of rock encircling the sun. A stable, warm life wasn't without its appeal. However, Ben cleared his throat.
So, if I wanted to keep flying my ship?
Mr. Gray shook his head.
Your ship is almost certainly not up to code. They would scrap it and give you fair market value.
Ben frowned.
Could I fly another ship?
The thin man gave him a wan smile.
If that was within your aptitude range,
said Ben. He sat in thought for a moment.
So, Gray, what are my options here?
Mr. Gray stood back up, towering over Ben.
Well, you could try to fly back in system, but you'd be intercepted by the patrol craft. You could keep going outward, but you'd be intercepted by the patrol craft. So really, you're just choosing where you meet them before you're picked up.
Ben stayed silent for a few more seconds. Ray lifted his head to look Mr. Gray in the eyes, resolve etched into his expression.
How about a third option?
He asked. Mr. Gray held his gaze for a few long seconds before breaking into a genuine, warm smile. He held out his hand to Ben once more.
Of course,
he said, eyes twinkling.
We're glad to have you on board, Mr. Green.
End of story. Cempasúchiles by TMarkos.
Hey, Del, come on.
Lisa urged.
I want to show you something.
She reached a hand into the darkened cubby, holding it open expectantly. With a listless sigh, a small frond drooped into her waiting palm. She smiled and squeezed it gently.
There we go. Come on out. Let's take a walk.
They made an odd pair, strolling through the dilapidated hallways of the station. Delarian was a riot of color and waving feathery fronds, although their vibrancy and motion were diminished of late. Lisa was slim and dark, her long hair flowing free behind her as she dragged her companion insistently down the corridor.
It's not good to sit inside all day.
She scolded gently.
You need more light. Maybe take a walk in the garden. Anywhere but that dark hole you sit in.
Del made a non-committal noise.
Just haven't felt like going out,
he said, his voice like dried flower petals. People were streaming past them dressed in colorful clothing and odd masks, mostly humans. The women were wearing long, embroidered skirts while the men wore gaudy suits and broad-brimmed hats.
Is there an event?
Del asked, the unusual garb registering even to his detached familiarity with human dress. Lisa squeezed her hand where she held him and clapped him a smile.
I told you I want to show you something.
Someone had stuffed bright golden flowers into makeshift planters along the sides of the common hall, and Lisa plucked one impishly to show Del.
Isn't it pretty?
Del took the bloom from her and examined it.
Your planet has such strange botany. What is it?
It's a marigold,
Lisa answered.
A Cempasúchile.
Why did you tell me to answers?
Del said confusedly.
Which one is it?
Lisa laughed, her voice echoing merrily off of the cold metal of the hall. Further down, someone had taken it upon themselves to supplement the flowers with colorful cloth hangings that stretched over the passers by like gauzy awnings.
Both are right, they're just different languages. Marigold is the word most people would use, most of the time, but this festival is from back on old Earth. Poppy used to tell me about it. For some things, the old word makes more sense.
Del ruffled his fronds in an amused gesture.
I've never found sense to be of primary importance to humans.
He retorted, looking around.
They've really gone wild decorating.
He said.
I haven't seen the place this covered in fluff since Rella and I.
He cut off suddenly, his fronds growing still, and Lisa's face fell.
Come on, Del,
she said, drawing his attention forward.
Let's keep going to the commons.
They walked in silence for a bit, following the increasing density of color and clamor until they arrived at the common, the wide domed area that made up the central social hub of the station. It was a riot of noise and bright fabric, pennants and streamers hanging from every available surface, and a few unavailable ones besides. Lines of dancers wound in serpentine paths around musicians who skirled away on brassy horns, and children of all species crowded around vendor stalls to grab at sugary treats. Lisa dragged Del towards one and haggled with the proprietor for a few noisy seconds before coming away with an armful of high-sugar foodstuffs. Del gave her an arch look.
That looks like it's literally just sugar,
he observed.
And it's wonderful.
Lisa raved, her mouth already full. She handed one to Del, crunching and swallowing her own.
Come on, it's a festival.
A festival about what, exactly?
Asked Del, turning the sweet over in his fronds. It was a bizarre caricature of an eyeless human face, prominent teeth grinning boldly. No, he thought, recalling his comparative anatomy class. This was the support scaffold for the human head. Bones, they called them. Actually, now that Del looked around, he saw the same motif echoed again and again. The mask so many of the festival goers sported evoked the same grinning face, and many of them had extended the theme across their whole body to show a cartoonish skeletal form. The candies and crafts that the vendors were hawking all prominently featured little bony forms dancing and capering, dressed in the same festival finery that the humans were sporting. Lisa looked a little uncomfortable.
The festival is called Dia de Muertos,
she said.
It's where people get together to remember people who aren't here.
Del stared back at her.
Death?
He said softly, realization and anger washing over him. The bony forms of the humans would resemble a human stripped of flesh by decay, just like the support ribs of his species left over after death. Just like. He pushed Lisa away angrily and began to storm back to his quarters.
You're unbelievable. You know that.
He shouted angrily.
Why would you take me here?
Del, wait.
Lisa cried, flinging her arms around him. Tears streamed from her eyes and soaked into his fronds as he struggled to break free. But humans were built much more solidly than his species.
Please, wait.
She sobbed.
I didn't mean to upset you, I just wanted to help.
How does this help?
He hissed, stopping his useless efforts to break free.
Seeing you all dancing and singing about death. You're all a bunch of morbid psychopaths who celebrate something like that.
Lisa was sobbing in earnest, barely able to choke out words in response. He tore himself away from her and stormed off through the crowd, ignoring her pleas from behind him. He stalked through the throng of laughing and dancing revelers, his senses blurred from the assault of color and sound. Instinctively, he sought out the quiet fringes of the common, moving along a row of colorful displays lined up near the wall. He paced past them without seeing them at first, but after his anger faded back into gray despair, his eyes began to make sense of what he was seeing. Holograms and old-style flat pictures were stacked on makeshift shrines, studded with candles, food, and the omnipresent Cempasúchiles glowing cheerily from every niche. Each one was dedicated to one person. He realized the dead from the station looked out over the party from these shrines, their holograms staring sightlessly at the festivities.
So many,
he murmured, caught up in the display despite himself. The border states had been increasingly lawless for some time, and most people here had lost family and friends to the raids. His anger flared up again, setting his fronds shaking. How could they celebrate so cavalierly, celebrate while confronted with the faces of the ones they lost? He kept pacing resolutely, not knowing or caring where he walked. The faces of the dead streamed by in a rush, blurring together. Then, at once, he stopped. From a small, brightly decorated niche shone a flutter of vibrant color, an elegant motion. He stumbled towards it in a silent daze.
Relania.
He whispered. The hologram twirled and hopped, her fronds snapping and shuffling in coquettish amusement. This was from the party they had thrown to celebrate buying their first freighter. He realized, looking around the display, he could see several other items laid out beside the hologram. A few bites of jatali, her favorite snack, a frond tie in a pattern she would have found fetching, little snippets of her everyday life laid out around her dancing image. Flooding his brain with remembrances, he sat staring at the small shrine, breathing in the fumes of the candles and the scent of the marigolds. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he eventually became aware of Lisa standing close behind him. He turned to look and found her hunched over, her hands stuffed into her pockets and her eyes rimmed with red.
I'm sorry,
She said quietly, her voice wavering at the edge of tears.
I thought it would make you feel better.
Dell extended his fronds and embraced the little girl warmly.
It's okay.
He said soothingly, his own voice unsteady with emotion. Lisa broke down sobbing again and flung her arms around him, crushing him into an embrace. They stayed that way in front of the shrine for a long time, lost in the swirl of dancing and music that swept up the station. Lisa eventually broke free of the hug and wiped her eyes on her sleeve.
You're not mad.
She said, sniffling. Dell fluffed outwards in negation.
I could never be mad at you, Lisa.
He said reassuringly. She gave him a wobbly smile, then looked at Rella's shrine, fishing in her pocket. She took out a crumpled printout of a picture and smoothed it.
Is it okay if I?
She trailed off. Dell nodded, and Lisa put the picture on the shrine. In it, a laughing man with a great bushy mustache and a beautiful young woman with long dark hair were smiling, holding a laughing toddler. Lisa stepped back carefully and stared at the shrine. Dell wrapped his fronds around her arm.
Lisa.
He asked. She looked at him and gave him a brave little smile, her eyes still glistening with tears.
Thanks.
He said.
For everything.
End of story. The Good Captain Jayme Dawson by TMarkos. They were, undoubtedly, bleeped. Cian stared out the viewport with mounting dread as the pirates fanned out around them in space, the strong glow of their shields only outmatched by the blazing lines of the interdiction net woven around the merchant's burden. His ship, his first ship, and now they were going to take it from him. He took a steadying breath, his gill flaps flaring away from the agitated teal skin of his neck, then turned to face his crew. They were few and somber, appropriate for the situation. Kayet and Rian had been his pilot and navigator since the beginning, and they knew what capture by pirates meant. Slavery as chattel, if they were lucky, indentured labor in some vacuum-blasted mine if they weren't. Rian had just taken his second mate during their last stop home. The poor man. Behind them were Crostal and X, the grizzled engineers that kept the whole ship afloat. He couldn't blame them for their current situation. Of course, because what freighter could ever outrun the combat cruisers favored by pirates? Even if he were to commit them all to financial ruin by dumping their cargo, the pirates would outstrip him handily. Crostal's gelid face wasn't suited to displaying fear, but X had gone deep crimson in alarm and retreated into his carapace as soon as it became clear they were cornered. Cian could hardly blame him. His gaze turned to the newest members of his crew, Daniel and Richard, two humans, not a race he commonly flew with. Although, he thought mournfully, it's not like he would be flying with anyone going forward. They had signed on as stevedores, and extra hands for Crostal, although it had emerged sometime in their second run that Daniel was a surprisingly talented cook. Maybe he could get a nicer posting as a house slave, Cian thought, resolving to mention it to the pirates. The poor custards didn't seem to know which way was aft half the time, and he couldn't see them surviving a day in a labor camp. Of all the crew, he worried most about them. He took another deep breath, then began his last address to the crew.
Friends,
he intoned,
I am truly sorry. I have failed as your captain, and now we stand to lose our freedom and our livelihood.
He gripped the console to steady himself, a rush of emotions making his breath flutter. All of these years building up his pathetic personal holdings. And for what? For a crew of bedraggled pirates to steal it out from under him. It wasn't fair. It wasn't right. But, nevertheless, it was. Cian looked up again.
Remember not to resist when they board us, or you'll just get injured. Daniel, make sure you tell them.
Daniel's bestubbled face gaped wide in shock as he peered over Cian's shoulder, staring out the window with awe.
Cap'n, look at that.
He shouted, his greasy finger outstretched. Hope flared in Cian's heart as he spun around. Was it the fleet? Had they heard his distress beacon? The chances of a battlecruiser being in this vicinity. But as he saw the object of Daniel's astonishment, his heart sank once more. No battleship, but a mere patrol boat streaked into view on an odd vector. They were still far off, but the tiny boat was barely visible as a speck on their view screens. Compared to the pirates, and therefore cruisers, the boat may as well have been another poor bleep in a freighter. Cian shook his head.
Kayat,
He said softly,
hail them. Tell them that we appreciate the effort, but they can't help us. There's no sense in that little boat getting killed on our account.
Kayat nodded grimly and began the hail, then frowned.
Captain, we can't hail them,
he said in confusion.
They're either locked down or their comms are dead.
Idiots.
Cian seethed, gripping his console even tighter as he watched the ship spiral towards its inevitable death. Already 2 of the pirates had peeled away from the group to intercept the new arrival, but even if they all had left, it would be a trivial matter to recapture the burden. The points of light drew closer and closer in the viewer, and as they closed to engagement range, the pirates fired with dazzling beams of energy that seared white lines against the cosmos and flared an impossibly brilliant blood red when they struck the shields of the patrol boat. Cian's mouth gaped open in astonishment as the patrol boat weathered not 1 salvo, but 2, then 3, its tiny shields seeming to grow brighter and brighter until they were shining like a bloody star against the void. Then it struck back, crimson lances of light beggaring the weapons of the pirates with their roaring fury. The pirate cruisers had stout shields, but as multiple beams hammered again and again into the weakest points of their protective shell, Cian saw the captains of the ships waver. It was too late to run. One by one the pirate ships lost their shields, flashes of actinic blue-white splashing from their hull as the generators overloaded. The next shots from the gunboat carved into their fleeing sterns without resistance, sending glittering fountains of red-hot metal and the flailing bodies of crew sailing away in spirals. Cian could make no sense of it. How could this tiny ship be facing down one of the strongest pirate fleets he had ever even heard of and still be winning? He couldn't even feel the joy of salvation amid the maelstrom of disbelief that swallowed him as he watched the last pirate cruiser split in 2, its primary reactor going up like a miniature sun. The red ship slowed its course after the last of the pirates died, swinging wide to come around beside them. Cian tore his eyes away from the viewport and turned back to Kayat, completely at a loss.
Can you still not hail them?
He croaked.
What are they?
As Kayat tried once more to connect their communicator to that of their mysterious savior, Cian noticed that Richard was excitedly batting at Daniel's shoulder. He walked over dazedly to hear what the rotund human was muttering. ...
Red shields. Danny?
He whispered insistently.
And the beams were red too, just like old Georgie used to tell.
Daniel nodded back with a huge grin plastered on his face, his fingers drumming nervously on his console in a tick.
I saw, Ricky, I saw. It were the Christian, for sure.
Gentlemen,
Cian said hoarsely.
are you familiar with that ship?
Oh, yes, sir.
Daniel replied earnestly, shooting up to stand at attention sloppily.
Thus Jayme Dawson's ship, that is.
Richard stood beside him, nodding fervently.
For sure it is, Cap'n. No other ship like it.
Cian was dumbstruck. These two knew about this mysterious ship. He didn't dislike the two humans, but they had never given any impression of worldliness, or broad knowledge, or of narrow knowledge, or knowledge of any sort. For them to know the ship on sight was absurd.
Wait,
He said, grasping for some logical purchase.
you've seen this ship before.
Oh, no, sir.
Daniel said, shaking his head.
It's a lucky man sees Dawson's Christian, and a poor sod that hopes to see it. But we know the stories. We do.
Richard nodded even harder beside him.
Oh, aye, stories.
He said.
And the songs, Danny?
Daniel scowled and swatted Richard on the shoulder.
Quiet, ye dumb custard. Don't be bothering the Cap'n with that trash ye call singin'.
He turned back to Cian apologetically, his face becoming animated with excitement again.
Begging your pardon, sir.
He said cautiously. Cian stood absolutely dumbfounded. Not only was this more words than he had ever heard either of them speak in a row, but he had understood none of them. Most days he would have put it down to their odd manner of speaking, but he was reasonably sure the problem lay elsewhere today. The churning gears of his mind were rudely interrupted by a shout from Kayet.
Sir,
Kayet yelled.
they're swinging around close and dropping shields.
Ooh.
Richard crooned.
Cap'n, you're gonna want to look at this.
Don't tell the Cap'n what he wants to look at, ye daft custard.
Daniel hissed.
But begging your pardon, sir, they say Dawson's Christian is a sight few men see, and fewer ever forget. They do.
They do at that, Danny.
Richard whispered. Dazed, Cian swung around to stare out the viewport, just in time for reality to shatter around him. The ship slid by them, dangerously close, its shields down to reveal its battle-scarred hull. Huge rents were torn into it side down to the bare decking, and as they drew closer, Cian could actually see stars shining through some of the holes that transected the little patrol boat completely. But if stars were all he saw, he might have slept easy that night. Instead, within the gaping wounds that pierced the ship, he saw shambling corpses. Their flesh was desiccated to naught but bone and the shreds of their antiquated uniforms. Their skin rimed over with frost from the cold void, but their eyes were the thing that would haunt Cian for years afterward. Blood-red and burning with the same hatred that shone like fresh murder from their shields and beams, Cian and his crew stared in stupefaction as the impossible, terrifying, unbelievable ship slid by and, as it cleared their bow, faded like a bad holo against the carpet of stars behind them. The scarred hull, the ruined decking, the dead engines all faded to nothingness. The last thing Cian saw was the grim and imposing stance of a tall man with one foot perched on his console, staring sightlessly ahead into the void. He stayed longest of all, his head slowly swiveling to fix Cian with his fiery glare before he, too, faded against the stars. Silence reigned on the bridge for a long moment before Cian turned woodenly to look at his crew. They stood aghast. The impossible horror of what they had seen etched into their faces like the breaches in the patrol boat's hull. Well, most of them. Richard and Daniel stood with gigantic soppy grins on their faces, still staring at where the ship had vanished.
What?
Cian stammered.
What?
Though were Cap'n Dawson hisself, Ricky.
Daniel cheered.
Jayme Dawson come to save us from the pirates.
Sure it were him, Danny.
Shouted Richard from beside him.
And the Christian we its crew, just like in the stories.
Oh, I.
Nodded Daniel.
And the songs, Ricky.
What the bleep?
Screamed Cian, causing his crew to flinch in stunned surprise. He stood staring at his crew with wild eyes, his fists clenched and his gill flaps heaving.
What the bleep? What? I don't? How? They were they dead? It's what the bleep.
Well, Cap'n.
Daniel said, unperturbed by his outburst.
Back in the War o' 82 it was.
2782, Danny.
Richard whispered.
Shut it, ye daft custard.
Daniel bellowed. Cian stared at him blankly.
Begging your pardon, sir.
He apologized.
Anyways, it was the War o' 82 when Jayme Dawson got the Christian as his command, and it were the finest ship of the fleet despite it being a wee patrol boat. They were famous during the war and all, but then after the war they was given to hunting pirates. Thus when Cap'n Dawson really made a name for himself.
Daniel explained. Richard nodded energetically behind him, his greasy hair flopping back and forth.
Ratcatcher Dawson, they called him. And Dawson the Scourge. And Bloody Jayme, and...
Shut it.
Daniel snapped.
But begging your pardon, sir, they did. Anyways, the pirates got to hatting him so bad they decided to lay a trap.
Dirty trap, Danny.
Richard noted.
Shut it, Ricky. But begging your pardon, sir, they made a miscalculation of it because all the ships they had lying in ambushes for Captain Dawson were found cut to ribbons. They were,
Daniel said smugly.
But they never found the Dawson neither.
Richard burst out, ignoring the scowl from Daniel.
The Christian and her whole crew up and vanished.
Shut it, you gobshite.
Daniel shouted.
Begging your pardon, Cap'n, but that's how it is. The whole ship were missing, and to this day they say that old Jayme Dawson sails the sky looking for more pirates to fight and good merchants to save.
The two humans beamed up at Cian, having told the story to their satisfaction. Cian stared back at them, feeling small popping noises in his head. This was it, he thought morosely. They were captured by the pirates after all, and his mind simply wasn't up to the stress. It had snapped, and he had imagined some sort of odd wish-fulfillment fever dream. As the vessels in his brain burst from fatal terror and despair, Crostal made a soft blubbing noise.
Quir, what a fright.
Richard said, rubbing his chest. The popping noises in Cian's head stopped, and reality came smashing back into his skull. He let out a low, gibbering moan, then stared with wide eyes back at his crew once more.
Please.
He begged.
Please explain this, somebody. I can't.
Well,
said Daniel thoughtfully, missing or ignoring the look of horror from Cian as he spoke.
I can't rightly say what started him off sailing round hunting pirates, we his ghostly crew.
Vengeance, Danny.
Hissed Richard.
Shut it.
Daniel barked.
But it were vengeance most like. Some hatred, but most like it were vengeance.
Of course,
said Cian, his hands opening and closing spasmodically.
A ship fueled by vengeance and hatred. It makes,
he whispered.
It makes perfect sense.
To right.
Agreed Richard. Cian stared desperately at the rest of his crew, but they had resolved themselves to silence. He heard what might be the sound of X vomiting inside of his carapace.
Could you?
He whispered weakly.
Could you perhaps explain why nobody has ever seen this ship before now?
Nobody,
said Daniel indignantly.
Why, if nobody's seen this ship before now, how's come we know the stories?
And the songs, Danny.
Richard whispered.
Shut it, E-tone deef custard.
Daniel roared.
But begging your pardon, Cap'n, we don rightly know how Cap'n Dawson goes about it. Ye may no see him much if there's no humans in your crew.
Oh, what?
Richard said breathlessly.
Cap'n Dawson looks after good human merchants. Know that he's racist or summit.
O' course he's no racist, yet daft shite.
Daniel shouted, smacking Richard in the back of the head.
Cap'n Dawson is a pair o' gongs o' virtue, an upstanding man. Why else do he sail about the sky, resqueen your blubberin' ash from pirates?
He turned back to Cian apologetically.
Begging your pardon, Cap'n, but that's how it is. The Christian only shows himself for human crew. Rules, it is.
Cian grabbed his console so tightly that he could feel the delicate glass of the screen cracking.
Rules.
He gasped.
Yes, rules for the vengeance ship. With the dead people, of course there are rules. It all makes sense.
Right ye are, sir, Daniel said agreeably. Myself, I figure thou I know how the hyperdrive works no more, and I know how Cap'n Dawson sails round the sky wi' his bones out to the void.
And his ship all shot through, Danny.
Richard urged.
Shut it, Ricky.
Daniel said crossly.
But begging your pardon, Cap'n, that's how it is. The hyperdrive still goes. When Kayet there hits the button, and those pirates are still dashed to ribbons out the viewport. I don't rightly know how, but I see what I see. How's the good Cap'n any different from the hyperdrive?
Cian sank to his knees and began to laugh softly, his hands clutching the sides of his head. He didn't know. Void help him. He didn't know. Ray. Galactic Tribunal notice of war crimes and charter violations. To whom it may concern, please accept our sincere apologies for the delayed nature of this message, as some of the contentions in the previous notice of charter violations were wholly unprecedented and required original research to address. We would like to set forth the following contentions in response. That The modular building blocks known variously as LEGO bricks, Lego or Legos are not in violation of the Galactic Charter on pain-inflicting devices. The much-publicized incident involving the motor appendages of Tribunal controller Jayme notwithstanding, in particular, the prohibition on caltrops or mines designed to inflict sensory or motor damage requires that the device in question destroy or otherwise render inoperative sensory apparatus. In the controller's case, his reaction demonstrates definitively that his pain sense was fully functional. LEGO bricks likewise do not fall in contravention of the restrictions on distribution of weapons prototyping tools. Section 2 mandates that such prototyping tools must allow for detailed modeling of functional weapon sets. LEGO bricks are, as our exhibits readily show, inert and durable plastic. The use of LEGO bricks as an entertainment tool for human and non-human children does not constitute a covert attempt to militarize young sophons, as the distinguished ambassador from the Greeks has contended. We do not feel the need to elaborate on our rejection of this baseless claim. Attempts to restrict the sale of LEGO bricks under the auspices of the Licensing Board for Architectural Engineering are ill-conceived and motivated primarily by a perceived threat to their proprietary and highly lucrative modular building drafting set. Additional exhibits. Please find attached the following supplementary materials, in addition to those sent in our previous message: physically mediated abstract visualization and narrative construction in human children, Lakovsky et al., Journal of Adolescent and Pre-Adolescent Cognition, A History of LEGO Bricks, DUK Megacluster 492, LEGO Supercomplex Administrative Office, Internal Messages from the Licensing Board for Architectural Engineering, provided courtesy of DUK Communique 9032, 3 hours of footage of young human and non-human children in an undirected play session with LEGO bricks, an accompanying medical and psychological evaluation of the children from the above exhibit, before and after exposure to LEGO bricks, 10 additional boxed LEGO construction kits, including the steps of Sarxalon set referenced in the claims by controller Jayme. We hope that the additional supplementary materials are helpful in your evaluation of our contentions. Please be advised that regardless of your findings, the human allied worlds are not able to dictate terms to the Dansk Judenjordist Compagnie regarding their production or distribution of LEGO bricks. The various Earth Origin Obercorporate entities have their own independent standing with the Tribunal. If the Tribunal wishes to attempt negotiations on their own initiative with the DUK, we would advise selecting a legal team from a relatively longer-lived species to avoid unnecessary project staff turnover. Furthermore, we wish to advise the Tribunal that resource constraints and copyright licensing agreements render us unable to provide additional LEGO kit exhibits beyond the ones previously delivered. We are likewise unable to assist in acquiring several of the sets you identified as rare, sold out, or otherwise unavailable in retail outlets. For these items, we recommend a licensed reseller and certainly cannot recommend any of the alleged unlicensed individuals offering used or opened, like new kits labeled as studded plastic building bricks or similar on unregulated peer-to-peer retail markets. The human allied worlds respects and supports the copyright privileges of our Obercorporate partners. Please direct the numerous requests we have received for supplementary evidence and exhibits to one of the many DUK licensed distributors on your world. Please likewise convey our best wishes to Controller Jayme during his period of convalescence. Cordially, Richard Stebbins, Representative Plenipotentiary of the Human Allied World. Sovereign, written by TMarkos. The Warrens below. The spaceport on Nepenthe were not Lee's favorite place to stroll, but she had to admit there was a certain dystopian chic to them that was hard to dislike. They had character, if nothing else. Blaring neon that scaled to wavelengths above and below her perception lit awnings stretched over 100 merchant stalls, hawking foods, scrap tech, and biomatter of 1,000 varieties. Most of it was illegal, of course, and a large portion was lethal, especially the food. That didn't stop her from pausing before a rickety noodle cart, her nose intrigued by the melange of spices and smokes wafting from under its stained awning. The vendor was a till, all tentacles and eyeballs as it dashed spices over steaming masses of boiled and fried carbs with some sort of dark sauce. It noticed her attention almost immediately, giving her a polite nod of its head.
Sovereign.
It greeted her, its voice wet and deep.
We are honored to serve you.
Hi.
Lee replied, her eyes flitting over the food on offer.
This stuff human spec.
Assuredly.
It burbled.
We are always pleased to nourish your kind.
It wasn't the most reassuring confirmation, but it did smell good. She scanned the various piles of ingredients and found nothing even remotely familiar.
Yeah, sure.
She grunted.
You know what? Just make me something tasty. Dealer's choice. Heavy on whatever protein you pick.
An honor, Sovereign.
It replied happily, sweeping a pile of noodles into a pot. Lee frowned.
You keep calling me that.
She noted.
It's not my name, you know.
The Till's head ducked briefly, several bulbous eyes fixing on her own.
We call you what you are, Sovereign.
It said, amusement running through its voice.
Even if you do not know it.
I know what the word means, Squid Boy.
She sighed.
We're speaking my lingo, after all. I hate to break it to you, but I'm not the ruler of anything in particular.
More eyes trained on her, and the tentacles shuffled ingredients around a gleaming chopping block.
Not so, Sovereign.
It replied chidingly.
You rule a universe, after all.
She snorted, a burst of incredulous laughter forcing its way out.
Oh, really?
She asked amusedly.
Someone must have forgotten to hand me the memo. Is this a paid position?
The Till's tentacles slowed, and for a moment all of its eyes rested on her. She felt a chill that lingered even as the Till's attention slipped off her, its work resuming.
The food,
It said, its voice quieter than before.
when you look at the food, what do you see?
Lee gave it a skeptical look.
Noodles, I hope.
She replied.
You're making me think twice, though.
What are noodles?
It asked.
What are?
She sputtered, trailing off incredulously.
You know, coming from a noodle vendor, that's an odd question. Coming from the squid about to serve me what I desperately hope are noodles. It's downright disconcerting.
Noodles are thin carbohydrate filaments.
The Till replied tonelessly.
They are a nutritional staple, yes?
Lee nodded, unsure what to say. The Till slowed again, all of its eyes locking on her once more before dispersing to their tasks. For tentacles grasped knives and began to dice vegetables she could not identify, probably vegetables.
Are they nothing else?
It asked softly.
They're a food I like.
She asked tentatively.
I used to eat them pretty much every day at home. My mom would make them with chili oil and whatever leftovers were handy. I like them because they're warm and tasty, and they remind me of when I was a kid.
She paused, momentarily unsure why she had said so much.
Good.
The Till replied, whisking the veggies into a pan and swirling them in glistening oil.
Home, parents, warmth and memories of childhood. Does any of that change my noodles here in the pot?
Lee blinked.
We're getting a bit philosophical for lunch, but I'm going to say no.
She guessed.
Correct.
It replied.
They remain mine until...
It trailed off, quickly tossing the noodles in the pan with the assortment of golden brown cubes that had been frying. With practiced motions, it swept them into a bowl, sprinkling traces of seasonings and oils across the top before handing a neatly made bowl with two short chopsticks to Lee. She took it hesitantly, and as her hands touched the bowl, all of the Till's eyes were fixed on it. A shudder went through the squid-like alien as she accepted the food.
Until they are yours,
It said dazedly.
unique among all I have cooked. An honor, Sovereign.
Now wait just a dang minute.
She retorted, annoyed.
You're making way too much out of this. There's nothing special about handing me a bowl of noodles.
She sniffed at it, realizing her mouth was watering.
Tasty noodles.
She amended.
But still, stop calling me sovereign.
The Till began to scrub its pan clean, burbling in a pleased manner.
Do you know what would happen if I served these noodles to a till?
It asked. She shook her head, and it bobbled its own contentedly.
They would be till noodles. The same with a crisp, a HTT, any one of 100 species. When I make this for them, it is the same bowl every time. They all look at it and see the same thing, think the same thoughts. Humans, though.
It continued.
Humans are interesting. No genetic memory, no thought links, no points of comparison or normalization. Every one of you a singular, self-contained system, thinking their own thoughts.
It swiped a tentacle across the chopping block, clearing it.
Every bowl of noodles, unique.
Piff.
Lee grumbled, only half invested in disagreeing through a mouthful of delicious, Savory noodles.
God dang, these are delicious even if you're nuts.
She swallowed, shaking her head.
There's nothing special about me, though.
She objected.
Nothing uncommon.
The till admitted, adding some water to its pot.
But special, oh yes. You are the only one who sees your universe, Sovereign. Every moment is unique, irreplaceable. Put another till behind this counter and it will see what I see, feel what I feel because it thinks what I think. We all eat the same noodles when we partake.
That seems a little sad.
Lee said, scraping the bottom of the bowl for a few stray tidbits.
It is life.
The till replied noncommittally.
We are what we are, and so are all the others. But
it said, triumph threading into its voice.
I glimpse what is singular. I create what has not been created by any before me. I give you noodles, and what you take from my hands has never been experienced by another living being. Shall never be experienced again. It is bliss.
It is noodles.
Lee retorted tiredly.
Maybe a little bliss, mostly because of the crispy bits.
Pork belly.
The till nodded.
Aside from unique universal perspective, probably the best thing your planet has gifted the universe.
Whatever you say, Squid Boy.
She replied, handing the bowl back. The till took it from her hands, caressing it for a moment before discarding it into a pile of unwashed dishes.
How much is this singular experience going to cost me?
20 creds.
The till replied innocently, pointedly ignoring Lee's indignant sputtering. She plunked a few scraps of plastic on the counter with a glare.
Not sure me and my universe will be coming back here. At that price.
She grumbled.
So long, Squid Boy. Good luck with that perspective.
She stalked off, leaving the till alone at his stall.
Farewell,
it whispered.
Sovereign of the universe.
End of The Third Way by TMarkos. A blinding flare of light went up from the station ahead, forcing the bridge crew to shield their eyes.
Damn it.
Liam spat, blinking away after images, to scan his console.
It's no good, the station is coming apart. We've got debris incoming.
It was a mark of Kai's professionalism that she did little more than nod in acknowledgement before racing back to her station, hurriedly realigning their thrusters so that they could dodge the incoming debris. Threads of fire wrapped around shattered girders as secondary explosions rippled through the station hanging in front of them, spiraling doomed into its host planet's gravity well. 10,000 people, Liam thought, and he could do nothing. He squeezed a fist tight enough to hurt before forcing himself to turn away.
Chun, Vector.
He barked.
1 minute.
Came the harried reply. The lean helmsman was bleeding from a cut over his scalp, and blood dripped freely onto the navigation console, smearing over the screen when his fingers touched it.
Local space got real crowded just now. The computer is having a bleeping conniption.
60 seconds. I'm going to hold you to it.
Liam snapped back.
We're already way too close to that debris plume.
Small pieces of blackened metal were already racing past them at a dangerous clip, some trailing lambent tails of plasma in their wake. The space was becoming saturated with debris. It was only a matter of time before a collision was a near certainty, and they'd probably catch a piece well before that. He thought darkly. They needed to be gone yesterday.
Cap, red trace.
Kai sang out.
Got a big bleeper coming in. ET of 50 seconds minus.
She flipped her screen around so they could all see the velocity track drawn in dull scarlet on her monitor to intersect their course.
Chun, give me a course.
Liam roared, racing to free up power for their burn.
Kai, throttle. I want some bleeping legs under us now.
They didn't reply, and for a span of seconds there was only eerie silence on the bridge as they worked at their stations.
Sir?
Chun said, his voice cracking.
If we dodge it hits the Rubicon.
The color drained from Liam's face. The Rubicon was the last of the evacuating transports to escape the station, with at least 100 escapees aboard. It was less than half the complement of his own Xerxes, but the smaller ship was civilian slow and would never be able to avoid the projectile.
If we stay,
Liam asked.
It misses.
Chun nodded.
It'll hit the reactor, so that should.
He trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. Scatter it, vaporize it, annihilate the ship, and crew to a man.
Then we stay,
Liam said softly.
Sir.
Kai shouted, her face flushed.
We can't scrap the Xerxes for that little boat. We've got to move.
We swore an oath.
Liam began, but Kai rushed over with burning eyes.
Not for this.
She snarled.
I'm not going to die for a handful of.
You swore an oath.
Liam bellowed.
To protect the people on that ship.
You'll kill twice as many by saving them.
She retorted.
Good men and women. We're running out of time. Chun, get us moving.
Belay that.
Liam snapped.
Kai.
She was already moving, her hand darting towards her service weapon. Liam cursed and reached for his own pistol, but he was too slow. He could see it in slow motion. Her face contorted in anger and fear as she lifted the weapon, and a shot raced out and took her in the chest, sending her choking to the deck in a spray of blood and steam. Liam snapped his head to look at Chun, ghost white and shaking as a pistol dropped out of his hands.
Bleep, Cap.
Chun whispered.
Oh, bleep, what did I, Kai?
You just saved the Rubicon.
Liam said, not quite keeping the shake out of his voice.
You did good, Chun.
Chun sank to his knees, staring at his hands while alarms blared around them.
Cap.
He said dazedly.
Don't worry about it.
Liam said tiredly.
Just close your eyes.
Chun did. As the timer on Kai's screen ticked to 0, there was a blinding flare of light went up from the station ahead, forcing the bridge crew to shield their eyes. Damn it, Liam spat, blinking away after images to scan his console.
It's no good. The station is coming apart. We've got debris incoming.
His eyes seemed to blur as he watched Kai nod and move back to her station, desperately reconfiguring the ship's thrusters.
Chun.
He called out dazedly.
Vector.
1 minute.
Chun shouted.
Local space got real crowded.
Liam tuned him out, his head buzzing uncomfortably. What was wrong with him? He felt disoriented, detached, like he was watching himself through a hallway.
50 seconds minus.
Kai yelled, flipping her screen around.
We can't move.
Liam croaked, drawing concerned looks from the others.
If we move, it hits the Rubicon.
You can't know that, sir.
Kai retorted, stalking towards him.
You can't throw away the Xerxes on a gut feeling like that.
Kai, he's right.
Chun interrupted.
If we move, it hits them directly.
So,
She spat back.
there are only a handful of people on board. You want to kill all of us for them.
We swore an oath.
Liam whispered. Kai's eyes narrowed, and adrenaline flooded through him as he remembered. His hand dipped to his weapon, faster but still too slow. His shot took Kai in the stomach. Hers took him in the chest. They both fell to the deck as Chun began to scream. Darkness nibbled at Liam's vision as Chun's screams grew muffled. End of scene. Flare of light went up from the station ahead, and Liam stared into it with haunted eyes. He could still feel the blood on his hands, hear the clap of the gunfire ringing in his ears. He had watched the 3 of them die for what seemed like an eternity. Crouching on the deck and holding Chun's lifeless face in his hands, he had felt something inside him stretch past the breaking point, and he could not bring himself to play out the farce any longer.
Cap!
Kai shouted.
Sir, we've got to go.
I'm dead.
Liam whispered.
The ship was destroyed by debris. None of this is real.
Chun got up from his station and turned to look Liam in the eye.
Oh dear.
He said worriedly.
I think he's figured it out.
Kai spun around and walked to stand beside Chun, her eyes examining Liam's confused expression closely.
Well,
She said wryly.
he has now.
What?
Liam stammered, scarcely able to think.
What is this?
Chun sat down on Liam's console primly.
Kind of a silly question, don't you think?
He replied.
I mean, you've been here right along with us the whole time. I should think you would remember.
I don't think that's the disconnect.
Kai drawled, sitting the console opposite from Chun.
Temporals often confuse what with some of the other ones. Why? How? A few others they haven't figured out yet.
Liam looked between them helplessly, feeling clearer-headed but finding that it wasn't doing him any favors.
You aren't Chun and Kai.
He said accusingly.
Well, obviously not.
Chun replied.
They aren't the subject of discussion here, after all. They're just fulcrums and levers in the end.
And I am.
Liam asked hoarsely.
The subject of discussion, I mean.
Egotist.
Kai chuckled.
Not you, though, not really. Just an interesting minute or so on the end of a rather dull life.
Chun scoffed.
Not even a minute.
He tutted.
But credit where credit is due, I suppose. You did manage to do something quite novel in the end.
The increased awareness was becoming a detriment for Liam, who found himself feeling woozy once more.
What did I do?
He asked faintly. Chun and Kai shared a look.
You ignored everything.
Chun said disgustedly.
But
Kai chirped.
You still died believing you were justified.
Yes, it was quite something.
Chun said ruefully.
you traded 223 lives for 100.
Yours among the dead, I might add.
Kai muttered.
Indeed,
Chun continued irritably.
you sacrifice skilled, trained individuals for a handful of assorted laborers. That was an odd choice.
You sacrificed the men and women you'd grown to love like family instead of strangers.
Kai noted cheerfully.
But we
Liam began.
swore an oath.
They caroused together. Before Chun rolled his eyes,
Yes,
he said,
We've certainly heard you say that a few times recently, but it's not like they were all willing to make the sacrifice, were they?
Did not want to die.
Kai sang, holding up her hand.
Along with 47 other members of your crew, you did not have the option of personally murdering. By the way,
they still swore an oath.
Liam repeated, ignoring their pained expressions.
Was the captain. It was my responsibility even if they abdicated theirs.
Incredible.
Chun said.
amazing.
Kai agreed.
His mind is balancing to wholly contradictory interpretations of morality without hitting any snags. He even rationalized shooting me in pretty much every scenario. And did you know they used to?
Kai held her fingers up to form a circle and poked another finger through it, waggling her eyebrows suggestively.
No?
Chun gasped, clapping a hand over his mouth theatrically.
I mean, yes, I obviously knew.
Stop.
Liam shouted, drawing scathing looks from the others.
You think I wanted this?
He screamed.
You think I wanted to kill my friends, watch them die? They were my family. They were my life.
And you killed them.
Chun said softly.
For no gain.
And you killed them.
Kai repeated.
Against everything you held dear.
And I would again.
Liam rasped, glaring at them.
Because it was the right thing to do. And you two will stop dishonoring their memory with this sick game.
There was a sigh, and the bridge of the Xerxes melted away around him. There was nothing left to see, at least not with eyes. But the nothingness was of two sides. The first was of order and law, strength and stagnation, the greatest good for the greatest number and grand, lofty immutability. The second was of dreams and needs, power and decay, the fulfillment of true ambitions and the whirling dynamo that was life itself. Liam floated between them forever, for there was no time.
You know, this wager has really gotten out of hand,
said consistency.
Agreed.
Replied entropy.
I'm thinking we should call it a wash.
Wager.
Liam asked, finding some indignation even in this incorporeal plane.
All this was a wager.
Well, of course,
said eternity, sounding nettled.
We had a disagreement over which way you'd lean, in the end.
So we decided to explore all the angles, as it were,
explained transients.
Bet a sliver of our power on the outcome.
I was sure you'd choose to save all those lives, all those skilled crewmen,
sighed Adamant.
I never thought you'd toss aside your family like that.
Entropy groused.
You were supposed to pick a side, and instead you just decided arbitrarily that you were going to die.
Liam heard a faint raspberry echo through the formless void.
No fun.
I decided,
Liam said, trailing off. He thought for another timeless Ian, drifting in the line between.
No,
he said, and his voice rippled through the fundament.
I decided. I chose.
What was that?
Truth asked, sounding rather alarmed.
You did something.
Belief said accusingly.
What did you do?
I picked what was mine.
Liam said.
I may not have even an atom of what you to possess, but that speck of dust is my choice, and I claim it. I choose neither of your sides,
he said, and his words stretched the barriers of reality.
I choose my own.
Well, that's preposterous.
Order scoffed.
Yeah, you can just go. Not exist somewhere.
Chaos sniffed.
Go on, shoo.
You're forgetting something,
came the reply, and for the first time duality felt something new, something creeping and trickling along the boundless perimeter of their being. A distinction was made that had not existed, and where neither of them held sway, something new rose up from non-existence to look at them. Existence gulped.
I believe there was a wager.
Humanity growled. The Free Agent by TMarkos. He should have charged more for this job, Ethan reflected, pulling his coat tighter about him as the wind whipped down the narrow alleyway. Decrepit facades of warehouses and disused factories rose around him in a gallery of rusted metal and shattered glass, rhymed over with filthy ice and spirals of sickly frost. More than the surroundings, though, the miasma of the place rose up to surround him like a choking cloud. Dark, evil residue left by dark, evil deeds. This was not a nice neighborhood. He reached a numb hand into his coat pocket and rummaged for a bit before withdrawing it with a small, hexagonal wooden token. A tracking rune was engraved upon its surface, and a small metal pin protruded a few millimeters. From the center, he stabbed his thumb with the pin, too cold to feel any pain, and a fat drop of blood slid into the grooves of the rune. The wood drank the blood greedily, and after a second the tracker rose from his hand and began to float away. He followed it through the maze of alleys, shuffling over patches of ice, and cursing under his breath at the weather, until it paused before a battered door. The rune flashed once, a bright light that seemed to be several colors, and none then fell to the rancid asphalt as a pile of ash rapidly blowing away in the chill wind. Ethan sighed and pulled out a handful of tokens. Warding, blessing, awareness, reflexes, worth half of what he was being paid, he reflected bitterly. But you had to be alive to spend money. The pressure of the miasma clinging to the warehouse receded a bit as he felt the power flow through him, the cold biting just a little less. He straightened up, even warded. The ambience of this place was fullest black. He pulled out a snub-nosed revolver and took a steadying pull from a flask in his pocket before kicking the door in. There were no guards immediately inside, but his enhanced ears could hear the pounding of feet drawn by the noise of his entry. He kept the revolver ready in his left hand while reaching his ash, and blood smudged right into his pocket once more. The first of the men who entered came at him with a tire iron and got a bullet in his forehead for the trouble, but the next had a battered-looking sawed-off and the grim face of a practiced killer. He took cover behind the doorway before Ethan could get a shot off. He cursed and pricked his finger once more on a fire rune, hurling the token forward. As his spilled blood began to boil on the wooden surface, the guard tried to flee, but it blossomed into a raging fireball that flowed over and around the doorway like liquid hell. When it cleared, there was only ash and the twisted remnants of the shotgun. Ethan looked at the tokens left in his hand, immediately regretting that he had used the rune. He only had two more fire, one immobility, one mending, one summoning. He tucked the latter to back into his coat. He wasn't hurt yet, he thought darkly, and he didn't particularly want to see what summoning would cough up if he used it in a place this tainted. He would have brought a pure focus from the city if he had known the packing district had gotten this bad. Too late now. He pushed further into the warehouse, clearing doors and corners. There were no more guards that he could hear, which was either a good sign or a very, very bad one. There were few traces of recent activity in the decrepit halls, but some of the rooms showed use. One held crates of food, another had cots set up, 5 cots.
3 more.
He mumbled, taking another pull from his flask.
At least.
He moved around the doorway to clear the next room and froze in place. This room had clothes in it, piles and piles of children's clothing, shoes, smashed pairs of glasses, book bags, all discarded, sitting silent and renowned in the cold. His hand began to shake, and he reached for his flask again, but it slipped from his fingers as a pang of agony blossomed from his chest.
Shirt.
He moved around the doorway to clear the next room and froze in place. This room had clothes in it, piles and piles of children's clothing, shoes, smashed pairs of glasses, book bags, all discarded, sitting silent and renowned in the cold. His hand began to shake, and he reached for his flask again, but it slipped from his fingers as a pang of agony blossomed from his chest.
Clap.
Ethan wheezed, clutching his ribs and wincing. The old rune etch there was acting up, now of all times.
Can never just leave me alone, huh?
He muttered sullenly, straightening up again with a visible effort. He felt beads of sweat on his face despite the cold, but as he made to wipe his forehead, he found there was something in his hand already, a small stuffed bear, careworn and missing an eye. He rolled his eyes and tucked the bear into a pocket in his coat.
Bleep you,
he said to nobody in particular.
I don't need any help.
Nobody answered, because nobody was there. He moved further into the heart of the complex, the miasma growing thick enough to push through his fading ward. He felt a chill in his bones that had nothing to do with the cold, a creeping apathy that told him to lie down and sleep because he was tired. Tired, so tired. Ethan chuckled and kept walking, trudging forward through drifts of old papers and rat droppings. The miasma was going to have to work harder than that now, that he had burned so much money getting here. He'd get paid or he wasn't making rent next month, and that's all there was to it. He came to a large central hall and stopped short, the torrent of numbing darkness slapping him in the face like a fetid, wet rag. In the middle of the large space stood 3 men clustered around a complex-looking apparatus that was anchored over a deep-looking hole in the ground. Ethan saw with a chill that the machine had restraints mounted on it. Small ones.
Mr. Carlyle.
One of the men said, walking towards Ethan. He was wearing a well-tailored suit and fine shoes, and he spoke with an educated manner. The boss, then, his 2 guards took up positions on either side of Ethan, crap guns held ready. The man leered at him, spreading his hands wide. His fingernails were long and pointed.
Welcome to my little laboratory,
he said.
My name is, I don't give a bleep.
Ethan spat. He snapped his fingers, and a photograph appeared in his hand, which he held up to show to the others.
Kyra Elmore,
he said.
Her parents want her back. Give her to me and I'll leave without any trouble.
The man looked at him incredulously, his lips curling into a small, cruel smile.
Will you, now?
He murmured.
Well, Mr. Carlyle, you're welcome to her. She's in there,
the man said, gesturing to the hole below the machine. Ethan felt a cold weight settle into his stomach as he walked towards the pit. His hands trembled as he leaned over to peer down into the darkness, his augmented eyes still straining to see, and then wishing they had not. Bones, hundreds of small bones, filled the bottom of the well. They had been scoured clean of any flesh, bleached stark white, and tossed down into the darkness.
You, may have some trouble picking her out,
the man said amusedly.
If I'm being honest, I don't usually ask for names, so she may not even.
Ethan spun around with his face contorted in rage, his arm whipping out to throw to blood-smeared fire runes at the men. The guards on the side screamed and vanished instantly in the roiling inferno, but the man in the suit simply laughed and walked out of the fire. His suit was clean and unmarred, his dark hair immaculate.
Demon.
Ethan spat. The pain in his chest was building again, making it hard to concentrate. He stumbled and fell to one knee, shaking his head to try and clear it.
Human,
the demon replied, grinning wide to show his pointed teeth.
Don't worry, though, I'm not going to eat you. I've been trying to eat healthy, and you definitely don't count.
He snapped his fingers, and Ethan was pulled upright as though on puppet strings, his back arching in agony as the demon's magic shredded his wards.
I will make this a bit unpleasant, though, since now I'll have to find new helpers.
The demon paused, frowning. Ethan's vision was blurry, his breath coming in shallow gasps. As his chest burned in agony, white-hot energy scoured his bones, where the old rune was carved across them. And he burned, for the rune was righteous, and he was not.
You have something filthy on you,
the demon snarled, drawing back.
Time to end this.
He swiped a taloned hand forward to send a swirl of sharp-edged energy towards his prisoner, but as it hit the weave of dark blades puffed into foul smoke, Ethan was sent sliding back along the concrete, coughing and writhing as wisps of light leaked from him. With an effort, Ethan levered himself upright and stood shakily to glare at the demon with eyes that had turned a clear gold.
Paladin,
the demon whispered, his face contorted in hatred.
So above sends their dogs, for me at last.
He looked at Ethan, and his lips split into a sneer, taking in the man's unsteady stance and labored breathing.
But you're not a very good one, are you? They must have a poor opinion of me if they think that I can be felled by a sad remnant like you.
Oh, I'm lapsed,
Ethan said viciously, a globule of blood leaking from his lips.
I don't stand a goddamn chance.
He withdrew his hand from his pocket, holding up the battered stuffed bear and a blood-smeared summoning rune. Then he threw them into the pit. The demon's eyes widened, but Ethan had already tossed immobilization at him. The wooden token lashed the demon to the cold stone just as the blood-smeared bear fell to the bottom of the pit. It rested for a long moment on the bones of 100 innocent martyrs. The cracking howl of summoning drove them both to the ground, the sheer pressure almost too much for Ethan to bear as he writhed once more against the concrete. When he was finally able to raise his head, squinting against the blinding light, 6 wings spread with feathers of gold, long slender arms held a radiant spear against the demon's throat. Seraph, Ethan thought, a touch of the old wonder coiling around his heart.
Brother,
the demon croaked, struggling to free himself from Ethan's rune.
Please, I am.
The seraph did not reply, but shone brighter. Ethan ducked his head, swearing, his eyes aching from the brief glimpse. The demon's pleas turned to screams, then shrieks, then silence. When Ethan raised his head once more, he was alone in the warehouse. A blackened smear stained the concrete where the demon had been, and no trace remained of his machine. On the lip of the stone, well sat a stuffed bear, whole and pristine. Ethan pulled himself upright once more, feeling the pain in his joints as he came to his feet. He stood with his eyes closed for a long moment, and in the periphery of his hearing there were whispers, a choir of voices clustering around him with insistent fervor. He opened his eyes and sighed, casting his gaze upward. Somewhere in the middle of all that, he had been sobered up. He had a splitting headache.
Bleep you,
he said quietly, staggering out of the warehouse.
I work alone.
And Buck Thunderpunch, Inferno of Justice by TMarkos. The ship fell out of hyperspace with a shuddering crash, the roar of the engines replaced with strident tones from a dozen system alarms. Lep began racing between consoles, shutting down non-essential systems and diverting their power to life support. His two crewmates on the bridge were focused on their stations. Reb was trying desperately to keep the reactor stable while Set attempted the same with the misbehaving hyperspace window generator. Either could rip the ship apart upon failure, so Lep did his best not to distract them as they worked. Finally, after minutes that felt like hours, the ship was safely under control and dead in the water. Their reactor stack was dark and would remain so until it cooled enough to effect repairs.
We'll be here a while.
Reb sighed.
That exit tore off half our radiators. If the reactor was up, we'd have to turn it off regardless. We'll have to proceed directly to the nearest port and hope it's a short enough hop that we don't overheat.
Where is the nearest port, anyway?
Set asked. Lep swung around to the flickering navigation console, punching in a request.
It's getting a fix. Hold on.
He muttered.
There, looks like we're...
He broke off and stared numbly at the readout, his skin flushing pale blue with fear.
Captain, what?
Set asked, concern in his voice.
Where are we?
Human space.
Lep croaked.
We're several light years within their borders.
The other two looked at him with puzzled expressions.
The humans are our allies.
Reb objected.
Isn't that a good thing?
Just because they'll help us doesn't mean we want their help.
Lep retorted.
Have either of you ever met a human? Well,
both shook their heads.
I don't understand why you're so concerned.
Reb said.
I've only ever heard good things about humans. They protect planets from invaders, help the sick and injured, fix societal problems. From everything I've read, they're a race of heroes.
That's precisely the issue.
Lep moaned.
They are, every dang one of them ever since the Lirathi, idiots that they are, decided to give them their prototyping technology.
We use Lirathi prototyping.
Set pointed out.
Everyone does. It's convenient. What does that have to do with anything?
It's mentally controlled construction.
Lep hissed.
And they handed it to a race of perpetually hallucinating fantasy-prone egoists, undisciplined apes that see self-focused patterns in every meaningless blip of data. They didn't have the control to handle that kind of power safely. It took very little time before one of them managed to convince the prototyping device to modify itself. And from there,
he shuddered.
We have to leave as soon as we can.
But Captain, we can't go anywhere until the reactor cools.
Reb pointed out.
We literally have no choice.
He stopped talking as a horrid screech ran through the ship. The crew exchanged a look and immediately turned back to the status displays. Flashing alarm lights had appeared on the console monitoring cargo bay containment, and in moments they were staring at a video feed of Aft Bay 4. The cargo in the bay had disappeared, replaced by a swarm of brutish creatures that were pounding at the hold's door with worrying strength. Foam dripped from their fanged mouths as they battered the hatch, denting the metal.
What in the Primarch's light are those things?
Reb asked in horror.
How did they get on the ship?
It doesn't matter,
Lep said quietly.
It's already started. We're going to be fine. Just try not to engage the narrative any more than you have to.
What?
Set asked.
Captain, I don't.
He was interrupted by a deafening crackle of static from overhead that resolved into a deep, gravelly voice loud enough to shake dust from the structural beams of the bridge. Come in, alien vessel, the voice boomed. "This is Captain Buck Thunderpunch of the Steel Raptor. Looks like you've got yourself a little rabid space gorilla problem." As the crew were still in bemused contemplation of that assertion, a loud crash echoed from aft. The video feed showed dozens of the apparently rabid creatures pouring through the hatch from the cargo bay into the ship itself.
"Don't answer,"
Lep hissed.
"Don't engage with him at all. Those things are here for him, not us."
The other two looked at him incredulously.
"Respectfully, Captain, they're not running towards him,"
Reb said.
"It's accept his help or die."
Lep shrugged and shook his head.
"Don't say I didn't warn you."
He sighed.
"Captain, Thunderpunch,
Reb responded. King the communicator.
we're dead in space and have some sort of large, aggressive life form on our ship. Any assistance you can render would be appreciated."
10-4, Compater, came the deafening response. HANG tight. OL Buck Thunderpunch will handle this, or Buck Thunderpunch's name ain't. There was a crash from the bridge door as it was battered aside with terrifying strength. One of the creatures from the cargo bay stood there, slavering jaws wide as it screamed furiously at the three petrified crewmen. It charged across the decking and was upon them in an instant, its mammoth arms reaching for Reb, and then it was hurled across the bridge as an equally gigantic figure kicked through the front view screen in a shower of crystal fragments. One weathered combat boot connecting firmly with the creature's chest. Buck Thunderpunch. Buck Thunderpunch finished. Lips quirked into a rakish grin around the smoldering stub of his cigar. The sound of an electric guitar inexplicably filled the bridge with energetic power chords. Lep averted his eyes, but Set and Reb were dumbstruck as they looked up at their savior. He was huge, layered with slabs of muscle that flexed hypnotically under his tanned, dirt-smeared skin. His dirty upper garment left his arms and shoulders exposed, and sweat glistened on his biceps as he picked up a bit of twisted metal piping from the deck. Two lenses of darkened glass obscured his eyes as he turned towards the downed invader. The creature looked up at him and let loose another rage-filled scream that was cut harshly short when Buck Thunderpunch hurled the pipe like a javelin into its open mouth, impaling the head and pinning the creature's corpse to the wall. "Pipe down?" Buck Thunderpunch said. Deadpan. Set's eyes darted between the dead creature and the shattered view screen, its jagged edges opening directly to the vacuum of space.
"How is that? How are we not dead?"
He rasped.
"The air."
"Doesn't matter.
Lep said morosely from his seat on the floor.
Just let it happen."
More screams came from the back of the bridge as creatures hurled themselves through the door at Buck Thunderpunch, who had produced a massive combat knife seemingly out of nowhere. He brandished the knife in one meaty hand as the other curled into a fist and slammed into his attacker's face. Set and Reb stared transfixed as the combat unfolded with enthusiastic accompaniment by the disembodied guitar. It was dizzying to look directly at Buck Thunderpunch while he fought, his position and pose seeming to change abruptly between attacks with little regard for continuity of motion.
"I don't understand,"
Set croaked, his eyes wide as Buck Thunderpunch threw a gorilla out the hole in the view screen. Its screams carried clearly through to the bridge as its head swelled up and burst in a shower of gore.
"None of this makes sense."
"We're being saved."
Lep said, pronouncing the word like it left a foul taste in his mouth.
"Isn't it wonderful?"
"It's alarming."
Reb said, watching Buck Thunderpunch pull out a gigantic revolver and punch another gorilla in the face. It flew backwards as if hit by a meteor, slamming into another behind it.
"I'm beginning to question what I thought I knew about physics."
"Don't think about it too much,"
Lep advised.
"Physics is working normally, it's just not the most important set of rules right now."
Set stared at him.
"But that's not how the universe works."
He objected.
"That's your opinion, not his."
Lep said. A metal bar flew across the bridge to embed itself into the wall, directly beside Lep's head. The other two flinched and cried out, but Lep merely glanced at it and rolled his eyes.
"Dramatic."
He grumbled.
"Just sit down and wait, it should be over soon."
They watched as the gorillas continued to pour into the bridge compartment one by one, each receiving a punch that left them sprawling across the deck. The bodies of the fallen seemed to vanish whenever the crew's attention was elsewhere, save for the corpse still hanging pinned from a pipe. Finally, the stream of attacking gorillas tapered off until one particularly large specimen was the only one left. Unlike the others, it was dressed in a black martial arts uniform and brandished a slightly curved sword. It threw a small spiked disc of metal at Buck Thunderpunch, who picked it out of the air effortlessly before counterattacking with a punch to the gorilla's face. The massive animal didn't drop after one blow, but Buck Thunderpunch kept hitting it until it had dropped its sword and was staggering unsteadily. "Hey fellas," Buck Thunderpunch drawled. At some point, he had lost the shirt he was wearing. "Did you say your ship was broke?" Lep shook his head urgently, but Reb cleared his throat.
Yes, Captain Thunderpunch.
He said hesitantly, his eyes still on the tottering gorilla.
The reactor stack needs to cool before we can.
"Buck Thunderpunch don't know much about reactor stacks," Buck Thunderpunch replied, readying a boxy machine pistol and turning to punch the gorilla in the stomach. It let out its breath in a gasp and hunched over. Buck Thunderpunch grabbed its entire head in one hand and dragged it towards the navigation console.
"Oh, here we go,"
Lep muttered, staring dully forward. Buck Thunderpunch slammed the gorilla's skull into the console. It exploded in a shower of sparks, causing the gorilla's limbs to flail and jerk spasmodically for a few seconds before it slumped and fell to the floor. The console, nevertheless, appeared undamaged, and all across the bridge the power readouts were returning to normal. Buck Thunderpunch shifted his cigar to the other side of his mouth and grinned, displaying impossibly white teeth. "Sometimes you just need to use your head," he quipped.
"Kill me,"
Lep whispered. "All right, my blue amigos," Buck Thunderpunch said, as the guitar played a triumphant riff. "Looks like you're all fixed up,"
Thank you.
Set said dazedly. "No problemo, mamachita," Buck Thunderpunch replied, ambling over and pulling Set into a passionate kiss. After some time, he released the stunned crewman, adjusted his leather jacket, and walked over to climb through the hole in the view screen. "You folks ever need help again, just holler for old Buck Thunderpunch," Buck Thunderpunch said, flipping them a lazy salute and climbing onto an impressively large two-wheeled motor vehicle. The engine roared loud enough to vibrate the decking, and an anomalous cloud of smoke issued from the rear wheel as he sped off into the vacuum of space. When it cleared, he was gone and the view screen was intact.
What?
Reb said flatly.
How?
"This is really all on the Lirathi.
Lep muttered.
Bunch of irresponsible reprobates, the lot of them."
He signed my memories.
Set said, poking at his suddenly generous chest where
1800 THUNDER.
was scrawled in thick blocky handwriting.
Captain, I don't have memories.
"I told you not to engage the narrative."
Lep said, standing up to look around the pristine bridge. The only indication that something had happened to the ship was the gorilla corpse pinned to the bulkhead, and a surprisingly buxom navigator. He could hear the faint roar of the steel Raptor's engine echoing through the void.
"We should be able to make it out of here,"
he said at last.
"Set course straight for a dock, though. We need to reach port before the reactor realizes he didn't know how to fix it."
Reb nodded and began to prepare the ship to depart. He seemed relieved to have an order to follow, even if it was a somewhat nonsensical one.
Our species doesn't even have memories.
Set grumbled, prodding at the anomalous revision to his torso.
"Yes, well,
Lep said warily.
that's your opinion, not his."
"And the farm by TMarkos,"
Quiet.
Lisa hissed, moving slowly along the crumbling facade of the warehouse.
We don't know if they have guards.
Sam clapped her an annoyed look and moved his feet with exaggerated deliberate care as he followed in her footsteps. He knew very well that they needed to be quiet. They were technically breaking and entering. After all, the law didn't particularly care whether the target deserved it. Especially when they had money. They stalked quietly to the broken window they had sighted while doing recon the other day, tossing a ratty cloth over the shards of glass so they could shimmy through. Lisa winced and cursed under her breath as she brushed against the side of the frame, and a jagged edge tore through her jeans.
You're going to have to get craps for, well, everything.
Sam muttered. She gave him an acid look and motioned impatiently for him to follow. He did, staying well clear of the bloodied shard. Once the two were safely inside, Lisa took out her phone and turned on the camera.
We've infiltrated the trafficker's warehouse.
She whispered, putting her lips close to the microphone.
We think at least 100 migrant workers are imprisoned here and forced to sew clothing that is later sold at Lilly, BZB, and other upscale chains.
She turned the camera on her own face.
The cops won't lift a finger without probable cause. Never mind that lobbyists working for Lilly were one of the largest donors to the district attorney's campaign. We're going to capture proof they can't sweep under the rug so that these slaves can go free and their corporate masters can be brought to justice.
Sam rolled his eyes.
Jesus, Liz, what happened to staying quiet?
He muttered.
We're here to document atrocities. We can edit in your workers of the world. Unite spiel later. In post.
He swept a hand around at the decrepit closet they had snuck into.
When we're not breaking the law.
She clapped him another annoyed look, but nodded and crept over to the rusted doorway that led to the warehouse proper. They moved down a darkened hallway strewn with debris, wincing whenever their shoes crunched over loud on the remnants of crumbled brick that spilled from the walls. Eventually, they found a precarious staircase that led them to an upper level, and from there through a series of disused stockrooms. They began to see signs of habitation. As they moved, discarded pallets that looked newer than the warehouse's original debris, and some empty cardboard boxes carelessly tossed in a corner. In one room, they found a few pairs of broken shackles, the kind that let you shuffle along with the chain looped through handcuffs. Lisa swept the camera close to them with her face locked in stony disapproval, then continued onward. An odd draft of wind swept past Sam's face. He turned to look behind them, but saw nothing, although he let his gaze linger on the darkened corners for a few seconds. He had the feeling of being watched, probably just nerves, but there was a lingering unease that...
Come on,
Lisa whispered. Sam reluctantly turned back to face her.
We need to keep moving if we don't want to get caught.
She insisted, turning to walk forward.
She's right.
A voice said from behind them. Sam spun around, his heart pounding. A man stood several paces away, where Sam had seen nothing just seconds before. He not young but not quite old yet, wearing a battered tan trench coat and making no attempt to be stealthy, just standing, looking at the two of them with an odd, weary expression on his face.
Who the bleep are you?
Lisa hissed, keeping her voice low.
Do you work here? Are you one of them?
If I was, this would be a much less reasonable conversation.
The man sighed.
You kids need to leave.
Lisa stalked over to stand in front of the man, her shoulders squared. He didn't react except to arch an eyebrow.
We're not going to let you stop us from telling the truth.
She spat.
There are innocent people being held prisoner here.
The stranger smiled, shaking his head.
The truth?
He chuckled, although Sam heard a healthy leavening of bitterness in his voice.
That's not what you want.
The smile dropped from his face, and he stared down at Lisa with cold, dark eyes.
You're in over your head, young lady. You and your friend need to leave right now.
She shook her head emphatically.
We're not going to abandon those people.
She insisted.
Those people are the reason I'm here.
The man said.
I'm going to help them and make sure that those responsible get what's coming to them.
Lisa's face lost none of its fury, and he slumped forward with a bit less of a chill in his expression.
Come on, kid, just leave this one to the professionals.
A professional what?
She asked snidely, sniffing the air.
Have you been drinking?
You would too.
The man muttered.
Seriously, though, you need to leave or the best case scenario is that they'll kill you.
Sam blanched.
Kill us.
He asked.
Wait.
The grinding noise of gravel under a boot sounded from ahead, and the man's face snapped up to look at the door.
Clap.
He muttered, reaching into his coat. His hand came away with a wooden token that he pressed against his thumb. A droplet of blood welled up before sinking into the token's surface. The air around them seemed to waver oddly, the colors becoming dimmer.
Whatever you do,
the man said quietly.
Don't move. Don't speak.
Any questions Sam might have had fled from his mind as a man emerged from the shadows, unhealthily skinny and pale. He was carrying a compact machine pistol and looking around warily with blood-crap, sunken eyes. Sam's heart pounded as the guard's gaze swept over him and continued on without lingering, as if he wasn't even there. Slowly, he twisted his head to look at Lisa, who seemed rooted in place with her eyes locked on the guard's gun. Behind her, the stranger's lips were moving soundlessly. His eyes were closed, and he held another wooden token firmly between his thumb and forefinger. He brought his hand up to point directly at the guard, who was looking suspiciously at the far corner of the room and sniffing in the unsettling manner of a predator scenting prey. The man's eyes snapped open, revealing clear golden irises.
Humiliare sub potenti manumai,
he whispered.
Vade.
The guard dropped his gun with a clatter and began frantically clawing at his head, fingernails drawing bloody furrows from scalp to chin. Sam and Lisa watched transfixed as he sank to his knees, shuddered and collapsed. His eyes, wide and staring, puffed into greasy black smoke that lingered in the empty sockets. They both turned to stare at the stranger. He was standing with his head cocked to the side, listening to something Sam couldn't hear. There was a pause before he snorted and rolled his eyes, which had returned to a more normal color.
Yes, I know that's not how it goes,
He muttered.
Bleep off.
The bleep was that?
Lisa stammered.
You killed him.
Nah,
The man said.
just put him in timeout for a bit.
He walked over to the smoking corpse and peered down at it, then nodded in satisfaction before turning back to Sam and Lisa.
So, listen, change of plans.
He said.
After this, there's no way you're making it out of here on your own. So your dumb ashes are going to stick with me. Do what I say when I say it and you might live. No promises.
Dude, what the bleep is going on?
Sam asked.
Who are you?
Right now I'm working on a pretty massive headache.
The man said, taking a small flask from his coat.
And you can call me Ethan.
They both watched in bemused silence as Ethan took a pull from the flask, then stowed it back in his coat.
Well, come on.
He sighed, walking toward the dark hallway.
Let's get this over with.
Sam exchanged a look with Lisa, but they were both too stunned to do anything but fall into step, gingerly skirting around the twisted corpse on the floor. They followed Ethan as he picked his way forward in the dark, occasionally pausing at intersections and consulting something they couldn't see before moving on. After several minutes, they arrived at a walkway above a cavernous, dimly lit space that stretched out before them, filled with rows of tables where emaciated-looking people sat listlessly stitching shoes together. Lisa's face contorted, the sight pushing back the terror from earlier.
We were right.
She whispered.
This is the proof we needed. When people see the real cost of their clothes.
Ethan started laughing quietly, and she broke off to glare at him furiously.
You think this is funny?
She demanded.
You think this is about clothes?
He countered, gesturing at the factory floor with a twisted smile.
You brought a camera with you, right? Go ahead, film. Show the people the truth.
Lisa glared at him and reached for her phone, flicking open the camera app and pointing it at the workers.
We've found.
She began, before choking and looking wide-eyed at her phone screen. Each worker in the grainy video had a nebulous, dark tendril that wrapped around their neck, caressing their face and twining itself in their hair. The tendrils seemed to pulse and writhe, and as she panned the camera up, she saw that they joined together in a twisted mass floating high above their heads. In the center of the mass was a single yellow eye with a slit pupil that stared down at them greedily, flicking its attention to each worker in turn.
What is that?
She sputtered, horrified.
What's it doing?
That'd be a demon.
Ethan said, drawing out another wooden token.
And not one of the fun ones. It's a farmer.
A farmer?
Sam asked faintly.
Tending to its crop.
Ethan confirmed.
Degradation, misery, loss of innocence. Tasty snacks for a demon.
He clamped the token against his thumb, and Sam saw another splash of blood well up. Lisa gasped, and Sam looked at the phone. The yellow eye had shifted and was staring directly at them.
Ethan, it's...
Sam stammered.
Yeah, I see it.
Ethan replied, gritting his teeth. His eyes flashed gold, and wisps of light began to leak from the corners of his mouth. He rose to his feet.
Hi.
He said, raising his arm.
I'm guessing you're not going to let me read the formal eviction notice.
There was a barely perceptible rumble that ran through the warehouse, rippling over the dirty concrete. The workers didn't react at all. Ethan grimaced and tightened his grip on the token.
I didn't think so.
He muttered.
Fine, we can do brute force.
Sam flinched as the wooden token shattered with a sharp crack, sending a rush of luminous energy toward the center of the room. Ethan staggered and gripped the balcony's railing with his free hand, and Sam felt a sick jolt of nausea as a foul-smelling gust of wind smashed into them from the center of the room. As one, the workers on the factory floor tilted their heads back and began to scream. Sam clapped his hands over his ears and crouched down in terror. The screaming was unearthly, so loud and raw that it drove every thought from his mind except that he wanted it to stop. 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 And it did. The workers collapsed at their tables, while Ethan fell to his knees breathing heavily and clutching a hand tight over his ribs.
Oh, damn it.
He winced.
Bleeping overachiever. Couldn't just go quietly, no, had to make a dang show out of it.
Lisa stared out at the fallen workers on the floor, lying insensate and slumped over half-finished sneakers.
Are they dead?
She asked tremulously.
Nah,
Ethan wheezed.
they're just having a really, really bad day.
He fished a picture from his pocket and peered at it, then looked out over the factory floor.
Come on,
He said.
I've still got a job to do.
They followed him down a nearby staircase and out among the fallen. Ethan stumbled towards a table at the near end of one row where a young man had fallen back in his chair, mouth hanging open as he stared sightlessly upward. As Ethan took the picture out of his coat once more, Sam saw that it was a headcrab of the same man, albeit smiling and better fed.
Ha, found you.
Ethan muttered. Pulling another token from his pocket, he laid the wooden disc on the man's forehead and jabbed his thumb onto it. The unconscious man's limbs floated up, and as Ethan grabbed the collar of his shirt, the man came free from his chair, as if he weighed nothing.
Come on, kids.
He sighed.
Time to clear out. Need to get to the car before this wears off.
Wait a second, what about all the other workers?
Lisa said indignantly.
We can't just leave them here.
I'm only getting paid for this one.
Ethan said.
They'll be fine. Someone else will come along.
You can't know that.
Lisa objected.
We're in the middle of nowhere. Nobody's just going to wander by.
Ethan chuckled, although there was little mirth in it.
Oh, it won't be by accident.
He said.
These folks have been steeping in pain and fear for weeks. They're about as far gone as a soul can be without going insane, and maybe a bit past that. They'll need comfort, security, healing.
Sam gulped, his eyes flicking involuntarily upward.
And someone up there will arrange for it.
He asked.
Oh, they'll be falling all over themselves.
Ethan confirmed.
The difference between angels and demons is just a matter of dietary preferences. The hunger, that's the same.
You forgot about their utter lack of style.
Lisa said. He whipped his head around to stare at her. She was leaning against one of the tables jauntily, playing with an unconscious worker's limp hand. Ethan's eyes flicked to the bloody scratch on her thigh, then up to meet her cold gaze.
Careless thing.
Lisa said, smearing a finger with the blood.
Left a nice big dollop on a shard of glass, just sitting there.
She popped her finger into her mouth, contemplating the taste for a second before withdrawing it, and smiling.
Hello, Ethan.
Ethan's jaw clenched.
Lilith.
He grated. She waved the worker's hand at him, then let the woman's arm drop.
You can't just barge in and start destroying things. You know.
She said reproachfully.
This was by the books. It followed the rules. I thought above was all about their little rules.
I work alone, you know that.
Ethan replied, circling warily around her with the floating body in tow. Lisa gave him a mocking smile that stopped well short of her eyes.
Don't toy with me, Paladin.
She whispered.
Their mark is scorched into your bones. You are a kept thing, as much as it may comfort you to pretend otherwise.
She took a step forward, then frowned. The right side of her face drooped.
Get out of her.
Sam muttered, clenching his fists.
Leave Lisa alone.
Oh, you precious thing.
Lisa cooed, giving him a lopsided smile. Her voice slurred as she spoke, and her motions were unsteady.
Don't you worry, she's too weak to tolerate me for long. But you lovely dumpling, you've got such potential in you. Such dynamism, and that's the savory part.
She took a wobbling step towards him, reaching out her hand.
How about it? Can I ride you all the way down? Scrape away the marrow. I'll even let your little friend go as a trade.
Sam hesitated, looking at not Lisa's glassy eyes.
Don't listen to her.
Ethan said grimly.
Lisa is already dead. You can't save her.
Lisa gave him an annoyed look, and the skin on her face started dissolving into ash.
Pah, no fun.
She muttered dustily.
You dried up piece of gristle. Humans are supposed to be changeable. It's literally why you were made. It's no fun if you stick to your guns all the time.
What would you know about change?
Ethan asked softly.
You'll never know what that's like, and it burns you, doesn't it?
She surged forward, stopping just short of his face. Tongues of flame curled up out of empty eye sockets, and she leered at him with a skeletal grin.
His favorite children.
She whispered mockingly.
One day, Paladin, I will have a vessel that can hold me in my fullness. On that day we will learn about change together. I will rasp the mark from your bones and hold the taste of your soul on my tongue.
Ethan leaned in as close as he could, the flames from her face singeing his eyebrows.
Lil, honey.
He said softly.
It's a date.
With a gasping cackle, Lisa's body collapsed to the floor, sending up a cloud of ash. Ethan looked up at Sam, who was staring at the scorched bones with tears running down his face.
Sorry, kid.
He said warily, taking out his flask and offering it to Sam.
Nothing you could have done.
But she just killed her.
Sam objected, not acknowledging the flask.
She killed her for no reason.
Jealousy.
Ethan said. He took a long drink and replaced the flask in a pocket.
They talk a good game, but at the end of the day they can't stand any of it. They hate that they're dependent on us, that a younger creature is more interesting to certain parties than they are. We have the freedom to choose our purpose, our destiny. And that most of all is why they hate us.
Sam looked back towards Lisa's burnt remains and felt a cold pit in his stomach.
She didn't get a choice.
He said quietly.
Yeah, well,
Ethan said, his gaze flicking upwards for a moment.
That's why we hate them.
The Light of Madness by TMarkos. Battle Subcommander Krau stared in befuddlement through the pane of isolation glass. On the other side lay the twitching, supine form of Battle Leader Krell, Supreme Commander of the Kirk Imperial Fleet, Hero of Owl, Savior of the Empire thrice over. He was currently blowing bubbles, with his own salivary secretions, and giggling softly to himself.
I don't understand,
Krau said, turning to Battle Medic Krall.
What happened to him? How can his condition have deteriorated so quickly?
Krall made a gesture of apologetic submission.
My apologies, Subcommander,
he said.
We are still trying to learn what we can. We know that he was displaying irritability and short temper when he came back from the summit with the human fleet.
No, that's normal.
Krall interjected.
Do not list that as a symptom.
I comply, Subcommander,
the medic said, striking it from the list.
Later, he was overheard speaking softly to himself, complaining of an incessant voice in his head.
Krall bared his teeth.
A voice in his head?
He mused.
Medic Krall, who reported this to you?
3 crewmen, Subcommander.
Krall replied.
I have their names here.
Krall nodded in approval.
See that they are commended for their diligence, then executed for eavesdropping on a superior officer. How did the battle leader's condition progress?
He began humming, sir. A strange series of sounds, and it seemed to irritate him.
Krall said.
At this point we had him under observation, officially sanctioned.
He added hastily.
The battle leader's behavior continued to deteriorate at an increasing pace. He began to wrap layers of laminate foil around his cranium.
Was he suffering from heat imbalance?
Krall wondered aloud. Krall shook his head.
No, Subcommander,
he said.
He claimed it would block the voices and keep them out of his head.
Krall's face darkened.
An electromagnetic interference attack.
He growled.
Someone will pay for this.
Subcommander, if I may,
Krall ventured.
We were as alarmed as you are when we heard his accusation. We immediately moved to isolate him in a krill cage.
Krall made a genuflection and touched one claw to his chest.
Krall's blessings on Battle Engineer Krill for his invention.
He waited for the medic to mimic his gesture, then frowned again.
But it appears to have helped little, no.
You are infallibly correct, Subcommander,
Krall said.
His condition continues to worsen. He will not speak to anyone, insisting that his condition is contagious and that the voices will invade our heads as well. He refuses to allow anyone entry.
A noble man,
Krall said.
A great man. But I will not let him fall like this. Open the isolation room, Battle Medic. I must speak with the Hero of Owl.
Krall thought briefly of objecting, but the look on Krall's face was forbidding. He hurried to the controls, and the pane slid away, clearing a path to the gibbering battle leader.
Krell
said.
Krall has told me of your condition. Great leader, what has befallen you? How may I help?
Krall,
the battle leader said, his hand darting out to seize a fistful of the subcommander's uniform.
You must tell the others. You must. I am undone. I cannot bear it. The voices in my head do not cease. Do not leave me a moment's peace.
I will not believe it.
Krall insisted.
Battle leader, who has done this to you? Who has wrought this torment on you?
The humans.
Krell gasped. Seeing Krall's face darken, he pulled harder on the subcommander's tunic.
No, Krall,
he said.
You must tell the others we cannot stand against the humans. The least of them did this to me with only a few words. And now the voices repeat it to me.
He grabbed at his head, keening. Krall was aghast.
But how?
He asked.
We have seen no indication that they have such powers, to this point.
The battle leader grinned a terrible, mad grin and pulled him closer.
"It takes but a second, Krell,"
he said.
"Just a second." She was standing next to me, the young lieutenant from their diplomatic party. She said something soft, under her breath, and hummed only a little.
Krell's face contorted into a manic rictus, and slaver dripped from his fangs.
I thought to learn something to use in negotiations, so I leaned closer. Just a bit closer to hear. And I heard it, Krell. I heard it.
Heard what, battle leader?
Krell cried.
Great leader, I have steeled my warrior's heart. I must know what befell you for the good of my people. What did the human lieutenant say to afflict you so?
Krell shuddered and leaned in very close, his voice dropping to a melodic whisper.
She sang.
He crooned.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine.
Krell listened to the battle leader as he sobbed his way through the tune, then stepped back. He reached far down in his warrior's heart and willed himself to be strong for the good of his people, that the same fate would not befall them both. And in his head, he heard a song.
Oh.
Krell said.
Oh no.
End of story. Citius, Altius, Fortius by TMarkos. Carria leveled her rifle at the mouth of the alleyway, squeezing off another burst that took an oncoming bit in the thorax. She heard the gun click empty on the last clap, and swore, fumbling for a reload.
They're coming through,
she screamed. She didn't know if there were allies within earcrap to hear, or if her panicked call would simply draw more of the raiders. They had been caught off guard, without proper troops to defend this point. Her last magazine clicked home, and she cycled the action, aiming across the square. Already there were more of the insectal raiders crossing towards her position. Again they fell under her fire, but as her last bullet spattered bit entrails across the flagstones, there came another, and another. Shaking with fear, Carria stood and drew her knife. You can't outrun a bit. Their long, chitinous legs blurred as they streamed towards her position, scrabbling over the gore-strewn plaza, and then silence as they froze and jerked their heads to stare behind her with unsettling coordination. She couldn't bear to turn her back on the bit, but she chanced to look to the side just as a slim figure in a matte black bodysuit dashed toward the raiders. It was small, and had only two legs to carry as four. A human, she realized. They had come only days ago, a small contingent in response to their distress signal. Her throat clenched with panic as she realized the lone figure meant to fight the entire horde itself.
Wait,
she cried out.
There's at least a half hive coming. We need to.
She cut off as the human flung itself at the lead bit, dwarfed by its 3-meter bulk, but so fast. Blades shimmered from its black-gloved hands, and the raider collapsed in a spray of ichor. The others hissed in outrage and swarmed closer, still unable to pin down the nimble attacker. But where speed fails, numbers may suffice. A scything claw tore into the human's shoulder, and its arm dropped to the ground. Carria suppressed a scream as she saw her hope of salvation wither, afraid to draw the bit's attention. From here she could see the lower half of the human's face below, its eyewear, breathing hard with teeth bared. No, not just bared. Smiling fairly, it flourished its remaining blade and charged in. Seconds later it came away, with a twitching bit limb clasped in its hand. The human eyed it, then sliced it cleanly at the end and jammed it onto its own blood-slick shoulder. Carria choked, staring in disbelief as the bodysuit came alive, black webbing spreading over the limb like a twining plant. The telltale shimmer of force fields danced over its surface. Thin strips of chitin fell to the ground as the limb cracked, stretched, compressed, tore. In seconds it was over. The human raised another black-gloved hand and curled another 5 fingers into a fist. From the suit, a shimmering blade of force sprang up. It charged back in. The bit offensive had lost some of its enthusiasm, the raiders clearly disquieted by what they had just seen. Carria felt an odd pang of empathy for the bit on that count. There were still so many, however, and it wasn't long before another attack came scything in toward the human from the side. It caught the human on their newly regenerated arm and skittered off, throwing the attacker off balance for a counterblow that took its head. Twice more the human took injuries, and twice more it jammed bit flesh against the wound. The black bodysuit regrew, and it fought on, increasingly impervious to the raiders' claws. It was only minutes more before the last of them dropped, and the human ran over to her position, its legs blurring with disconcerting speed.
Hey,
He called out, waving a hand. The bit hand. If she hadn't seen it come off, she wouldn't have been able to tell between the two. The human cocked his head, and she realized that she had been staring.
Oh, she stammered. You saved me. Thank you.
The human smiled again, but rather than the promise of death it had carried before, she got the sense that he was merely amused.
first time you'll seen one of us fight.
He said knowingly. Carria didn't trust herself to speak, so she just nodded mutely. He laughed and flexed his new arm.
Yeah, we get that a lot.
He said.
Don't worry, we mostly keep to ourselves.
No.
She said, finding her words at last.
No, it was incredible. You took down all those but your body? Can you fix it?
Fix?
The man said, flexing his arm.
Looks fixed to me.
But it's not.
Carria trailed off, looking significantly at the dead bit around them.
You know, not human.
He-Man's smile faded, and he held up his hand with fingers splayed.
My original arm got chopped off a while back.
He said.
Siralin or one of them other civil uprising deals. Can't remember. Was the first one I lost. I still remember how easy it came off.
He shook his head and sat down on a toppled column near her. Carria was struck by how small he seemed. Now that he was closer, he looked up at her and smiled once more.
We're not the most durable folks, as it turns out. Aliel got freaky alien muscles and bones and exoskeletons and whatnot. We tried to keep up with straight tech for a while, but that gets expensive. Heavy.
He frowned.
Pain in the ash to maintain, too.
They sat quietly for several long seconds before Carria mustered the courage to ask another question.
How much of you is still human?
She asked. The man turned to her and removed his eyewear, revealing one eye of crimson red and another of yellow with an undulating, vertically stretched pupil.
100%.
He said quietly.
Like I said, we don't start out with much. Hell, I think they used to make jokes about how easy we broke compared to the others.
He held up his hand again to examine it.
So we said, fine. We break, we fall, then we stand again.
But not all of you, Carria said. He laughed, shaking his head.
Y'all always get hung up on the meat. That's all it is, just meat. The human isn't the meat, it's the part that keeps getting back up. And sure, maybe we're a little different each time.
He flicked a finger on his arm. It gave a hard, metallic tink and raised a spark, the durable bit chitin resonating slightly under the bodysuit.
A little stronger, a little faster, a little less likely to go down.
He flashed her another smile, and this time there was no trace of amusement in the expression.
A little more human in all the ways that matter.
End of story. The Broken Oath by TMarkos.
All right.
Ethan sighed, taking a seat and sliding the photograph between two pages of his notebook.
When did you see him last?
The woman sitting across from him took a moment before she spoke, visibly hovering on the edge of tears.
Almost 5 days ago.
She replied.
He hadn't come home the night before. Nobody at his studio had seen him. His father's funeral was that weekend.
She shook her head, breaking off with clenched fists.
I thought he had gone to the bars, so I went to look. I saw him walking on the street with another woman.
Ethan jotted a few notes down in his notebook, then looked up at the woman.
Ma'am, I think I know the answer to this, so please forgive me for asking. But have you tried contacting the police?
Her mouth twisted bitterly.
They told me to talk to a divorce attorney.
She said.
They wouldn't listen. Mr. Carlyle, I looked right into Jeff's eyes. He didn't recognize me. Something is very wrong, and nobody but.
She bit her lip, realizing that the rest of her sentence could be considered somewhat rude. Ethan chuckled.
It's all right.
He reassured her.
I'm aware of my reputation. It's not undeserved.
So you think that there's something, she said, sounding equally horrified and relieved.
You think that what's happened with Jeff isn't normal?
He sighed and leaned back in his chair, giving her a level look.
I think it sounds similar to a few other cases I've worked on, which makes me generally optimistic.
He cautioned her.
I won't know more until I've had a chance to dig through the details.
What do you need to know?
She asked.
I'll tell you anything I can remember.
Ethan flipped a new page, over in his notebook.
You said his father died recently.
He muttered, looking up at her for confirmation.
Yes,
she said.
Cancer, a couple of weeks back. Do you think it has something to do with Jeff's disappearance?
Ethan suppressed an annoyed look, having long ago developed an immunity to the inane and obvious questions of anxious relatives.
Deaths and traumatic events are often important.
He said vaguely.
You said he went to the funeral just before he disappeared.
She nodded.
He spent the weekend in Cleveland with his brother, going through his father's things. He came back, he seemed fine, and then...
She trailed off, lip quivering.
I just want him to come home.
I'll do my best to make that happen.
Ethan assured her.
With what I know so far, it's looking very promising.
She got up and shook Ethan's hand before turning for the door.
Mr. Carlisle,
She said.
thank you for listening.
Ethan inclined his head, and seconds later the door clicked shut behind her. He took the photograph from his notebook and studied it. A smiling, scruffy man with a leavening of gray in his beard was posing in front of a white backdrop, a remote trigger for a camera clutched in one hand.
Artists.
Ethan muttered.
Oh, this is going to be such a pain in the ass.
End of scene. The townhouse was modest, understated, and currently vacant, according to the helpful building manager, when Ethan had inquired about potentially touring it. However, the woman's eyes had gone a bit glassy, and she'd offered to show a different property. The telltale signs of influence had been all over her, which was all the confirmation that Ethan needed. He sighed. There was some irony to the fact that muses had no artistry to them, nothing but thoughtless and ham-handed nesting behavior once they scented the peculiar blend of tragedy and talent that worked on them like catnip. Left to her own devices, she'd probably leave Jeff in a few weeks, stumbling, incoherent, and likely divorced. Sometimes, though, the blend was just a little too sweet, the artist too rare. Muses drank men like that down to the last drop, leaving only a withered husk, and the posthumous immortality of art. Raphael, Géricault, Seurat, Poe, Basquiat, but not Jeffrey Kleiner. If Ethan could help it, he didn't think the vaguely avuncular photographer was much at risk of becoming a tragic cornerstone of his field, but he never gambled with paying customers. Ethan took a few steps towards the door and felt the beginnings of a pull on his mind. The warding embrace of the muse shunting him away from the man in her ravenous embrace. He felt the urge to go take a walk, to get a coffee, to go do anything else but walk through that door. Sighing, he took out a token from his pocket and glanced at the rune carved into it. A brick of his thumb sent blood spilling onto it, and he felt his will take hold, the wood crumbling through his fingers. The urges stopped, but now she knew he was here, and, more importantly, a threat. The air thrummed with tension as he felt the weight of her focus come to bear.
Come on,
He muttered.
you've had your fun. Let this guy go home to his wife. Go nibble on some folks taking a pottery elective.
He walked up to the steps and raised his hand to the doorknob, searching through his coat for the unlocking he had stowed there. The door blew off its hinges, throwing him back onto the front walk in a tumble. Ethan could feel heat pouring from the townhome, crackling through the air in restless surges and crisping the grass. He rolled onto his side and looked up, immediately regretting his cavalier attitude towards the job. A woman stood in the ruined doorway, tall and with a runner's build. Her hair was fiery and cropped short, her skin olive and flawless, eyes as black as the depths of the earth fixed on him with rage. She stalked over to where he lay and glared down at him.
You broke my wards.
She hissed.
You have doomed us.
My mistake.
Ethan wheezed, trying to raise himself to a seated position.
Really sorry, meant to go one house down. I'll just see myself out.
Her eyes blazed with dull red light, and she bared her teeth.
You've overstepped, mortal.
She sneered.
I was ever drawn to hubris.
The woman reached down and grabbed his collar, lifting him bodily off the ground. Ethan tried to pry her hand loose, but her grip was unyielding steel. She drew back her hand to strike and paused, her head cocked to the side.
Cheech.
She spat.
Always the annoying ones that are useful.
She shifted her grip to the back of his collar and began dragging him up the steps unceremoniously.
Hey, wait.
Ethan croaked, still reeling from his tumble off the steps.
Seriously, this is not necessary. I'll leave. I'll refund my client.
Shut up.
She said, tossing him onto a couch and glancing irritably at the ruined doorframe. There was a cracking noise as the door clapped back into place, the wood knitting together and hinges reforming with a squeal of twisting metal. Ethan used her brief distraction to look around. The house was sparsely decorated in the soulless manner of a show unit, with thoughtless art and plastic plants scattered around. He could see back to the dining area, where a man sat slouched over the dining table, his elbows nudging the bowl of fake fruit jauntily placed in its center. Jeff was less tidy than in the photo, but still recognizable. Ethan frowned. Normally, the man would be busy with art, so involved in his passions that he could scarcely notice Ethan's presence. This man seemed similarly unaware, but he was just brooding. The woman stalked in front of him, interrupting his study of the missing photographer.
You,
She said, holding out her hand to him. In her palm was a small golden coin engraved with the image of a snake.
take the coin.
Ethan looked at the coin skeptically.
No offense, but I really don't want to.
Now.
It sat in her palm, round and glistening. Ethan noted the centuries of wear on the coin, the faded lettering around the edge.
In my experience,
He said softly.
it's never a good idea to accept the sort of offer that requires a choice made freely.
The woman slapped him across the face, hard. Ethan fell over sideways with blood flecking his lips. He lay there for a moment, dazed, before she hauled him back upright. Her eyes were featureless and dark as she studied him.
You're not like the other human, even if you are one of mine.
She muttered, "Why are you different?" Ethan spat blood onto the floor and shook his head.
You're one to talk.
He muttered.
What the hell sort of muse are you?
The woman snorted and gave him an irritated glare. "Even my useless nieces could have dealt with you easily," she said.
Now take the coin, or we will both die.
Ethan blinked.
Let's back up a second.
He said.
Why are we dying?
She gave him a flat look.
If it will hasten matters,
She sighed.
that man
She said, jerking a thumb at Jeff.
is one of mine. His father passed into Hades and left his wealth to his sons. The other brother took more than was his right, and in what remained this one found my coin.
She flexed her fingers, then curled them into a fist.
It is an old story, simple, strong. His own blood sings for the justice due to a thief. My justice.
Ethan's eyes widened as things clicked together in his head. Divine beings came in all forms, with corresponding tastes. The more recently ascendant varieties tended to prefer complex abstracts, like good done unto the needy, or the slow corruption of a soul. Some, like the muses, fed on the byproducts of passion and pain that stemmed from closer to the root of the human spirit. But there were older creatures who preferred simpler fare. Bloody retribution for the wronged was a primordial impulse, meat for things that were born from blood under eternal, starless night. Ethan looked up at the fury and gulped.
So,
He said.
I'm guessing there's an issue with the justice.
Astute.
She snorted.
The father had more than my coin in his trove. What the brother stole was trouble.
What sort of trouble?
Ethan asked.
You mistake me.
She sighed.
It was trouble, disorder, a small flute in form.
Ethan blinked.
A flute.
He said, feeling ice trickle down his spine.
As in a pan flute.
The fury nodded.
You understand.
She said.
The brother's fear of my retribution feeds it. With every moment it bleeds into paranoia, mania, panic.
Clap.
Ethan said. Phobophages were the worst sort of trouble simply because their aspect was so contagious. Left unchecked, a feeding frenzy could easily reach pandemic levels. A literal fear God turned loose in the heart of a city could mean the death of thousands.
Again, astute.
She said, holding out the coin.
So take it.
Ethan drew back, looking at her curiously.
What justice is there to do on my behalf?
He asked.
Nobody's stolen anything from me.
She looked at him and her eyes blared a dusky red once more.
3 are my domains.
She whispered.
Infidelity, theft, and the breaking of oaths.
No.
Ethan said, feeling a sick knot in his gut.
No, absolutely not.
An oath was sworn.
She insisted.
An oath was broken. I can feel the marks of it on your soul, the scars from where you were wronged. Allow me to take up your vengeance.
She loomed over him, seeming to fill the confines of the small room.
The oath was mighty, and so was its sundering. So will I be. None will stand in our path.
He shook his head.
You can't.
He croaked.
Some wrongs can't be righted.
A low chittering laugh scuttled through the room at the corner of his hearing, and he sat up with a start. The colors of the room began to waver, and the fury turned to stare at the door with a hiss.
He's coming.
She said.
You broke my wards, and now he has our scent.
She held out her hand. proffering the coin insistently.
We will die, as will all those near here. Take it.
You don't realize what you're asking.
Ethan mumbled.
I know how this works. I've seen my share of divine justice.
A lick of shadow flickered out of place, and far in the distance a woman began screaming. The Fury's eyes narrowed, but she did not interrupt him.
You would get power enough to right the wrong. That's how this sort of thing works.
She nodded.
That is the contract.
She confirmed.
The power invested in the oath becomes mine.
Ethan sighed and slumped back in the chair.
Then there's no way I can take the coin.
He said.
Fool.
She spat.
You would condemn this city to death.
She gestured as the straight lines of the wall began to warp and light from the window stretched out into glaring purple rays.
Chaos is expanding its reach. Will you let your pride bury thousands, millions?
She glared at him.
I have a sister who will come for you, murderer.
Your name,
Ethan said.
Give me your name and your solemn oath that you will only use the power to seal the flute.
The Fury swelled with rage and loomed close to him.
You dare ask this of me?
She whispered, her voice like a bare knife at his neck.
Will you let your pride bury thousands?
Ethan asked innocently.
Millions. Must you meet your sister?
Impudent wretch.
She snarled. Whatever words she might have said next were torn away as the door burst off its hinges for the second time that afternoon, hurling into the foyer as little more than a cloud of splinters. Silhouetted in the doorway was a man, a rictus grin on his face and dancing color about his brow. He stood oddly, stilted and warped as he advanced into the room. Empty eyes turned towards the two of them, and when his head moved, Ethan could hear the broken vertebrae grinding against each other.
The coin.
She cried out.
Please.
Your name.
Ethan replied firmly.
And your oath?
The figure in the doorway raised his hand. Ripples of sickening, colorless distortion fell languidly from his fingers, drawing gouges in the floor as he tottered towards them. The Fury went pale, then snarled a curse as she produced a small knife from a pocket. She raised a drop of blood from her finger and pressed it to her lips before pulling Ethan in for a long, angry kiss. His eyes clapped open wide, but there was little he could do to free himself from her vise-like embrace. She broke the kiss and put her blood-stained lips to his ear, whispering a single word. Ethan looked at her and nodded. With trembling fingers, he took the coin from her palm. There was a blast of light that blew through the wavering shadows of panic like so much gauze, temporarily casting every surface in blinding white. When Ethan's vision cleared, he saw the Fury, but she wasn't, really, not anymore. Golden wings sprouted from her back, and a nimbus of light radiated from her brow. Her nondescript clothing had turned to white robes that gathered at her waist with a belt of fine silver. In one hand she held a sword, and Ethan knew its name was Judgment. She raised the blade and pointed at the avatar of Panic, who flinched. Radiance streamed from the sword's point and washed away its shadowed countenance, leaving a broken and bloody corpse on the floor. The brother, clutching the shattered remains of a flute. Ethan felt the grip of its fear slacken as the physical focus dissipated. The Fury's face was set in grim triumph, but Ethan saw her eyes slowly turn upward. She looked high up, eyes of molten gold seeming to fix on something only she could see. Her grip on the sword tightened.
No.
Ethan shouted. You can't.
There is judgment to be rendered,
she said, her voice echoing through the room. Pale light began to shine from the blade. Ethan gritted his teeth and forced his way closer, shielding his eyes from the growing light.
You swore,
he said.
You swore an oath. Megara, she who punishes traitors.
Another step. He could smell burning hair as the light intensified.
Megara, Oathkeeper, I name you twice.
He could feel the pain searing at his flesh as the light shone still brighter from the sword.
Megara, Irenas,
he cried.
3 times I name you. I invoke the covenant sealed in blood.
There was another flash, and Ethan was flung back to collide with the smoldering couch. When the purple smudges faded from his vision, he could see Megara's slumped form on the floor, surrounded by ashes and scorched feathers. He staggered over and knelt beside her. She drew ragged breaths, shuddering with each inhalation. He tilted her head up and pressed her fingers to her forehead, murmuring softly. After a moment, her eyes snapped open and fixed on him, tears welling up at their corners.
I did not believe you,
she said quietly.
That an oath like that would be sworn or broken. An oath given by.
Ethan touched her lips. halting her.
By someone who must remain as they are.
He said gently. Megara looked at him for a long moment before sitting up and shaking her head.
Every now and then it occurs to me that the decision to create humanity was a poor one.
She grumbled.
Before you there was order, hierarchy. We had our roles. If someone was given the power to do a thing, it was because that thing was meant to be done by their hand. To have the power and choose not to use it, that is a uniquely human madness.
Ethan shrugged.
Maybe there's power in choices not made, just as there's power in oaths not kept.
He said. She nodded, then straightened up.
Perhaps.
She allowed.
But know this, mortal, some choices cannot be unmade.
She bent down to pick up a small, white-handled dagger with a golden blade.
You have opened the door of vengeance, and its instrument is created. One that is capable of meting out the justice that is your prerogative.
Ethan stared at the small blade, eyes widening.
Wait, what?
He said.
That blade is a big bleeping deal. I don't know how it's even still here in physical form. You definitely don't want.
She held up a hand to cut him off.
It is your justice, so it will not be used save by your leave.
She sighed.
But the option will remain, now that you have invoked it. Judgment for the slight against you is one step closer, now into eternity.
He sat back down on the burnt couch, dazed.
It doesn't seem like that's something we should be able to do.
He said weakly.
Don't assume that those upstarts of yours know everything.
She said, a faint smile touching her lips. She sat down beside him, turning the dagger over delicately in her fingers.
There are secrets that were made and kept, things claimed long ago in the lightless dark. For me and my kin the path is constrained, limited, yet absolute within its boundaries.
Ethan cocked his head and looked at her, then at the dagger she was idly flipping in her hands.
Megara,
he said.
Has anyone ever told you that you're a bit terrifying?
Yet I did not create this,
she said, waving the dagger in his face.
This is why humans were a mistake. The unconstrained path leads to strange destinations.
She smiled at him, the expression stopping well short of her eyes.
Also, if you let my name touch your lips again, I will kill you.
Ethan smiled back.
How about Meg?
He asked.
I will eat your liver,
she warned. There was a groan from the kitchen, and Ethan looked somewhat abashed.
Shoot, almost forgot about Jeff.
He muttered.
Listen, I'm not a big fan of liver,
he said.
But after I drop Jeff off, do you want to go get some coffee? Assuming nobody's burned down the shop, that is.
Her eyes narrowed.
I sprang forth from the sky's blood, spilled into the wine dark sea by a Titan's hand.
She said.
I do not go get some coffee. It is not my path.
Ethan shook his head.
Well, it's definitely mine,
he said.
Offer stands if you're interested.
Megara looked around the scorched apartment, her eyes lingering on the debris and chaos scattered everywhere.
A mistake,
she sighed.
Definitely a mistake.
Ethan walked back into the room, with Jeff leaning heavily on him.
Is that a yes?
He asked. She rolled her eyes.
Come on,
she sighed.
I'll help you get him into the car.
She moved to Jeff's other side and grabbed him under the shoulder, lifting the man up easily. Even so, her steps carried greater weight than before. The dagger hung at her side, shining bright, and every time Ethan saw a hint of its light he could not help but shiver. The Lingering Spark by TMarkos. Lines of shackled prisoners shuffled listlessly forward through the narrow space between outbuildings, squinting their eyes against the morning sun as they made their way into the yard. Ethan lowered his binoculars and shuddered. Cattle? It was a common insult thrown at humans by a variety of beings, but seldom had he seen the pejorative brought to life so literally. He ducked back behind a tree and slouched to the ground, mopping at the sweat on his brow. It wasn't just the heat or the humidity. A sickly pallor emanated from the compound ahead. Echoes of blackest evil visited upon those unlucky enough to find themselves there. The bark he leaned against crumbled at his touch. Wormholes riddled the wood, and the vegetation around him was spotted yellow and brown with blight. Ethan reflected that he should probably get moving, as spending more time in a place like this was hardly going to let him recover his strength. He crouched and moved through the brambles toward the fence line, clutching a handful of wooden tokens in one palm. As he drew near, he pricked his thumb upon each in turn. Blood stained the wood and pooled in the runes carved there. Silence, concealment, and a few others that hid him from senses no human possessed. Twigs snapped soundlessly under his feet. Leaves brushed by without appearing to move. He moved to the perimeter, like shadow and oil, pausing only when he reached the clear area just outside of the fence. For a few minutes Ethan only watched, observing the camp for movement. There were armed guards at regular intervals, unnaturally still when they weren't pacing on their rounds. A tickle in the back of his mind warned him that some of the runes were winding down. He sighed and reached in his pocket for illusion. This one had come dearly, made with wood grown on the banks of the Leth, and seasoned with lotus tree oil. At least, that's what Fastel had said when he complained about the price. Whatever its provenance, it had cost enough that he'd barely be making money on this job. He pricked his thumb over it. It didn't hurt, as his fingers had gone numb where they'd touched the token. It glistened wet and red in the sunlight before seeming to sigh, blur, and melt into nothing. Ethan stood up. The world around him was gray and diaphanous, seeming to blow in a wind that he could feel no trace of. Mindful of his time, he began walking at a brisk pace towards the fence. The guards, as wispy and dull as the rest of his surroundings, paid him no mind as he strolled across the clipped grass and straight through the pale shadow of the fence. It puffed like a wind-blown cloud in his wake before gently drifting back to its original shape. He moved quickly across the yard, not sparing a glance for those shuffling chained in the yard. He knew where his target was. He walked straight through a shed and an empty dormitory before pausing in front of a squat building. If he could see its color, he knew the peeling paint on the exterior would be a faded, putrid green. He had seen his mark led through here in a coffle line, and the building's sole door had remained shut ever since. The door tugged at him gently as he passed through, the ethereality lent by illusion leaching away in drabs as he cautiously walked forward. Color leaked back into the world, the darkened interior of the building slouching back to its normal solidity. Ethan staggered and clutched at his chest, feeling a stabbing heat in his ribs.
Clap, clap.
He muttered, leaning against a wall, with sweat beading his forehead. Whispers clustered around him, pressing close as they murmured concern for his wretched state.
Shut up.
He gasped, weakly swatting at nothing in particular.
I don't need ing.
He clenched his jaw and tried to breathe steadily until the pain subsided to manageable levels. The whispers took on a chiding tone. He shook his head.
The answer's still no,
he said, lurching to his feet, to hallways stretched out before him. He blinked and swiped a hand over his eyes. One hallway. It was lined with doors on each side, splintering wood roughly chained and bolted. He blooded a tracking rune and let it guide him to one of the doors midway down. It fizzled and blew into ash, and Ethan pulled out a set of bolt cutters from within his coat. As quiet and convenient as unlocking was, it still ate into his margins. There was a high pinging noise as he clipped through the chain, and another as he severed the other side of the link. The rusted metal clinked loudly as he freed the door bar, but he had it open in short order. He peered into the dark room, lit only by pallid light filtering through an opening high on the wall. There were 4 women inside, shackled to bolts in the wall, and filthy with grime that lay thick in their matted hair, and under broken, torn fingernails. They stared forward with dull eyes, not reacting to his presence. Ethan frowned and walked forward, peering at each woman's face, in turn until he found the one he had come for. She was thinner than her picture, and her hair had grown dark roots with a shock of white during her captivity. He grabbed her unresisting hand and wiped a patch of skin clean, laying down the bolt cutters and pulling a long, thin knife from his coat. Its blade was yellowed ivory rather than metal, and it was covered in scrimshaw up to its wickedly tapered point. He carefully traced a pattern into her skin. Blood welled up from the cuts, but she didn't react until the last line was drawn, forming a crude awakening. Her eyes clapped open with panic, and she began to hyperventilate, frantically scrabbling away from Ethan.
Hey, calm down.
He soothed her, laying the knife down on the ground.
It's all right. Sarah, right. My name is Ethan Carlyle.
How do you know my name?
She rasped, her voice weak from disuse. She looked down in confusion at the shackles and torn shift she wore.
Where am I? Why am I chained up?
Ethan grimaced. Magically induced stupors came in all flavors, but it was pretty universally bad to keep someone under for days at a time. Sarah had been missing for weeks, and apparently had spent all of it insensate. He didn't envy the withdrawal she'd be hitting in a day or two if they managed to make it out alive.
You were taken by some very bad men.
Ethan simplified.
Your brother hired me to come bring you back home. Now I'm going to get you out of those restraints. I need you to stay quiet and do what I say. Do you think you can do that?
She stared at him, terrified, but managed a hesitant nod. Ethan smiled and reached for the bolt cutters.
Great,
he said.
Now hold still.
She shivered as he worked on her chains, each broken link resonating uncomfortably loud in the cramped space. When the last link was cut, she pulled away from him, backing into a corner and crossing her arms over her chest. Ethan sighed.
You're welcome,
he muttered, rummaging for the tokens that would see them rapidly away from the camp.
Now come on, we need to get out of here.
Sarah bit her lip and looked around the cell, seeming to notice the other 3 women for the first time.
What about them?
She asked, seeming more awake now. A thread of stubbornness found its way into her voice.
We can't just leave them here.
No choice,
Ethan said.
Sorry, but that's how it is. It's going to be risky enough for just.
The door to the cell burst open with a crash as 2 huge men in coveralls shouldered their way through. Ethan cursed and spun around just in time to receive a fist to the gut that left him wheezing on the ground. He was vaguely aware of Sarah's screams as they hauled him to his feet and dragged him out of the cell.
Stay until someone comes for you, meat.
One of them grunted, shooting a warning glare at Sarah where she huddled in the corner.
You don't want to find out what we do to the ones who run.
He slammed the door closed and turned to look at Ethan.
Let's go.
He grunted.
Boss man wants to see you.
The 2 dragged Ethan out of the building and halfway across the yard by the time he had recovered enough to limp. He coughed and tried to look up at his captors, but they had him in an annoyingly efficient hold that kept his head locked downward.
Guys, listen.
He rasped.
I'm sure we can.
The man who had spoken before punched him in the stomach once more, dragging him onward without additional conversation. They moved from dirt onto metal grating, and Ethan knew they were approaching the large central structure in the compound. He was carried up some stairs before being dumped unceremoniously on the floor. The 2 men walked back out of the room, and as the door clicked, he heard lighter footsteps walking slowly towards him. Ethan lifted his head. He was in a fine office, the floor done in rich hardwoods, and the walls barely visible behind bookshelves, paintings, and decidedly ancient tapestries. The thing walking towards him was dressed in an impeccable suit, bespoke to its thin frame. Its face was cadaverous and pale, hairless with a sickly hue. The eyes that peered out from its corpse face were a cloudy white where they weren't blood crap.
Mr. Carlyle,
It said, his voice burring unpleasantly.
So nice to see you.
Ethan grunted and flopped into a sitting position, looking up at what had to be Demon, an older one, by the looks of him.
Have we met?
He asked, silently cursing his luck. The Demon shook his head, lips spreading into a wide grin that revealed hundreds of thin, elongated teeth.
Oh, no.
It said.
No, I haven't had the pleasure before now. I was simply an admirer of your work.
You were, huh?
Ethan asked, looking around the room. The window at the back was warded tightly enough that he could see it even from a distance. The magic hanging in fat and distorted bands across the glass. The 2 men from before were surely out in the hallway. He tried to sort through what he still had in his pockets, what he could reach before the Demon could react. He grimaced. Nothing that would do much good.
I'm surprised,
he said, counting his options while he spoke.
Folks like me aren't generally very popular in your circles.
The Demon grinned wider still, exposing a truly unfortunate quantity of teeth.
Like you? But you're a rather unique specimen, Mr. Carlyle.
It purred.
It's true, most of the scum you deal with likely doesn't care much for you past your blood, your liver, and your capacity for suffering. But you have so much more to offer than mere torment.
Ethan wrinkled his nose.
Sorry, buddy, you're not my type.
The Demon chuckled softly and sat down in a plush chair, steepling its fingers. Belatedly, Ethan noticed that it had 7 on each hand.
It is known in certain circles,
it said quietly,
that Michael has not been seen in his full regalia for several years. Some whisper that he may have mislaid something.
An icy chill wormed its way through Ethan's gut.
Is that so?
He asked, laughing weakly.
Well, you know, Mike, he'd lose his halo if it weren't stuck on his head.
Have a care, Mr. Carlyle,
the Demon said, all levity absent from its voice.
We may be estranged, but my brother is not to be mocked by one such as you.
Ethan held up his hands placatingly.
No offense.
He said.
I just don't see what Michael's stuff has to do with me.
Don't you?
His captor asked.
The way I hear it, you know one piece of the regalia quite well. As it happens, the relevant piece to our discussion. And it knows you, I should think, for that is a blade does not forget its wielders.
Ethan pressed his lips into a line. Playing dumb was apparently off the table.
I'm not that guy anymore.
He said.
Whatever you think I can do for you.
Pish and posh, Mr. Carlyle.
The demon said.
You know perfectly well what I want.
It leaned forward until Ethan could see every dry capillary in its boiled egg eyes.
The Sponic you conspired with.
It murmured.
Give me her name.
I'm sure I don't know who you're talking about.
Ethan said, narrowing his eyes. Despite his carefully guarded expression, he knew the demon could probably hear the beating of his heart. It grinned again and spread its arms.
Nobility.
It said gleefully.
You know, I had almost forgotten what fun you humans could be after all this time herding livestock.
It walked to the window and peered out with a grimace of distaste, its eyes raking over the lines of prisoners trudging through the yard.
There is sustenance, Mr. Carlyle, and there is spice. It's a pity that so few of your kind have a touch of the divine to them. Something to leaven the dull animal fear.
Every human has a touch of the divine to them.
Ethan said stiffly. The demon only laughed.
Oh, come now, you don't really believe the propaganda.
It chuckled.
Look at you with your inherited spark. Look at me.
It raised its arms, and Ethan saw the dizzying shadow of wings spread wide, charcoal gray and feathered.
We both have something those sad lumps of meat do not. Something inside us that hungers for sweeter meat. Although yours is looking a bit starved. You should really let my doltish brothers fatten you up a bit. I'd offer you a bite from my table, but...
It flashed its teeth at him.
I think my fare would disagree with your constitution.
It's all right. I could stand to lose a few pounds.
Ethan said dryly.
Oh, that's rich.
The demon chortled, withdrawing a flask from his coat pocket and pouring some into a tumbler on the desk. It paused and looked back at Ethan.
A drink, at least. I promise it's nothing untoward.
Sure, why not?
Ethan grunted. As deceptive as demons were, they were strangely disinclined to mix deceit with hospitality. Besides, if it wanted to poison or otherwise harm him, it was perfectly capable of doing so. Without his consent, he accepted the proffered glass, carefully avoiding contact with the demon's spidery fingers. His first sip was ambrosia upon his tongue. It was a rich, mellow bourbon redolent with oak, and the barest hint of char, quite possibly the best thing he had ever tasted.
Holy clap.
He mumbled, holding up the glass to inspect it.
All right, I'm legitimately impressed. Good, isn't it?
The demon agreed.
Back when I was working the crossroads, I ran across a distiller, a frontiersman who wanted to make the best whiskey that had ever existed. We bargained on it, and he got what he wanted, although he neglected to specify a few key details.
It held up the flask and gave it a tiny shake, grinning, then tossed it on the desk. Ethan choked.
You bound his soul in the flask.
He sputtered.
He's been living in my pocket for a couple of centuries now,
The demon said.
And before you get all indignant, he's perfectly happy. He gets to indulge in his craft, to create what he loves. It's like I've been trying to tell you, Mr. Carlyle. Humans have no divine spark. There's no hunger there, none of the drives that push beings like you and me to excel. There's just a muddy scrap of base soul that's at its best when oblivious. Soothed, apathetic.
There was a loud noise from the yard, and the demon turned to stare out the window with a frown.
And you've taken that from them with your reckless intrusion here. Stolen their happy apathy. Now some of them are feeling fear and pain for no purpose, satisfying no one's hunger. They merely suffer without benefit.
You think you're doing them a favor.
Ethan growled.
They're barely alive, the way you keep them.
They're content.
The demon said, holding up a finger.
They're satisfied. Happy without possessions, without aspirations. There's no pain or suffering, no howling and tossing oneself on the gears of the world for no real benefit. They simply exist in blissful ignorance, providing me and my kin with the milk of human suffering when we have need of it.
There was another loud clamor from outside, and the demon looked distractedly towards the yard.
Really, it's such a waste.
It murmured.
But if it is the sacrifice necessary to enjoy your company, so be it.
It stalked toward him, lips pulling back into another smile.
You will tell me her name. Perhaps not today or tomorrow. But we have time. You and I am sure as the months go by you will find a measure of contentment here.
Ethan shuddered and shook his head.
I wouldn't count on it.
he muttered.
I'm famously hard to pin down.
Crashes came from just outside the building, angry yells audible through the heavy wooden doorway of the demon's office. There was another sound at the periphery of Ethan's hearing, so quiet he almost missed it amid the fracas outside. He tilted his head, straining to hear it.
You certainly do have a knack for stirring trouble.
The demon sighed, walking to the door.
Please excuse me. I'll be back to continue our conversation shortly.
Finally, Ethan's ears managed to pick out the faint noise. From the background, a slow smile spread over his face, and he pulled himself shakily to his feet.
You're wrong, you know.
Oh, this should be good.
It sighed, turning back towards him.
Wrong in what particular?
Humanity does have a divine spark,
he said.
Sure, some of us neglect it. I don't always have faith in it myself, I admit. But it's there.
The demon rolled its eyes.
How blandly inspiring you are.
It muttered.
Really, this sort of motivational drivel is why we left above in the first place. Sit back down, Mr. Carlyle, and I'll...
The door crashed open behind the demon. It whipped around, turning to face the intruders, only to receive a knife in his gut. It staggered back a step, blinking in shock, then straightened up and smiled. Sarah stood in the doorway, bolt cutters in one hand and Ethan's bloodied scrimshaw knife in the other. Behind her stood a mob of seething prisoners, their shackles cut through, and crude copies of the same awakening rune Sarah bore etched into their hands.
You can't be serious.
The demon cackled, wiping the blood from its front in a plume of sulphurous smoke.
Oh, this is adorable. Children playing their games.
Its smile slackened, and it stretched out a hand.
But you all need to go back to sleep.
As it spoke, a ripple washed over the prisoners. They staggered, their eyes becoming briefly glassy, then straightened back upright to glare at their captor.
What?
The demon sputtered, staring at the unaffected prisoners in disbelief.
It's true that the human soul doesn't hunger like yours does,
Ethan said, walking towards the back of the room as the prisoners pressed forward.
But it's still a divine creature, and you can still feed it like one. But not misery or charity or any of the other rarefied things you and your brothers cultivate.
He grinned, showing the demon his teeth.
The human soul is best fed on adversity, strife, struggle, and that spark will linger until it finds its fuel, waiting for the right opportunity, remembering, listening to every word you say.
He held up the demon's flask.
You'll never believe what my new friend just told me, Belphegor.
The demon's name hit it like a physical blow.
What?
It gasped, staggering. The wound in its stomach reopened, blood seeping out between its spindly fingers. The prisoners stepped forward, as one, emboldened by the demon's weakness, as they brandished pipes, bricks, and bloodied batons taken from the guards.
There's a reason why above takes a light touch with mortals,
Ethan said, his eyes flaring gold, as he stretched his hand out.
You push too hard, and eventually we push back.
Belphegor's eyes flew wide as it saw light gathering at Ethan's fingertips.
Wait.
It gasped.
I'm sure we can.
Ethan clenched his fist.
Baal Pat Vor.
He spat.
Prince of Hell, I abjure thee.
Belphegor screamed and clutched at his head, as the prisoners swarmed him, quickly disappearing behind a sea of flailing limbs. Blood dripped from their hands and rage burned in their eyes as they tore the demon's corpse to shreds. Ethan leaned back on the desk and held the flask up, contemplating it.
So, I don't have what I need to fix you up right now,
he said.
But I can get you out of there in a day or two. Just need to run by the shop for a few things.
The flask twitched in his hand, and Ethan smelled freshly charred oak. He blinked.
You're sure?
He asked, surprised. The scent of summer rye and cool spring water tickled his nose. Ethan stared at the flask for a moment, then shrugged.
I'm not going to argue too hard,
he said.
You just let me know if you ever want out, okay?
He slipped it into his coat pocket and looked at the prisoners still beating their catharsis out of the bloody lump that used to be a demon. He felt a smile join the lingering taste of whiskey on his lips. For the first time in a while, the whispers had fallen silent. End of story. Friday Evening by TMarkos.
I don't understand it.
Marie looked up at the Kevin ambassador with an exasperated grin. Delat, you've been in this gallery for nearly an hour now. You've stopped in front of a dozen paintings. Each time, you stare at it for several minutes. Each time, you say the same thing.
Because I don't understand, Delat replied. You seem to find this amusing, but I'm failing at a primary purpose of my visit here. It is causing me considerable distress.
She looked at Delat's impassive, squishy face. Aha, she said, not sounding particularly convinced. All right, tell you what. You look at this painting and tell me what you see. Then I'll do the same.
The folds of his face deepened in concentration as he leaned closer to the paint-daubed canvas. It is a composition of colored paints on cloth, primarily red. The design does not appear to represent or depict anything, nor does it adhere to any form of symmetry or geometric patterning that I can discern. Chaotic black and gray strokes provide contrast. Delat paused, looking at Marie. Is it the contrast? Does that hold the painting's appeal?
Marie couldn't quite stifle her smile at the earnest question, shaking her head gently. No, although it does help, she said. She walked over to the small plaque beside the painting. What does that say?
Delat examined the title card. Friday evening, he muttered. I had noticed it earlier, but the name did not seem to bear any significance on the artwork. I had considered the idea that it was randomly chosen.
Nothing in art is random, even the random elements, Marie said. Look at it again through the lens of the name. The red, like a setting sun outdoors, blending with the warm tones of streetlights. The strokes are big, slow. They're taking their time, slowly fading into the black. The darker strokes are narrow, spiky, almost threatening. They're encroaching on the fading red, waiting to take what's theirs. There's a tension in the piece, dying light versus ascendant dark. Can you see it?
Delat looked at the painting for a long moment. No, he said.
Marie sighed. Well, we gave it a try, she said.
No, this was valuable, Delat insisted. Please tell me what the other paintings mean. I will convey your words back to Kiwi and we will analyze them further.
Wait, Del, Marie said, her eyes going wide. I might not have explained it well. What I told you isn't what the painting means. It's what the painting means to me.
Delat blinked, a complex operation for a Kevin. Is your interpretation erroneous? He asked. What is the consensus opinion, then?
She shook her head, pressing the fingers against the bridge of her nose. There is no consensus, she sighed. You have to understand, you could walk everyone in this room past this painting and get entirely unique interpretations from everyone. Hell, there's probably a few of them that would be closer to your view of it than mine.
But this art is popular, Delat objected.
Marie nodded. Very.
Even though no two of you agree on what it means, and a significant portion fail to derive any meaning from it whatsoever, Delat said flatly.
That is likely part of the appeal, Marie confirmed, the hint of a smile rising to her lips once more. It's about being evocative. Del, providing a direction for emotion and thought, a nucleation point for ideas and feelings to take hold and expand in new directions you might not have considered.
Delat blinked once more, then consulted his handpad. After a moment, he gave her a confused look. That is not the definition of art, he said.
The definition, Marie sputtered, making an exasperated gesture. Del, there is no definition of art. It's as nebulous as the meaning of that painting, changing from person to person. Many humans would say this painting isn't art.
But it is, Delat said.
Yes, it is, Marie sighed.
Delat's facial folds deepened once more. So, he said slowly, many of your people require additional education on the subject.
No, Marie shouted, drawing some glares from the other gallery patrons. Oh, damn it, I'm explaining this all wrong.
It seems to be a very complex subject, Delat said. I'm sure some of the fault is mine for not comprehending fully. I will note in my report that you made an exemplary effort.
Marie shook her head, running her fingers through her hair frustratedly. It's not your fault, we're just kind of hard to summarize sometimes, she said wryly. How about this? I'll put my head together with a few folks from the consulate, and we'll see if we can't figure something out. Keep a spot open on your calendar. She darted a sly look at the painting beside them. Let's say Friday evening.
Delat added an item to his handpad, then paused. Humor, he said, looking up at her. That was a reference to a relevant but unexpected contextual element. It was humorous.
Good job, Marie chuckled. We'll have you doing stand-up by next week.
I am already standing, Delat noted.
Ha, see, you're a natural, she teased, moving towards the gallery exit. Friday, Del, I'll be in touch.
End of scene. They had an early dinner on Friday before commandeering one of the embassy's flyers to whisk them away towards a location farther south down the coast. Delat looked over at Marie, who was humming softly with a slight smile on her face.
You seem content, he observed.
She grinned at him, flashing her teeth. I have a good feeling about this, she said. We did our research, tried to figure out what sort of stimuli might resonate best with a Kevin. The materials in your intro packet said that your people lived in your planet's oceans for a comparatively long period of time, right? Safe from the stormy weather.
Delat inclined his head. That is correct, he said. We only emerged in response to depleted hunting caused by a minor extinction event, at which point our development proceeded on a route fairly close to galactic norms. He paused. This is relevant to art, he said, sounding as incredulous as a Kevin ever had.
For us, art that addresses the primal is some of the most intense and appreciated, she said, then paused and cocked her head.
You are about to qualify that statement, Dilat said. You are going to tell me that other humans do not value such art, nor do they consider it art at all.
The dissent chime went off, and Marie laughed. I won't tell you any such thing, she said, but only because you've already figured it out. Come on, we're running late.
Dilat allowed her to hurry him away from the flyer and towards a gigantic structure, one of their sporting arenas. If he remembered correctly, they joined a stream of people moving through one of the many entrances and soon found themselves in the middle of a seething mass of people. Many shot curious looks their way. Dilat was far from the only non-human there, but few Kevin had visited Earth. Yet, Marie grabbed one of his primary arms and led him through the crowd. The space opened up into a colossal partial enclosure ringed with seats, presumably for watching the sporting events that were the building's purpose. Everyone present was on the flat center. However, clustered before a smaller flat platform in the center with a variety of electrical apparatus, he turned to Marie in confusion.
I don't understand, he said, noting the small quirk of her lips as he said it. Should we not be in the seats?
Are you kidding me? She said, shouting over the noise of the crowd. You have to be down by the stage. Trust me, you'll see.
Dilat inclined his head. I will trust you, he said.
The two of them stood amid the sea of people in a tiny bubble of space, afforded to them by Dilat's novelty and bulk. The roof over the arena loomed high and dark above them, and as the stage fell into shadow, some strangely garbed men climbed the stairs to stand before the crowd. There was a hum from the stage, and the odd taste of ozone. The lights went out, plunging them into darkness. Amid the building excitement from the audience, one of them held an instrument aloft, a guitar Dilat recognized, and ran his fingers sharply over its strings. A burst of lightning erupted from a tall silver pillar behind him, sounding a low note that jarred Dilat's very bones. He flinched backwards in utter shock, thinking the humans must be dead from such a close impact. But the cheers only intensified, and as he composed himself, Dilat saw that they were each wearing metal clothing designed to shield them from the shock. The man began to play the guitar, evoking lightning from the pillar behind him that skirled up and down the musical scale.
Frequency modulation, Dilat shouted, looking to Marie.
Marie turned to him with a giant grin, her eyes sparkling. You dork, just shut up and...
A blast of low-frequency sound drowned out the rest of her sentence, once again startling Dilat backward. The crowd around him roared back, their voices a single titanic chant of approval. Dilat felt as if he were immersed in an ocean of noise, muddy currents of sound pressing in on him as the lightning strobed from the stage. The performers began to play in earnest, the lightning and the crowd thundering as one while the bass pulsed deep and powerful over the masses. The man with the guitar hopped up onto a raised platform and thrust his fist skyward as he strummed with the other, catching the bolt of lightning on his fingers. The arcing electricity made a pure note that skittered over the bass, pulsing, merging. Lasers and strobes cut brilliant lines through the air that shifted color with dizzying speed. Dilat was overwhelmed with the sensations that assaulted him from all sides, the crowd surging like a living beast in response to the musicians. As the music reached a crescendo, he felt the noise pull and pull at him until he tilted his head back and roared a stentorian bellow, raising his arms high. There was a visible disturbance in the stadium as the concertgoers reacted to Dilat's impulsive call, and he immediately felt shame crushing down upon him. He turned to Marie to apologize, to ask that they leave, but found her laughing delightedly. On the stage, the guitarist punched his fist into the air, and the bass roared back in an imitation of his call, rattling the audience even more thoroughly than he had. The crowd went mad. The lightning struck, and the show surged onward with wild abandon. Dilat rode the sound in delirious, ecstatic waves for so long that he lost all track of time, lost everything but the lights, the pulse, the thunder, and then it was over. The band played their last thundering note, while lightning crackled and flames burst upward from the stage, sending the crowd into hoarse, screaming fits that lasted well after the band had waved their exhausted farewell. Dalat felt drained in ways he had never felt before, but still alert. Awake, full of energy, he let Marie lead him towards the exit, noting that several around them made appreciative comments about his singing during the concert. Finally, they were in the tunnel leading out towards the flyer pad, the crowds departing by other exits. The air was cooler. He hadn't noticed how hot it had been by the stage, but now he relished the refreshing breeze from outside as they walked.
"That was it, wasn't it?" he said, finding his voice surprisingly hoarse. "That was art."
Marie grinned at him, although it seemed she hadn't stopped smiling since they entered. "Yep," she said proudly. "That was art."
He shook his head, feeling oddly giddy as they neared the exit. "So strange," he said, "and so different from what you showed me before. I wonder if humans simply find the visual medium more."
Marie lost her grip on his arm as he stopped dead in his tracks. She looked back to find him slack-faced, staring out into the distance. "Del," she said, her smile at last fading into a concerned frown. "Hey, you all right?"
Dalat looked out at the reddening sky. Overcome, deep crimson and orange wove through the clouds on the horizon, shading into purples above, and culminating in a thin line of brilliant gold where the sun had yet to release its hold on the heavens. The silhouettes of trees and buildings clawed their way into the sky, 1,000 blackened cutouts framing the brilliant palette above. He was immobile, helpless. The dinner, the flight, the concert, the assault of sensation, and the roar of the people, the feel of the space around him vibrating with the noise, the excited energy of the crowd as it dispersed, and the cool air on his face, washing it all over while the sky burned. Friday evening. He would remember this night forever.
"Marie," he croaked.
"Yeah, Del," she said, looking truly worried. "Are you okay? Was it too much?"
"The gallery," he said. "How soon can we go back? I need to see the painting."
She blinked, looking confused, then pivoted to follow his gaze. "Oh," she said. "Oh," she turned back to him, smiling once more, though, strangely, he saw tears marking the corners of her eyes. "Get in the flyer." She laughed, her voice thick with emotion. "You're the ambassador. For you, they're open now."
Ichiro's Hibachi Palace by TMarkos. From Vigilant Craxel Commander Jillax to Vigil Elite Subcommandant Crax. I'm back from assignment. I've finished my trip to get to know Earth, to check out their ships, to learn of the humans, to see how they live. In short, to sum up the impression they give, I'm back from assignment. Subcommandant Crax. I'll present my report now. Please sit and relax. There were several dry meetings, you know just the sort, where diplomats quibble and quabble for sport. They quibbled and quabbled till dealing was done. But then they said, "Come, we should go have some fun." I refused them at first, but they proved quite persistent. As they told me, it's futile to be so resistant. So kindly remove that large stick from your tushy. This meeting is over. We're going for sushi. And that's when it happened. That's when things went downhill. That's when we went to the hibachi grill. I'm sure that the humans intended no malice when they brought me to Ichiro's Hibachi Palace. But Vigil Elite, I will swear to you now, on the glorious fleet, on my vigilant vow, end of story. The thin chain lashed down across Elra's shoulders, marking the scarred flesh there with another bloody line.
"Haul, or don't eat."
The line overseer growled.
"We're not feeding you to stand around."
She bristled internally, but ducked her head. There was nothing to be gained from showing fire to the overseer. He was waiting for it, hoping for it, to bring Ulrai up on the address platform and show them to the massed laborers, give a speech about gratitude and knowing one's place, to strip and lash her before the masses, while calmly reciting the virtues of obedience, humility, and servitude. Nothing gave them more pleasure than making an example, so she kept her retort under her tongue and hauled against the cart, her muscles strained at the yoke. Weak after months of malnourishment and poor sleep, but it slouched forward with a whine of grit against the wheels. She had been one of the lucky ones to stay out of the camps as long as she had. There was no law mandating that Rai had to report to the camps, not explicitly, but ever since the Commonwealth annexation of Lur there were a small herd of them that made it dang hard to stay out. Maybe you had your own place, so you didn't need to live there, but property owners had to file papers in person once a year, and none of those offices were anywhere near the dwindling, cramped neighborhoods where most Rye lived, so you took a day off work to go, but then you were behind a day's pay, bills piled up, and then it was just a matter of time. An injury, an accident, a missed payment on a loan, and you had a lien against your property. Then no property at all. You became a vagrant, and vagrants went to the camps. So it went, although Elra's trajectory had been rather more abrupt. She had come to the city a while back, seeking her fortune outside of the impoverished rural areas being choked to death by Commonwealth-backed city trade. She had struggled for a bit, but was lucky enough to find a job as a translator for public service announcements into the local dialect of Rye, feeling gratified to bring important news to those who had yet to master the harsh, croaking barks of Comglit. But then the ordinance came down, a ban on use of government funds to publish materials in any language other than Comglit. Her supervisor had been sympathetic, her co-workers tearful, and her job ultimately gone. With her small savings, she managed to make rent for 1 month. Eviction was quick and efficient, leaving her sitting on a street corner with a hastily packed suitcase as the clock in the square chimed the hour. Once, twice, 3 times. A city security guard was standing 5 meters away, watching her fidget with her case. 4, 5, 6. She didn't know what to do. She had enough money for food, or maybe for transport out, but not tonight. Nothing could be booked on such short notice. 7, 8, 9. The chimes ended, and the security officer looked at his partner with a slight smile. He walked over, insectal stature looming tall over her slim form on the bench.
Ma'am,
He rumbled, the harsh sound of Comglit flowing easily from his mandibles.
are you aware that it's past curfew?
And that was that. A holding cell, a truck, a bus, and then remanded to subsidized accommodation, the pleasant way to refer to the labor camp. She had lost the precise count of days the first time. She had been thrown in solitary confinement for speaking Rye within earshot of a guard. Now it was just today, and the next day, and the next, keeping her head down, although she was increasingly lost as to why. What was she surviving for? The pitiful rations, the leers from the guards, the inevitable decline into sickness and starvation when the work managed to cripple her. Her foot slipped, and the cart lost its momentum. She planted her feet again to haul, but no, that wasn't a way forward. She exhaled, long and slow, then slipped the yoke off her shoulders.
Hey, Softskin.
The guard spat.
I told you to haul. Get that cart out of the path.
I refuse.
She said, speaking the words in Rye. She stood tall, although still a span shorter than the guard, as he walked over with a low, guttural laugh.
What was that?
He said.
I don't speak softy, so I'm going to have to guess. He coiled his whip around a hand, pulling the chain links tight. The whips were authorized non-harmful discipline devices for the Commonwealth. But most Commonwealth members had exoskeletons. I think you just told me how much you enjoy it when I whip you.
Do what you're going to do,
she said, looking in his black, glossy eyes. Her entire frame was shivering, but she held his gaze.
I'm done. I won't play this game any longer.
Why, of course, I'll do it as hard as I can.
He sneered.
So kind of you to ask.
He raised his arm up, releasing the links of the chain so they swayed and glinted in the dim light of the workyard. She closed her eyes and waited for the lash to fall.
Your Lorraine is terrible.
A voice drawled. It spoke in Rye, beautifully, although with an odd lilt that she couldn't place. She opened her eyes to find the overseer staring past her down the path, and she turned to follow his gaze. An odd off-worlder was striding up, dressed in a black jacket with a thin strip of red cloth fastened at his neck. Behind him, to either side, were taller, more muscular members of his species clad in light armor plating. The man switched to Comglit, rattling off the sharp syllables with practiced ease.
This woman just indicated her unwillingness to participate in the work program. Under subsection 14.4 of the Articles of Incorporation, no Commonwealth work program may be made mandatory.
The man's eyes glinted, and although his face remained impassive, she caught the sense that his calm tone was a veneer.
I'm glad I arrived when I did. There was almost a serious misunderstanding between you two. You really should learn the local language if you're going to work on planet.
The guard stood still, bemused.
The bleep are you?
He grunted.
Listen, softy.
Commonwealth Observer.
The man interrupted him, pulling out a card from his jacket.
Jonathan Torvald. You'll find my credentials are in order. May I see yours?
What credentials?
The guard said, taking a small step back. Elra looked back and forth in confusion. The smaller, decidedly less imposing off-worlder stood completely still.
Your certification as an officer of the law.
Jonathan said.
You are holding a compliance whip, are you not? Those require legal certification under Commonwealth law.
He gave a thin smile to the guard.
But now that I think about it, it would be a gross violation of statute for an officer of the law to use such a device on citizens not currently detained in a prison facility. This wasn't registered as a prison facility, last I checked.
The guard sputtered, gripping his whip tighter.
Listen,
he said, holding up his hands.
You can't be here. You need to talk to the director.
The director,
Jonathan said, sounding incredulous.
But that makes no sense at all. A prison facility must be overseen by a licensed Commonwealth tribune. Surely you've misspoken.
The guard stomped his foot angrily, his annoyance pushing through the confusion.
This isn't a prison, softy. You can't be here.
Not a prison.
The man murmured. He turned to look at Elra, presenting his back to the guard.
Ma'am, he said, shifting to Rai. Are you a convicted criminal?
Elra's mouth worked soundlessly for a few seconds before she looked down.
She
said.
I broke a curfew.
A curfew?
Jonathan said.
And how long have you been here?
I don't.
She looked at him, fear welling up inside of her. The calm, fatalistic certainty she had felt just moments ago had entirely fled, leaving her on the verge of panic. The guard looked at her with murder in his eyes, not understanding their conversation, but promising that she would regret having it.
I don't know.
She stammered, embarrassed to admit it.
A little while.
I see.
Jonathan asked. His eyes flicked to the fresh welt on her shoulders.
I see that you're injured,
he said. His voice was steel and velvet.
How did that happen?
She looked at the guard again, feeling the fear pulse through her. She didn't know what was going on, but this had escalated far past what she had foolishly thought to do earlier. The guard wouldn't just kill her for this. She knew what happened to the Rai that really annoyed them. Her gaze slid back to Jonathan, who was looking at her with a placid expression. Her fear must have been evident. Gods, how could it not be? She was shivering like a feather in a breeze. She looked into the off-worlder's odd greenish eyes for a long time, unable to speak.
Ma'am,
he said.
I'm asking you if this man struck you with his whip.
A spike of ice shot through her spine. They would kill her slowly for this, but the guard's darkened face already promised worse.
He did,
she said, feeling her death settle on her. It was oddly freeing. She straightened up, looking directly into the guard's eyes.
Yes,
she said, switching to Comlet.
This man whipped me.
The guard growled and took a step towards her, but before she could muster another moment of terror, one of the two men with Jonathan blurred into motion. The overseer's exoskeleton fractured with a horrid crack as the man twisted, bent, and drove the screaming guard into the ground.
And that's battery as well,
Jonathan said, his calm demeanor sliding away into something cold and profoundly disappointed. He walked over to the moaning overseer, sidestepping his tangle of twitching limbs.
The people of Lur, joining the Commonwealth as full members in every respect, shall be citizens with all of the attendant rights and obligations,
he said.
Paramount among those rights are those to liberty and self-direction, which shall not be abridged.
Elra looked at him, puzzled.
The Articles of Incorporation,
she asked. Jonathan nodded, not taking his eyes from the writhing guard.
A beautiful and profoundly disregarded document,
he said.
But still law.
She laughed bitterly, surprising herself at least as much as Jonathan. How long had it been before she'd made that noise, even in mockery?
If what you said is law, I haven't seen it,
she said.
Does it look like we have liberty here?
No, it does not,
Jonathan said. He looked towards the camp office, taking note of a mass of armed guards moving their way.
My race is a recent entrant into the Commonwealth, miss.
He paused.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Elra,
she said absently, her eyes fixed on the guards.
Elra,
he repeated.
Lovely name. My race is a recent entrant into the Commonwealth, Miss Elra. When we joined, we found that laws as they appeared in reality differed substantially from laws as they appeared on the page. It was a harsh lesson for us, and the cause of much regret at the time.
The director was at the head of the guards, brandishing his whip. She couldn't see from this distance, but she knew it had 14 wry outlines carved on its handle, 15 after today.
However,
Jonathan continued, ignoring their advance.
this was territory we had tread before, albeit in different circumstances. The framework was sound. The letter of the law was as it should be. Correction was just a matter of careful, consistent application.
The director bodily flung aside Ulrai, who had not cleared his path fast enough, coming alarmingly close to their group.
Sir.
She said insistently.
There.
Please call me Jonathan.
He replied, smiling at her. She blinked, nonplussed.
Jonathan.
She said, the syllables awed in her mouth.
Please. I appreciate what you're doing, but you have to leave. They'll kill you too.
They will not.
He said firmly.
Nor you, nor anyone else. You are a citizen of the Commonwealth, the same as those gentlemen rushing towards us.
There was a high whine of engines from above, and a blinding spotlight highlighted the director. Off-worlders of several species dropped from the sky on single-use grav pads, landing lightly and forming a line facing the director. They had guns, not whips. The advance of the guards halted, and at some barked commands they slowly lowered themselves to the ground. Elra watched in disbelief as more troops dropped in to bind their limbs. Crates fell on grav pads in a clear area, marked with red and white symbols. The sky was thick with airships now, hovering and shining lights onto the dreary gray muck of the workyard.
We were promised a beautiful lie, Miss Elra,
Jonathan said, squinting up into the storm of lights above them.
Your people and mine, and countless others besides, abused by those who would cloak themselves in the law while subverting its purpose.
He stared down at the director with open contempt.
If they had been honest, there would have just been war. Brutal, honest war, one we would have likely lost. But they loved their fictions. They loved feeling justified, the idea that they lived in a society that respected the rule of law and the rights of its citizens.
He smiled at her again, the corners of his eyes crinkling in amusement.
So we made it come true, one little battle at a time. One crime held to account, one victim given justice. And one fine morning, those charlatans who stood at the podium braying about the supremacy of law were horrified to find that they were right. That the law was paramount, that it would hold them responsible. The original promise fulfilled.
He pivoted to face her fully, holding out his hand.
So let's try this again, Citizen Elra,
he said.
Hi, we're your neighbors. Welcome to the Commonwealth.
And that ends this video. I hope you enjoyed and thank you for watching until the end. It is very much appreciated. Again, please don't forget to subscribe, like, comment, and share. These all help the channel grow. Our goal is to entertain as many people as we can, and with your help we can reach more people. Until the next video, good luck. Stay safe and have fun.